This is the brutal descent game. Choose species that are big and tough. Do not blindly pick talents you do not understand, especially the newly released intelligence panel. Everyone is betting on muscle, but no one knows. What makes this season interesting is the intelligence they all look down on. Qian of grade 12, class 1, chooses the saber-toothed tiger. Wang of grade 12, class 2, chooses the dire wolf. Wang chose the dire wolf. Next, Dongfang Hao of grade 12, class 7. I had already chosen an ape-man. Then a dragon totem appeared. A dragon? Is that the dragon of the zodiac? Why would I still choose an ape-man? Who would not want to go all in on a dragon? It is the ultimate fantasy carved into the bones of every descendant of the dragon. Locked in. Breaking news. Jianguo contestant Dongfang Hao has chosen an unknown new species, dragon. A typical patchwork of useless traits. Raptor claws on a land-bound body, with antlers adding weight to its head. Golden scales make it a living target in the rainforest. Its back is smooth, with no wing structure. Flying is completely impossible. Those claws are a burden in the jungle. This student has used his own future to show us exactly why you should not choose an unknown creature. His life is already over. This feels 1,000 times stronger than I imagined. Even later on, an ape-man would still be marginalized in society. Why not go straight to the top? Becoming a legend outright is far more satisfying. Host detected. Passive talent activated. Cloud following dragon. Cloud following dragon. Command clouds and rain. Appear and vanish at will. Your presence will attract and influence moisture in the surrounding environment, forming controllable clouds and mist. A useless patchwork creature. Wingless, a living target. Then let the whole world see what it means when mist rises and dragon scales gleam. This is it. A golden lizard without wings. You call that thing a dragon? Facing it head-on is suicide. I am still in my juvenile stage. If I clash with a jungle apex assassin like that, there will not even be bones left. One bite is all it takes. It will not even need to chew. Mist rise. I cannot beat it in a direct fight, but the saber-toothed tiger relies on stealth and ambush. If it cannot see through the mist, it will not pounce. Wait, was this thing that big just now? No, something is wrong. Run. I am not at my best today. I will deal with you another day. This must be an exceptionally rare jungle microclimate. High humidity combined with a sudden temperature drop created localized dense fog. The sunlight happened to create a Tyndall effect. It is all a coincidence. This contestant's luck is unbelievable. In a head-on fight, as I am now, I am absolutely no match for that adult saber-toothed tiger. Outsmarting it is the only way. A single cloud of mist actually scared off an apex predator. He just used clouds and mist to drive off a saber-toothed tiger. But the energy spent activating his talent has made his hunger strike early. I started with the dragon body, but I still have to find my own food. I do not know which plants are edible. And I cannot beat anything made of meat. They cannot fly anymore. So it was my mist. Moisture in the air, condensed on their rapidly beating wings. Once their wings are wet, they are useless. Everyone, look. Does this not prove my earlier conclusion? A drastic temperature shift and high humidity form temporary dense fog. Meteorology can fully explain it. As for that enormous shadow earlier, it was purely a mirage. A chance optical phenomenon. Professor Wang is right. A one-in-a-million coincidence like this, and he actually ran into it. He is practically the game's favorite child. Prepare to switch back to the rainforest. Lead on. Honey and bee pupae are treasures packed with energy and protein. Stay on them. Do not lose them. Now I have really done it. Queen above, we just ran into a flying golden lizard. It looked terrifying. Take a look at the rainforest giant hornet. Threat level extremely high, lethal. Its venomous stinger is 3 to 5 centimeters long. One sting can kill a medium-sized creature. This flesh ripper weighs 3 tons. Its entire body is armored. Yet it encountered a medium-sized hive and died within 10 minutes. And the one on the right side of the screen is a giant hive. What a reckless fool. The luck that scared off the saber-toothed tiger has all been spent here. Even a 3-ton flesh ripper cannot survive it. That applies to them. I am a mythical creature with brains. What is happening to the weather? It was perfectly normal just now. Why did it suddenly get so damp? Not only is he not running, he is moving closer. If he disturbs that swarm, he will be dead within 3 seconds. I have calculated the wind direction, humidity, and their range. That is far enough. Cloud following dragon. Mist rise. The mist is moving toward the hive. It is helping the swarm instead. The swarm is on high alert, locked in a tight defensive formation. He does not even have a 1 in 10,000 chance to ambush them. Yes, they are all returning to the hive. That is exactly the effect I wanted. Are you ready, little ones? From now on, the weather is changing. Queen above, my wings will not move. What kind of sorcery is this? My wings were fine just now. High humidity does affect an insect's ability to fly. This is a normal weather phenomenon. Besides, such minor losses are nothing to the swarm. Stop pushing, stop pushing. We are going to collapse. We cannot swim. This is impossible. Beeswax is water repellent. How could this happen? This is a rare chain reaction microclimate event. Water resistance has its limits. There is no absolute defense in this world. Nature's immense power is not something living creatures can resist. Everyone thinks I am as good as dead. Even a 3-ton flesh ripper could not endure it. Why should I be any different? Because I know what you do not. Hunting time. Now it is my turn to strike. Brothers, defend the hive. Sting that golden lizard. What? The stinger did not pierce it. What kind of scales are these? They are like they have been coated in oil. I cannot put any force into it. What is this thing? Professor Wang, Dr. Li. I need to revise my earlier assessment. This is no ordinary dragon. Impossible. A hatchling that was just born cannot possibly have that kind of judgment. It is entirely possible. Dragons can sense changes in the weather. It makes perfect sense. High-density calories injected. The organism has begun to grow. Estimated time until adulthood, 30 years. 30 years? 30 years can turn the tables. Never look down on the young and poor. If it takes that long, then I need prey with some real heft. Did something just whoosh past us? Guess I was seeing things. This mist smells fishy. Stop being so paranoid. Come on, the noise is ahead. That is the 7th time. Cloud following dragon is incredibly useful. The direction with the most moisture. The more water there is, the better this gift works. This is the place. Land creatures enter the water, for one reason only, to drink. Water sources are where predators inevitably pass through. There are pike and crocodiles in the water too. For this dragon hatchling, this river is a dead end. Oh. It feels like I have come home. Host has entered a highly compatible environment. Passive gift, cloud following dragon. Adaptability enhanced. Water control greatly increased. A dragon returns to the sea. He actually went into the water. Could this dragon be amphibious? Snakes hunt in water, so that would make sense. But the way he swims is not right. We may have been wrong from the very beginning. This is a dragon ahead of its time. His flaws on land. Showy but impractical feet. Eagle talons without wings. Maybe from the start, we should never have judged him by land-based standards. What is that crab doing? You are a player too. Join my team. Build a maze and lure them in. Then close the trap and catch the fish. This water control is really useful. Notice, this crab is about to molt. The dragon is enclosing it with stones. Once it molts and loses its defenses, it will be time for a feast. Put simply, he is raising pigs. What? He was raising pigs all along. An underwater courtyard home. I am dying of laughter. What kind of dragon is this? He is a stream contractor. Something is molting. Brothers, charge. Extra dinner tonight. Time to haul in the net. Something is wrong. Where is that opening from before? Cloud following dragon, activate. Why you are not a fish? What are you? No. The water. Where did it go? I cannot swim through this mud. What kind of sorcery is this? It is a trap. He lured the fish inside, then drained all the water. What? He can drain water too. If he cannot handle the fish, he just drains the water. What kind of next-level tactic is that? Dr. Li's thermos has been through hell today. Eat. You have fought all day. You eat first. You need nutrients more after molting. Eat and grow. Be brother. For the rest of my life, I will follow your lead. He not only understands cooperation, but also knows how to protect others. It is an incredible feeling. We have a big problem. That is a fully grown wild duck. It weighs at least 3 times as much as he does. And waterfowl have maxed out every advantage against long-bodied reptiles. This dragon's body shape perfectly suits a duck's feeding preferences. You, a loach with antlers. You think you can block my path? Fine, you chose this yourself. Do not blame me for not giving you a chance to run. A little loach like you actually withstood that. I held up. Its scales are pretty tough. Then I'll chew up the bones too. Huh. What is going on? Wait, those claws. That shape? This cannot be. No, you are not an eagle. How do you have eagle talons? I cannot believe it. The duck actually ran away. Replay it in slow motion, director. Slow down that last part. What a brilliant way to break the deadlock. Look, everyone. The duck was not defeated. It was frightened away. A fear burned into its bones, turned it into a terrified, jumpy duck. You mean the instinctive terror of a natural predator? Look here. This duck was badly attacked by a bird of prey before. The shape of those eagle talons and the intimidation of the attack perfectly triggered its emergency instincts. Dr. Li, you said before that this dragon's eagle talons were a failed genetic splice, useless for anything but scratching. But now, they are not a flaw at all. They let him overcome his size disadvantage and drive off stronger enemies. They are his greatest trump card. Brother, my life, Wang Tiju's life, was snatched back from that duck's beak. From now on, in waters, wherever you point, I will fight. Look, 2 more big ones are coming. Lure them into the stone maze. You got it, boss. Just watch. The scent of those 3 young is still here. That golden lion is hiding nearby. Yesterday, he drained the water and killed the young. Remember, the moment he drains the water, you jump in from above. Got it. Water drains. I jump. Those 3 little pike yesterday were so tender. My big brother swallowed each one in 3 bites, bones and all. Hey, why are you not chasing me? This fat lord has not eaten enough today. I cannot run very fast. Why did only one come in? Where is the other? Seal one in first. We will take them one at a time. These feel different from the 3 yesterday. Did you think you were the only one who could set traps? So what if I did? You go your way, and I will go mine. Remember, you taught me this trick. The debt from my 3 young will be settled in time. I will take the big one, you. I still owe you one. It is fine that it ran. It will come back. It was not running away. It remembered yesterday's tactic. Is it countering us? The pike learned the same trap. The same trap will not catch me twice. Boss, I have been wondering. How long will it take a body like yours to grow? Your frame is so large. Your growth cycle must be long, right? 30 years. Ha, you mean 30 days, right? 20 years in ideal conditions. Then how big will you be fully grown? I do not know. I only have scattered clues. I grow 3 centimeters a day. After 100 days, I will be nearly 3 meters long. 30 meters after 3 years. After 30 years, 300 meters. Impossible. Argentinosaurus, the largest land animal in Earth's history, was only about 35 meters long. If this dragon grows to 300 meters, then by that proportion, it would weigh over 1,000 tons. Earth's gravity would crush it into pulp. 300 meters after 30 years, and it would still be a juvenile. Even a saber-toothed tiger bite would barely scratch it. Boss, at 300 meters, your daily energy needs would be astronomical. You could never survive on ordinary fish and shrimp. We need to find something with real energy. No use thinking about that now. Let us grow to 3 meters first. Boss, there is a deep pool 100 meters downstream. A 1,000-year-old turtle lives there. It is amphibious, can come ashore, and its shell is bigger than a millstone. With one bite, it can crush an adult crab, shell and all, into pulp. Who is bad-mouthing this venerable one behind my back? Could it be another player? Strange. That dragon. Why is it protecting that crab? Just for information, Professor Wang. Earth's common sense was already challenged in seasons 2 and 3 by many creatures. Clinging blindly to common sense will only hurt you in the end. He adapted so quickly. No hesitation, no testing the waters. That is the bearing of the strong. He does not need to prove anything. He only needs them to see his value. Quack. What is that? Got you. Your bones are thinner than an adult egret's. It is a juvenile bird. It has horns. What the heck? Let go of my leg. There is a fat crab below too. I will eat you first, then carry off the crab. It saw me. If you cannot fly, you cannot eat it. I have got you in my jaws. Let go. That crab is right below us. Let me carry it up. Its claws did not pierce my scales. A juvenile's talons are not strong enough. I have the advantage in this battle of endurance. Can't you loosen your bite just a little? I really cannot. Fine, you win. Boss. It just said it wanted to eat me. Now it cannot. Come on, take it home. Why are you not eating? You eat, boss. Those wing bones gave me enough calcium. The fiber and minerals in the water plants are enough for me to grow right now. Are you sure? Nothing matters more than seeing you grow quickly. The crab is showing trust. Not making an investment. He believes this dragon will grow large enough to protect him. So he is willing to give up resources for now. The species this season already understand how to cooperate and coexist. It seems they have been evolving all along. When I first arrived here 3 days ago, the fish and shrimp did not even have a place to lay eggs. Do not break the roots when pulling up water plants. If the roots break, they rot within 2 days of replanting. Use jagged gravel. Round stones cannot hold back the current. Jagged ones interlock. They slow the water as it passes through, creating still water zones. Boss, what are you doing? Were these water plants not growing just fine in the deep water? That deep water is not our territory. There is no cover in the shallows. Even if fish and shrimp come, they will not stay. We need to make them a home that keeps them here. Why keep them here? Keep them and not eat them? Keep them, and they will produce more. Besides, only one female pike remains. She has retreated to deep water and does not dare come out. We rule these shallows. We rule them. The little fish have finally come. Transparent eggs cling to the water plant leaves. Though they are tiny, this is my first fish pond. Its intelligence is remarkable. It actually knows how to alter its environment to cultivate the food population it needs. This is a dragon ahead of its time. At its current growth rate, in 2 weeks, its size will overpower most creatures in these waters. What it needs now is a stable period of growth. Boss, I am scared of birds. That wild duck almost carried me off last time. I do not pick fights with adults either. An adult white egret's beak can punch through thin ice. They take off fast and stay highly alert. I cannot catch them or withstand them. What about that one just now? A juvenile whose feathers have not fully grown in. It needs a running start to fly, and its legs are thin. I watched it for 3 minutes before making my move. Boss, that female pike that escaped. Will it come back for revenge in the next few days? Not for now. Why not? The pike is waiting for me to make a mistake. I will not leave the den this week. It can only keep waiting in that deep water area for an opening that will never come. No, that is not the sound of running water. It sounds like something is stomping up there. Those bursts of vibration mean a fight. Something big is fighting ahead. Come on, stay close to the rocks and let us take a look. Circle its hind legs. Do not let it catch its breath. Bite. then pull back again and again. It will not last long. The bite landed. It cannot stay on its feet. It will not hold out much longer. Boss, it cannot swing its trunk anymore. This haul will feed us for 3 days. Surround it. Do not let it charge back into the river. Can somebody help me? I cannot hold on much longer. Boss, do not go. All 5 are adult giant short-faced hyenas. They have a leader and hunt together as a pack. Their bite force can crush bones. Even one would be hard to face head-on. That elephant cannot die. Its herd has a migration route that stretches for hundreds of miles. They follow the same path every year. If we save it, it is like borrowing a map that spans hundreds of miles. Clouds follow the dragon, Mr. Ises. Boss, where are you? Why can I not see you? Stay calm, keep your nose to the ground. The mist will clear. This mist is unnatural. Forget the mist. That elephant is what matters. What is going on with this place? Sound off now. Hyena 1. Hyena 2. Where is number 4? It was just on my left. Keep these 3 alive for now. They will be useful later. Thank you. What was that mist? I have never seen mist like that. I need your herd's help. My herd. Your herd has a fixed migration route spanning hundreds of miles. Your ancestors passed it down through generations. I am looking for someone. I need that route as a map. If you need my herd's help, I will lead you to them. That is strange. Normally, my gills start drying out as soon as I come ashore. Why are they still damp today? Forget it. I just need to stay close to you, boss. Where is Brother Claw? Boss. What are you looking at? There is nothing up there but stars and darkness. What is there to look at? I am finding our direction. You can find directions in the sky. I grew up in mud. Above me, there was only water and grass leaves. Do not all stars look the same? In my past life, someone taught me to look at the stars at night. Most stars move. They rise in the east and set in the west. Over the course of a night, the entire night sky slowly shifts, except for the star due north. All the other stars turn, but that one stays fixed in place. Wait, you mean that star in the sky? All the others move, but that one does not. Yeah, I always thought the stars in the sky were just decorations. They came out to shine when it got dark, then clocked out when morning came. It does not move, so it gives us a fixed point of reference. Boss, where did you learn all this? I remembered it from my past life as a human. Who would have thought it mattered? Only here did I realize how important that star is. One unmoving star, plus a trail elephants follow. That is the measuring stick you need to find your sister. Yeah, alright. Starting tomorrow, I will watch the birds in the sky for you, boss. I will mark landmarks on the ground. Birds scout the way. Elephant trails map the land. When the full moon settlement comes, we will have a reference point to compare against. Claw, do not eat me. It was only a dream. I have a younger sister. She is also a student who entered the game this season. She chose an ape man. The full moon is almost here. I do not know if she is alive or dead. Boss, finding someone is difficult. Right now, players only have rough terrain markers, mountains, lakes, forests, and the like. And surviving players from every country are scattered everywhere. Nobody can find anyone else. After choosing their species, many people are alone from beginning to end, surviving an entire season by themselves. Try to choose species that are large and have strong defenses. Scared, little sis. Who is scared? I am just deciding what to choose. What could that little brain of yours possibly decide? Listen to the teacher. Pick something with high defense. I think that thing called a turtle is pretty good. It suits you. Brother, you. Forget it. There is no point talking to you. According to the official information, the ape man is the only species with an initial intelligence of 5. I have decided. I am choosing it. But things are different now. With that unmoving star, and that elephant trail, when the full moon settlement arrives, I can take the pieces others have, the useless, fragmented pieces, and fit them together piece by piece. Boss, I will follow you forever. Look, that little elephant is drinking there again. We cannot miss this chance again. That miss let it escape by luck last time. Boss, this is bad. The hyenas have targeted that elephant again. It is the same ones from last time. This is the chance they have been waiting for. Dumpling, do not. First, drive it toward the dry slope. Get it as far from the water as possible. That thing in the water may still be there. Help! Why am I so unlucky? HMPH, go ahead, scream. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one can save you. But I still have to bridge the gap in between. Clouds follow the dragon. Activate. No. It is that mist from last time again. What is that? This is bad retreat, now. We are done for. We are done for. Boss is in danger. Then I will show you exactly what it is. Boss, they do not mean us any harm. MMHM. That huge black shadow at the foot of the cliff. What is it, boss? It looks terrifying. It even scared the hyenas away. They are going to rest here for a few days. We are heading along the river, so it is on our way. We do not know the way farther out. Boss, it thinks the pond you drew is too small. It is not too small. The scale is wrong. Your pond would only be big enough to wash our feet. The routes carved out by generations of elephant herds are all here. With this map, I can work out my sister's location. That great river can only be crossed through its tributaries in the dry season. At the height of the flood season, even we cannot cross it. Only in the dry season can we cross through the tributaries. Got it. We cannot cross the swamp. Once we sink in, we cannot get back out. Boss, even these giants are scared of it. What could be in there that even mammoths fear? Elephants fear getting stuck. I do not. Have you seen creatures like this within 100 miles? I have roamed for decades, but I have never seen a living creature that walks upright, one step at a time. First, we will thoroughly explore these few hundred miles. Then we will tackle the next few hundred. This creature has been detected living near a dragon for an extended period. Assimilation mutation has occurred. Species changed to dragon crab. Speed, attack, and defense increased by 30% each. Boss, I changed the crab I chose. Now it has 2 extra words after crab. Dragonized. Quit yelling. Get up and take a few steps. Boss, I got stronger. Only a little stronger. You are benefiting from being near me. Species dragonization detected. Maximum body size limit increased. Species changed to dragon crab. Speed, attack, and defense increased by 30% each. Hidden attribute. Maximum body size multiplier increased by 5%. Do you know how valuable that half bar is? It just means I can grow a little bigger later, right? Idiot. Your size determines what you can eat. And what can eat you. Once you reach that new limit, you will be the natural enemy of that adult pike in the water. Boss, from now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Point anywhere, and I will crawl there. You talk too much. Keep eating, keep growing. You become like those you keep close, and those who stay close to dragons. Perhaps this is what people in my past life meant by everyone becoming like dragons. The full moon settlement is finally about to begin. We finally made it to the full moon settlement. I hope I get a good result. My nest was raided on the 7th day. The marmot I chose only got a few dozen points. One got over 500 points. Luckily, I survived until settlement. Over 500. You got lucky. Take a look, everyone. Student Lee's saber-toothed tiger. 820 points. He knows how to dodge and hide. That is how you play the game. Not bad. I got lucky. Right at the start, I ran into a golden lizard. I thought it was a dragon. Turns out, I scared it away. I got 760 points. Direwolf. Saber-toothed tigers are that powerful? An ape-man survived until settlement 2. Let her register. Chosen species, ape-man. First month achievement points, 2,300. Did I hear that right? Student Dongfang Hao. Intelligence is the hidden key to this game. Why are you not saying anything? This weakling got 2,356 points. What about you? I questioned everyone in the ape-man tribe, and did not see even a hair of you. Brother, where were you hiding? Did you choose a turtle, dive into a mud pit, and hide there for a whole month? I was not as lucky as you. Make way, make way. Wang's chosen species, crab. First month achievement points, 8,564. What kind of crab is that? Over 8,000? My ears must be broken. Was there not another crab with only round 30 points? How is his score so high? Buddy, what is the hidden trick? Show your classmates the way. It was pure luck. I wandered into a special body of water. It just happened to speed up evolution there. And I developed a beneficial mutation. That is why my score went up. He got over 8,000 points. What about you? At a time like this, you still do not dare register. Feeling guilty, are you? Go on. No matter what score you get, I will not laugh at you. What is the rush? I am going now. Dongfang Hao's chosen species. Due to unknown interference. No, data available. Unable to identify. First month achievement points, 31,443. 30,000? Can a person even score that high? Saber-toothed tigers, dire wolves, crabs. The system labeled every one of those clearly. But even the system cannot figure out what he is. Looks like Jianguo may have hope of joining the world-class descent. Is that really my brother? He has been hiding his strength. Student Wang. It seems you are the crab who guarded that mutated treasure ground with me. That is me, sir. A little crab like me could never ride your coattails to so many achievement points. What? Those two were together. Those 8,500 and 31,000 points. They were all farmed in the same place. Due to unknown interference, no data is available. Unable to identify. Even if it was a treasure ground. Why could the system not identify you? What exactly are you? Fine, I admit it. I was scared. I chose a turtle. The moment I descended, I found a mud pit and oven. I soaked in the water for a month. How could the system possibly identify me? HMPH, you were just lucky. Without that treasure ground, what will you have left? Dongfang Hao, Wang Yi, and Dongfang Yan, step forward. Comrades and fellow students, the provincial capital will host a provincial genius exchange next week. The three of you will represent our school there. The province is geniuses. There must be so many experts. The exchange is in the provincial capital. Crab, let us go. Yes, boss. Fatty Wang's eyes lit up too. He secretly glanced at Dongfang Hao. Boss still wore that lazy expression, but Fatty Wang saw boss's fingers tucked in his pocket twitch slightly. Dongfang Hao looked at the document in Principal Li's hand. He barely raised his eyelids. The exchange. Geniuses from across the province. More intel. In his mind, the map traced by the mammoth's trunk grew a little clearer. The great river, cliffs, swamp. His sister's tribe. In the provincial capital, he might get details about that region. He might learn what lay beyond the swamp. He slowly raised a hand and patted Fatty Wang's shoulder. Let us go. His voice was quiet, so only the two of them could hear it. Fatty Wang gave a shudder. Right away, only then did Dongfang Yang come to her senses. She turned and glared at Dongfang Hao. Her lips parted, but she did not know what to say. Dongfang Hao had already turned away, strolling toward the auditorium side entrance. Fatty Wang followed half a step behind. A suppressed smile played on his chubby face. Dongfang Yan remained where she was, watching the tall and fat figures vanish through the side entrance. Principal Li was still at the front, waving his document, spittle flying as he spoke, explaining the exchange's importance. But she did not hear a word. She only stared fixedly in that direction. Next week, in the provincial capital, she would see whether, without that treasure ground he found by dumb luck, her cowardly brother could still face the province's geniuses and make any waves at all. Chapter 44, Farming Points by laying eggs. Send me 50, and I will take care of a chicken for you. Provincial capital exchange venue. There were no flashy red carpets or banners. Only two metal signs stood at the entrance. The left one read, Earth Online Interprovincial Exchange. The right one read, Entry by Species Nameplate Only. Everyone entering wore a palm-sized white badge with black lettering on their chest. It listed neither school nor class. Only two things, species and name. Dongfang Hao glanced down at his chest. Turtle, Dongfang Hao. He slipped his hands into his pockets and followed the crowd inside. Many people were already seated inside. They gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves. Dongfang Hao had sharp hearing. As he passed several rows of folding chairs, he heard several boys nearby comparing notes. How many did you get for 120? I survived as a rabbit for half a month. Just over 600. As a wild dog, I relied on my sharp sense of smell to scavenge some scraps. How many scored over 1,000? I have not seen any. I heard that province-wide, those over 1,000 this time can be counted on both hands. Dongfang Hao said nothing. A few hundred points. That was the normal level for these so-called geniuses. As he walked, a sudden uproar erupted ahead. He is here. The 8,500-point Crab King is here. The crowd surged toward the entrance. Fatty Wang was instantly surrounded. The badge on his chest gleamed brightly. Crab. Wang Yi, today. The fat man had deliberately put on clean clothes. His hair was combed sleek and shiny. A simple smile covered his chubby face, and he strutted along with swagger. Brother Wang, how did you farm those 8,500 points? Crab King, give us the inside scoop. No one knew who had coined the nickname Crab King, but it had spread fast. Fatty Wang felt fantastic hearing it. He waved a large hand. It was all luck, just luck. He brushed them off for Bally, but kept glancing toward the rear. Dongfang Hao did not join the crowd. After getting off and collecting his badge, he stood by the aisle. A boy nearby stepped forward. His badge read, Saber-toothed Tiger, Zhao Qiang. He was the 820-point student from Jiang 3 High School. The one the dean had praised as an example in the auditorium. Zhao Qiang glanced at Dongfang Hao's badge. He curled his lip. Do not ask them. He raised his voice and shouted to those surrounding Fatty Wang. They only scored high because they got lucky. That 31,000 of his came from stumbling upon a mutation. It was a complete fluke. The people around them fell quiet. They turned to look. Seeing that he had an audience, Zhao Qiang became energized. He chose a turtle, then hid in a mud pit for a month. That place happened to be a mutated treasure ground, so he mutated just by soaking in the water. The system cannot even identify what he became. What skill was involved in that? Next month, without that place, he will not even score 100 points. At those words, the people around Fatty Wang looked uncertain. A few who had wanted to cozy up to Dongfang Hao stopped short and backed away. 31,000 was certainly a terrifying number. But if it was all dumb luck, then there was no point in currying favor with him. Dongfang Hao leaned against a pillar. He did not even lift his eyelids. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The reputation of 31,000 points was too conspicuous. If these people really latched onto him, constantly asking questions, how could he quietly gather intelligence? Zhao Qiang's remarks had done him a huge favor. Fatty Wang grimaced as he listened nearby. That Zhao never knew when to shut up. But without boss's word, he did not dare speak up. He could only force a smile and edged a steps closer to Dongfang Hao. Boss, he said quietly. Dongfang Hao waved a hand. Use your high score to gather some information. Do not come near me. Fatty Wang froze, then understood. Boss did not want too much attention. He nodded and turned around. Then he plunged back into the crowd fawning over him. Come on, let us sit over there. I will tell you how crabs survive while molting. He raised his voice and led them all away. The space around Dongfang Hao instantly cleared. He found a spot in the very back row, a corner beside the wall, and pulled over a folding chair to sit down. The spot was out of the way, but had a clear view. He could take in every movement throughout the venue. Most people had arrived. A simple platform had been set up at the front. There was no microphone, only a large loudspeaker. A boy wearing a badge that read River Shrimp, Sunyu, jumped onto the platform. He had scored 1,200 points at provincial capital now, one high school. Among those present, with over 1,000 points, he was a notable figure. He cleared his throat, then tapped the loudspeaker twice. Hello, hello. Static crackled for a moment. Everyone, time is precious. Let us get straight to the point. Sunyu slapped the notebook in his hand onto the platform. I will start this exchange with a useful discovery. I discovered that achievement points do not only depend on energy intake. Population size is also an important criterion. The audience fell silent. Sunyu puffed out his chest, his face brimming with pride. I chose shrimp. Everyone thinks shrimp are weak, with no fighting power, so they are hard to earn achievement points with, right? He raised one finger. But shrimp have an extremely short juvenile and growth period, hide in a crack between rocks, and they reach adulthood in half a month. And what do they do once they are adults? Breed. A single female shrimp can lay thousands of eggs at once. For the latter half of the month, I did nothing else. I just found safe beds of water plants and laid eggs like crazy. The system awards achievement points for population growth. I farmed all 1,200 points through breeding. The audience erupted in uproar. That works. Even if only some of those thousands of eggs survive, that is still plenty of achievement points. Sun Yu pressed down his hand, signaling for quiet. So my advice for low-scoring students is this. Do not choose large predators, the competition is too fierce. Choose low-level breeding species like fish or shrimp, as long as they can reproduce. Breed nonstop. Their lives are short, and if they die midway, just choose again and again. It is the fastest way to earn achievement points. The crowd went wild. Those with only 100 or 200 points whose species had died by accident, and who were worrying about what to choose next month, all had their eyes light up. That makes sense. I will choose ants next month. Would flies work? They reproduce even faster. Excitement quickly swept through the low-scoring group. Dongfang Hao sat in the back corner. Listening to this, he shook his head. It sounded impressive, but it was actually a massive trap. Without social organization, and at the bottom of the food chain, no matter how numerous they would remain a disorganized rabble. For the system to award population achievement points, a species had to occupy an ecological niche and control territory and resources. Tens of thousands of shrimp crammed into a patch of water plants could not even defeat a 1-pound fish. That false prosperity would vanish instantly when the environment changed or predators swept through. In his previous life, Blue Star had tens of billions of chickens. That was an average of 3 chickens for every person to deal with. And chickens could easily overpower those even lower-level insects. Back in my previous life, every Thursday, you could send someone $50. Plenty of people would happily finish off another chicken for you. Could those chickens be called the rulers of Blue Star? They all lived in human farms. No matter their numbers, they were nothing more than that. Sun Yu only saw the quick gains right in front of him. He failed to see the dead end waiting ahead. Dongfang Hao did not speak. There was no need for him to correct them. Cutting off someone's income was like killing their parents. It was thankless work. On stage, Sun Yu was still animatedly teaching egg-laying techniques, spit flying. The atmosphere below was growing lively. Then a cold laugh came from elsewhere. Nonsense. The voice was not loud, but it was especially grating amid the fervent crowd. Everyone turned to look. The speaker was a powerfully built boy. His badge read Tiger, Jinlei. Jinlei stood up. At over 6 feet tall, he was imposing just standing there. His presence was oppressive. You are just exploiting a loophole in the system. He stared at Sun Yu on the stage. If the aquatic environment changes or predators invade, those thousands of shrimp eggs of yours will not even hatch. Sun Yu's face darkened. What do you know? I am taking a steady, reliable approach. Jinlei gave a mocking snort. Ignoring him, he turned to several students nearby who had also chosen large predators. Do not listen to his nonsense. Those of us who chose large predators have chosen the true winning strategy. But today, I need to air some grievances with everyone. Jinlei sighed. His thick fingers tapped the tabletop. A large body is an advantage, but it also has its limits. When my tiger grew to around 1 meter long, hunting alone took more than 8 hours every day. Small prey took time and effort to catch. It offered little energy. To sustain the energy drain, I could only hunt larger deer and sheep. At this, several students who had chosen giant bears and bison all nodded. Exactly, I chose a bison. Just eating takes more than 10 hours every day. My giant bear went hungry every day for the latter half of the month. The bigger the body, the more terrifying its energy deficit. The players in the venue who had chosen large creatures began airing their grievances. Food shortages and difficulty obtaining energy. Fierce competition problem after problem was laid bare. The previously feverish atmosphere gradually cooled. Chapter 45, the 3,500 ADA-point invitation. Dongfang Yun straightened her back. She walked toward the core group of players with more than 1,000 points. The badge on her chest read, Ape Man, Dongfang Yun. Amid badges for tigers, bears, and saber-toothed tigers, her 2,300-point ape-man badge stood out. A tall boy named Jiang, who had chosen a dire wolf, cocked his head. He looked at her as though assessing an out-of-place decoration. Dongfang Yun held her chin high, her voice steady. 2,356 points. Oh, Jiang nodded, then turned back to his own conversation. That attitude stung worse than a direct rejection. Dongfang Yun dug her nails into her palm, but the pride never left her face. She did not leave. She stood at the edge of the circle and listened. They talked only about muscle strength, ambushes, and explosive power. When she found an opening, she cut in. Actually, combat is not just hand-to-hand fighting. Zhang Xiao shot her a glance. An ape-man's hand-to-hand fighting really is pathetic, he replied smoothly. Their center of gravity is unstable when they run. When trouble really comes, they cannot even run away. Several boys nearby laughed. Running is crucial. If you cannot escape, you are as good as dead. The sturdy boy who chose a bison slapped his thigh. When these hooves of mine start charging, ordinary predators might not even catch me. The first rule of survival is not dying, Zhang Xiao concluded. He looked at Dongfang Yan again. Those 2,300 points of yours. You probably earned them by being clever and playing it safe, but in the wild, playing it safe alone is useless. You were merely lucky. Dongfang Yan pressed her lips together. Everything they said seemed right for four-legged predators. Speed was their lifeline. Her intelligence 5 ape-man. Thought quickly, but its explosive running power truly was not exceptional. Still, something felt off. On stage, Sun Yu the river shrimp was still discussing egg-laying techniques. Below, the predator players looked dismissive. Dongfang Yan felt that Sun Yu's approach would not last. Her ears filtered out the surrounding noise. She stared at several high-score badges in the core circle. Tiger Jinlei, 1,000 for 100. Giant Bear Li Gang, 1,000 to 100. Saber-toothed Tiger Zhao Kang, 820. Those people were like an untouchable mountain. She could not squeeze into their circle. She backed away and returned to the wall by the aisle. Her chest felt tight. Fatty Wang was surrounded by a crowd. He was loudly and animatedly explaining molting, as though putting on a performance. In the back corner, Dongfang Hao leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets. His eyes were closed, as if he were asleep. Sleeping. That bastard was actually sleeping. Dongfang Yan's anger flared again. Why was she racking her brains here while he played dead? No. She took a deep breath and pushed back into the crowd. This time, she avoided the predator's circle and went around to the other side. Near several players with mediocre scores but alert eyes, who kept looking around. She picked one who looked friendly. She struck up a conversation with a lanky boy who had chosen a mountain goat. Hey, how many points do you have? A little over 600. The mountain goat boy adjusted his glasses. I chose a mountain goat. I survived by climbing mountains and slipping through forests. Luckily without getting carried off. Where do you plan to develop next month? The boy paused and thought it over. He pointed west, about half a day's journey away. There is an old forest with plenty of trees and dense brush. For someone like me, not fast but agile once I slip inside. Large predators will have a hard time chasing me. An old forest, the terrain is complex with slopes and gullies. These goat hooves of mine are decent at climbing slopes, the boy said, gesturing. There are wild fruits and tender leaves in the forest, unlike the bare grasslands. Food is easier to find too. Dongfang Yan noted it down, forest to the west. Then she turned and approached the bison player. He was complaining to someone when she cut in. Hey, where does your bison live? Are there any unusual places nearby? The bison player had been complaining about hunger. He grinned at her question. Does a special forest count? My bison herds. Territory borders a forest, with a big river beside it. Dongfang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Forest, big river. He paused, remembering something. But farther in, south of the forest, there seems to be a place where the water is warm and slightly salty. Salt water. Yeah, it smells like sweat. The bison player scratched his head. Once, I got lost while looking for water. I accidentally licked a few mouthfuls. It was strange. But afterward, I felt energized all over. Even the involuntary muscle spasms I sometimes got became less severe. Dongfang Yan's eyes lit up. What if you drink more? I did not dare drink more, the bison player admitted. But I heard the older bison in the herd grumbling. That there used to be disobedient bison, who gulped down that salt water, then soon foamed at the mouth, and lay there without moving. Salt water helps in small amounts, but too much is deadly. Dongfang Yan's heart jolted. A salt spring south of the swamp. She pressed him for more details. The bison player grew annoyed by her questions. Muttering that was all he knew, he turned away. Dongfang Yan stepped back to the aisle, her heart pounding. She turned toward the back corner again. Dongfang Hao still had his eyes closed. She clenched her fist and walked over. Stopping before Dongfang Hao's chair, she lowered her voice. She could not hide her smugness. Hey. Dongfang Hao's eyelids did not move. I just found out something. Dongfang Yan folded her arms. With her chin slightly raised, she said, Westward lies a vast forest with complex terrain. It is good for hiding and foraging, deep in the southern swamp. There is a natural salt spring. She paused, emphasizing her next words. Drinking a small amount restores stamina and prevents exhaustion. But too much will poison you. She watched Dongfang Hao's face, hoping to see surprise or admiration. Dongfang Hao cracked his eyelids open. He looked at his sister without speaking. His gaze was calm and unreadable, leaving Dongfang Yun unsure what to make of it. It was not admiration, nor was it mockery. He simply watched her. Do you understand? Dongfang Yun straightened her back. This intelligence was gathered with my own wits and words, bit by bit. It is far more useful than hiding in a mud pit and stumbling into luck. With that, she turned and left. Her footsteps were quick and loud, as though she had just staged a defiant display. Dongfang Hao leaned back in his chair. He took a hand from his pocket and lightly rested it on his knee. Forest to the west, salt spring deep in the southern swamp. The map in his mind, plowed up by a giant elephant's trunk, began expanding. The great river was a barrier running east to west. The swamp lay downstream on the north bank, forbidden ground for elephants. His sister's tribe was beneath the cliffs upstream of the swamp. Now he knew there was dense forest to the west, and a salt spring deep in the southern swamp. For herds, especially large herbivores, it was a deadly temptation, and a focal point of conflict. The swamp itself was a natural death trap, if he could guide them there, or create some coincidence. Dongfang Hao's fingers resting on his knee tapped once almost imperceptibly at a steady rhythm. As if keeping time, the gathering entered intermission, and the venue buzzed with noise. Dongfang Yun made another round. She coaxed a few scattered bits of information from people. The resentment sparked by Dongfang Hao's indifference slowly faded. She felt this trip had been worthwhile. Just as she returned to the aisle, someone beside her spoke softly. Hello. The voice was quiet and slightly husky. Dongfang Yun turned. The speaker was a short, slender girl. Her badge read, Snake, Jianguo, 3,580 points. Her skin was rather pale. Her eyes were strikingly lively. 3,580? Dongfang Yun blurted out, then quickly recovered. Hello. I am Dongfang Yun. Ape Man, 2,300 points. I know you are impressive. You chose an ape man, something no one else dared choose. Yet still scored over 2,300 points. Jiangxia nodded. Ignoring her slip of the tongue, her gaze passed over Dongfang Yun and settled on the back corner. I am looking for your brother, Dongfang Hao, and Wang Yi as well. Dongfang Yun froze. You are looking for them? Jiangxia's expression did not change. I want to talk. Dongfang Yun wanted to ask about what, but when she met those eyes, the words caught in her throat. There was a calm pressure in that gaze that made refusal difficult. She stepped aside. They are over there. Jiangxia thanked her, passed by, and headed for the back row. Dongfang Yun watched her slender retreating figure. Feeling inexplicably uneasy, she chose a snake. So how had she scored over 3,500 points? In the back corner, Fatty Wang had just shaken off several people questioning him and slipped back, drenched in sweat. He dropped into his seat. Boss, those people wore me out. Before he could finish, he saw Jiangxia approaching. Jiangxia stopped before them. Her narrow eyes first glanced at Dongfang Hao, resting with his eyes closed, then turned to Fatty Wang. Wang Yi, 8,564 points. Crab. Dongfang Hao, 31,443 points. Species unknown, unable to be identified by the system. She recited both scores with perfect clarity. Fatty Wang's back tensed. His goofy smile remained, but his eyes turned wary. Yeah. What about it? Jiangxia ignored him, then looked back at Dongfang Hao. Everyone else believed your story about a mutant treasure ground. She paused. But I do not. Fatty Wang's smile froze. Leaning against his chair, Dongfang Hao stopped tapping his fingers. What are you trying to say? Dongfang Hao asked. Jiangxia leaned half a step closer and lowered her voice. You two are nothing like as simple as you seem. She straightened and pulled a crumpled note from her pocket, then slipped it into Fatty Wang's hand. After the event, come to the cafe in the back alley. My treat, let us talk. Without waiting for either of them to respond, she turned and disappeared into the crowd. Clutching the note, Fatty Wang turned to Dongfang Hao. His round face was grave. Boss, this girl. Dongfang Hao stared in the direction Jiangxia had vanished. A flicker of interest crossed his eyes. Interesting. Chapter 46. Showdown at the cafe. Zhang Xia's startling deduction. When the gathering ended, the crowd surged toward the exits. Dongfang Hao led Fatty Wang round to the back street, following the address on the note. The alley was narrow, and a small cafe was tucked away at its end. Inside, it was quiet. Zhang Jia was already seated in a window booth with her back to the door. She turned only after hearing them arrive. "You came." She raised a hand and pointed to the seats across from her. Dongfang Hao sat down, with Fatty Wang beside him, though he looked far less at ease. When the server arrived, Zhang Jia asked Dongfang Hao first, "What would you like?" "A cappuccino. I do not like anything too bitter." She looked at Fatty Wang. He gave an awkward laugh. "Same as boss." 2 cappuccinos. After ordering for them, Zhang Jia ordered herself an orange juice. "I do not like bitter things either." Once the server had gone, no one spoke for a while. Dongfang Hao leaned back, one hand resting on his knee. His eyes were half closed, wearing the same lazy air he had in the gathering's corner. Zhang Jia was in no rush. She studied Dongfang Hao for a moment, then swept her gaze across Fatty Wang's round face, which practically screamed innocence. She slowly smiled. "Let us put it another way." Her voice was low. "No more beating around the bush." "Go ahead," Dongfang Hao replied. "Your story about a mutant treasure ground might fool the people outside," Zhang Jia said, lifting her freshly served orange juice for a sip. "But you know perfectly well that logic does not hold up." Fatty Wang's back tightened, though his simple smile remained. Still, his throat bobbed as he swallowed. "A mutant treasure ground can make creatures stronger. That much is true." Zhang Jia set down her glass. "But achievement points are not based solely on an individual's strength. I studied the scoring rules. 31,443 points, through mutation alone, could never yield that many achievement points." Dongfang Hao did not respond. "You'd have a territory of your own," Zhang Jia said, enunciating every word. "And you occupy extremely high ecological niches. Otherwise, you could never have amassed scores like these." At that, Fatty Wang's eyelid twitched. Dongfang Hao's expression did not change. Only the fingers on his knee paused for an instant. Zhang Jia noticed and felt she had found the right rhythm. She leaned forward slightly. "I know you will not believe mere words." She reached out, pushing forward the badge on her chest. "Snake, Zhang Jia. I will show you mine first. The snake I chose is a mutant." Her tone remained steady. It did not mutate after birth. It was born that way, 15% larger than its kind from the moment it hatched. That advantage let me kill nearly all the hatchlings born alongside me. She paused and looked at the two of them. 15% does not sound like much, she said. But if you have followed this season's information, you will understand. This is already recognized nationwide as a top-tier mutation, across exchange events held in every province nationwide. Creatures born with mutations of this caliber could be counted on one hand. Fatty Wang still wore that foolish grin, but inwardly his mind was in an uproar. A 15% increase was a top-tier mutation. His mind raced. He had only been following Boss for half a month. That system notification from 2 days ago flashed clearly in his mind. Body size cap increased from 3 to 3.5. 3.5. He counted it out in his head. A crab's original cap was 3. That extra 0.5 divided by 3 was 1/6, nearly 16%. The body size cap alone already outclassed her natural top-tier mutation. And that did not even include the free 30% boost to all attributes: speed, strength, and defense. None had been left out. Fatty Wang's hand trembled slightly as he held his coffee. He lowered his head and took a huge gulp, using it to suppress the pride threatening to burst across his face. He sneaked a glance at Dongfang Hao beside him. Boss still looked half-interested at best, without a single unnecessary word. Yet in just half a month, without a word, he had turned his ordinary crab into a monster that made even top-tier mutants pale by comparison. I picked the right person to follow. Fatty Wang practically bubbled with joy inside. In the past, he never would have imagined that one day he would sit across from a top-tier mutant, listening to someone proudly reveal a mere 15% increase, while he himself was even stronger. He nearly laughed out loud. Quickly, he took another gulp of coffee. Zhang Jia did not notice the turmoil raging inside the crab across from her. She continued. Even with a top-tier mutation, one creature farming energy alone could not support a very high score. She folded her hands on the table. After that, I did not dare provoke any powerful creatures in their adolescent or adult stages. The other creatures did not dare provoke me either. I managed to find a path and claim a place in the food chain. A snake can climb trees, burrow into holes, and enter the water. At settlement, this way of surviving across multiple levels earned me a mid-level food chain rating, giving me an extra 50% bonus. Even with that 50% and my mutation advantage, I barely reached 3,500 points. She looked up at Dongfang Hao. What about you? Her voice dropped further. Over 31,000. Nearly 10 times my score. At most, mutation bonuses could double it. Achievement points gained through mutation alone could never exceed mine by tenfold. She raised one finger. The top of the food chain, your ecological niche rating, must be at least twice mine. In other words, she fixed her eyes on Dongfang Hao. In your territory, you are the one at the very top. You have no natural enemies. Silence fell over the table for a moment. Fatty Wang held his cup, his eyes darting between Jiang and Boss. This woman was seriously sharp. After all those twists and turns, she had actually come close to the truth. Though she would never imagine, even in death, that the true form of this so-called food chain apex predator was a dragon. Dongfang Hao opened his half-lidded eyes a little wider. He looked at Jiang, in no hurry to deny it, nor to admit it. His impassive stare made Jiang's heart tighten. She raised her orange juice and took another sip. She cleared her throat. I have laid it all out. She set down her glass. I have shown you my trump card too. You should give me an answer. Dongfang Hao lightly tapped a finger against his knee. He glanced at Fatty Wang beside him, who immediately understood. He reined in his foolish grin and put on an obedient look that said, Boss, you decide. Dongfang Hao looked back at Jiang and spoke hurriedly. Your analysis is sound. Jiang's breath caught. She had prepared countless arguments, ready for Dongfang Hao to deny it, play dumb, or dodge the issue. But he admitted at the moment he opened his mouth, without hesitation. He was completely different from the man at the settlement site, who had been needled by his own sister until all he could say was, yes. The timid man who could only agree with her seemed like a completely different person. Sure enough, Dongfang Hao leaned back in his chair. His tone was as casual as if discussing the weather. We did claim a territory. He paused. A small stream. Chapter 47. I do not want my territory anymore. A small stream. Dongfang Hao tossed out those words, his tone utterly flat, without the slightest gravity of a confession. It was as if he had casually named some unimportant place. Jiang froze for a moment, then her eyes lit up. She leaned farther forward. Even her breathing unconsciously softened. A small stream. Dongfang Hao lifted the barely touched cappuccino. He took a small sip of foam without even frowning. The stream was small, and not especially deep, but beneath it lay complex terrain, mud, rock crevices, and aquatic plants. He turned the cup halfway in his palm. His gaze fell on the ring of milky foam around its rim, as if recalling something. I stayed there, where powerful predators rarely came by. He set down his cup and brushed his fingertips over the tabletop. Over time, I dealt with the few former rulers of that stream. One by one, I kept the remaining fish and shrimp. I penned them in and raised them, those on shore and in the sky. Whoever came to drink became my food. That is how I became what you described. The one at the top of that waterway. Jiang listened, absorbed. She quickly ran his explanation through her mind, each part fitting neatly with the next. Underwater terrain, ambushes, clearing out rivals, farming food. It was a complete, self-consistent chain of logic. A predator with absolute dominance over a waterway certainly deserved a place atop the food chain. More than half of her lingering suspicion faded, but a trace remained. The hand holding her orange juice paused. Her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Even the strongest creatures at the start, dire wolves and saber-toothed tigers, had only just entered the juvenile stage by now. A small territory could never sustain massive creatures with such terrifying appetites, even if he had chosen a medium-sized species. At most, it would only be approaching adolescence now. Yet the rulers occupying the top of aquatic food chains were almost all adult-stage creatures. How could a creature hatched only weeks ago have taken down those adult aquatic rulers, one after another? That question was like a fine thorn, lodged in her otherwise flawless deduction, impossible to pull out or ignore. But she did not ask at once. She knew too well. That pressing too hard would get her nothing she wanted. I see. Her lips curved slightly. She temporarily pushed that thorn aside, regaining the confidence to lead the conversation. Then your strategy. Depends on the stream itself. The terrain is your lifeline. She lifted her orange juice, ready to follow that lead, and pry out the details of how his stream operated. Since Dongfang Hao was willing to reveal this much, he had likely taken an interest in the intelligence she held. He wanted an exchange, and she was happy to make that deal. She even believed she could make it a good one. The next month, she sipped her orange juice, casually beginning her question, while secretly watching his reaction from the corner of her eye. How do you plan to develop this stream? With a strategy like yours, the longer it goes on, the more you benefit from the terrain. If you expanded those slow water sections further, I will not be staying in that stream any longer. Jiang Xia's hand froze in midair. The orange juice rippled, then settled. What? Dongfang Hao tapped the table with one finger. The rhythm was slow and steady, as if lightly marking the beat of his words. Next month, I am giving up that stream. He repeated it, enunciating every word clearly. He intended to abandon that place completely and move elsewhere. The cafe's soft background music continued playing. Piano notes drifted lazily through the room. But Jiang Xia felt something in her mind click into place and jam. She stared at Dongfang Hao's utterly calm face, unable to find her voice for a long moment. You say that again. Jiang Xia set down her orange juice. The bottom of the glass tapped softly against the table. Give it up. You are giving up that territory. Yes, just one word, decisive without any room for doubt. Why her voice rose despite herself. Jiang Xia immediately realized she had lost composure and forcibly lowered her voice. But the urgency churning in her tone could not be suppressed. Are you insane? She leaned forward, nearly sprawled across the table. That is your territory. It is what earned you 30,000 points. Do you know what it costs to claim a new territory in the wild? Do you know the price you will pay? She spoke faster and faster, as though she could hurl this hard-won, blood-soaked common sense straight into Dongfang Hao's face and knock him awake from his inexplicable madness. Territories are not empty, ownerless land. Any decent place already has an owner lurking within it. And those owners. She pointed a finger, nearly jabbing it into Dongfang Hao's face. Even her fingertip trembled faintly. They are almost all adult apex predators. If you want new territory, you have to face those adult beasts head-on. One or two might be manageable, but around the edges of any decent territory, they are everywhere, layer upon layer. You are a creature barely 1 month old. You are throwing away a ready-made safe zone to venture into a place like that. She could not continue. Her throat tightened. The words stuck in her throat. This was utterly irrational. Any sane player who had a territory for farming points like this would only think about defending it more securely and earning points even faster. Who walks away from such an easy prize, only to leap into a living nightmare? Jiang Xia believed she understood players' instinct to seek profit and avoid danger. Inside and out, she could usually predict anyone's next move with reasonable accuracy. Dongfang Hao's casual declaration that he would not defend it anymore turned her proud deductive logic completely upside down. She reassessed the man across from her. Just moments ago, she had thought she had seen through his hand, that she controlled the rhythm of the entire conversation. Only now did she realize what she had uncovered might not even be the edge of his true hand. The feeling was unfamiliar and deeply unsettling. It was like standing before a chessboard she thought she had won, only for her opponent to lift the whole board away and tell her they had never been playing the same game. Dongfang Hao reclined in his chair, letting her be shocked, letting her question him without rushing to explain a word. Only where Jiang Xia could not see, the hand resting on his knee, curled ever so slightly at the knuckles. What did giving up one stream mean to him? Fatty Wang finally finished his half cup of bitter coffee. He set down the cup and smacked his lips. He glanced sideways at the snake girl across from him, who was close to breaking down. The smug satisfaction he had held back all this time came bubbling back to the surface. Why panic? He muttered inwardly. This genius with 3,500 points really had no idea. For Big Brother, giving up a little stream was like Fatty Wang picking a pebble from his shell and tossing it away. There was hardly any difference. Big Brother had never wanted any particular stream or any particular patch of land. What filled Big Brother's heart was finding his sister, who had chosen to become an ape. There was no territory in this world that could hold this dragon down. But he could not tell outsiders a single word of this. Fatty Wang quickly put on his honest, simple-minded look again. Grinning, he chimed in, exactly. Big Brother can leave whenever he wants. He is that free-spirited. He had meant those words to smooth things over for Big Brother. But to Jiang Jia, they were like pouring oil on a fire. She whipped her head toward Fatty Wang. What about you? Her words came rapid fire. Have you not always followed him? If he abandons the territory, what will you do? That safe waterway. Are you giving that up too? Fatty Wang choked on the barrage of questions. He opened his mouth and instinctively, habitually, turned to look at Dongfang Hao beside him. Jiang Jia caught that fleeting hesitation. Her eyes lit up slightly as she was about to press further. But Fatty Wang's hesitation lasted only an instant. The next moment, the fat man slapped his chest. The strike rang out with a dull thump. Even the coffee cups on the table trembled. Wherever Big Brother goes, I go. He said it quickly and forcefully, without the slightest stammer, in his small eyes. There was something Jiang Jia had not expected. Genuine, unwavering sincerity. Forget one waterway, even away from that place. Whatever danger lies ahead, I will follow. He paused, delivering the rest with heavy conviction. Even if it kills me, I will follow. There were not many people in the cafe. Afternoon light slanted in, falling across the ring of unclean watermarks at the table's edge. Jiang Jia stared blankly at Wang Yi. For a moment, she even forgot to reach for the orange juice before her. Wang Yi had just slapped his chest and declared that he would follow even unto death. There had not been a trace of pretense in that decisiveness. It was deeply abnormal. In this brutal world of Earth Online, players from their country had now united, banding together unlike during Season 1 and Season 2, when deception and betrayal were commonplace. But this was now Season 4, a savage world of extraordinary freedom, where everyone fought desperately just to survive. No one would unreservedly stake their entire life and future on another person. Yet this crab player, one of the highest ranked in achievement points, had done exactly that, as though it were only natural, without the slightest hesitation. Jiang Jia slowly turned to Dongfang Hao. He leaned against the back of his chair, still holding that half-finished cappuccino. Part of the foam had collapsed, leaving cold ripples on its surface. His expression remained calm. He did not even raise an eyebrow. It was as if he had expected this all along. Expected Wang Yi to say exactly that. He could not even be bothered to offer a polite, "You need not go that far," as if this was simply how things were meant to be. Jiang Xia's fingers slowly clenched against the tabletop. Her nails pressed white. An uncontrollable irritation rose within her. It felt as if someone had pulled the foundation out from beneath her. Her proud ability to see through people, honed since childhood through calculation and deduction. Before this young man was failing her inch by inch. Dongfang Hao set his coffee cup onto its saucer. Porcelain touched porcelain, making a soft clink. "I am going to cross mountains and rivers," he said. His tone was flat, as though reading an unimportant line. "To the marshlands downstream from the great river." He paused, "to find someone." Jiang Xia's breath caught sharply. Each of those words was ordinary on its own, but together, they were absurd beyond belief. Cross mountains and rivers to find someone in the marshlands. In this savage world, where even adult predators could die at any moment, to make such a long journey alone, even elephants, colossal beasts with virtually no natural enemies, would only dare attempt that in herds. The words "find someone" circled through her mind, until only to others remained, courting death. She suddenly recalled the hills where she had spawned. Back then, she had climbed a towering ancient tree. Though she had climbed barely waist high, she still did not dare look down, all to get a clear view of the surrounding terrain. But when she looked out, she saw only endless forests and steep, blue-green mountain ranges. From some unseen depth, now and then, a deafening beast roared with thunder out. It had to belong to something far larger than she was. An unknown and terrifying creature. She lost her nerve. She had not dared step even half a pace beyond the area she knew well. All she could do was stay within a patch of territory at the forest edge, hunting and hiding with utmost caution as she waited day after day for settlement. But the man before her, so casually, as if he were saying he was going downstairs, said he would cross more than half the map to reach the marsh where that person might be. What gave him that confidence? How could 30,000 points make someone this fearless? Jiang Jia swallowed involuntarily. She lifted her orange juice, did not drink, then set it back down. She used the motion to suppress the turmoil churning inside her. She could not show fear now, and she absolutely could not let him see the terror she could barely hide. She took a deep breath. forcing herself to untangle her chaotic thoughts strand by strand. Her mind began racing. No. What am I panicking for? She told herself. Since Dongfang Hao was going to the marshlands, this journey had become a perfect opportunity to strike a deal. He might truly be powerful enough to fear no challenge, but a shortcut to the marshlands and fewer obstacles were precisely the things she could conveniently offer him. Once her thoughts cleared, her panic ebbed away. My spawn point is right beside the great river. Jiang leaned forward slightly, keeping her voice very low. From the marshlands you mentioned, it is only about a week's journey away. Dongfang Hao finally lifted his gaze. The fingers resting on his knee went still. Jiang caught every detail of Dongfang Hao's momentary pause. At last, the scales in her heart regained a little balance. She pushed the bright orange juice aside, clearing half the table. It was as though she were about to spread out a map only she could read. Follow the great river's southern bank. She enunciated every word. There is a pine forest with red earth. At its easternmost edge, there is an old pine tree, dead from disease. At its crown, an abandoned magpie nest is wedged in place. She laid out these landmarks, precise to an almost obsessive degree, one after another. Her tone gained a confidence that seemed certain of victory. If you can truly make it there alive. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Dongfang Hao's face. Come find me beneath that tree. We can travel together and watch each other's backs. I will do the honors as your host. I will guide you around the dangerous beast nearby. She struck exactly the right balance, offering ample sincerity, while keeping firm control of the information. She thought she had played this move beautifully. After hearing her out, Dongfang Hao slowly sat up straighter. But there was none of the pleasure Jiang had expected on his face. He merely raised a hand and tapped the tabletop twice with his knuckles. Your snake is a mutant, that is true, he said. His voice was quiet, but a mutant is only somewhat larger. He looked up at her. If that red soil pine forest really is such a good place, with your 3,500 points, you may not be able to hold it. The composure on Jiang's face instantly froze. She had thought that by offering those coordinates, she could gain the upper hand. Never did she expect that not only would he not play along, he would expose her carefully controlled rhythm with a single remark. It was true. She lived every day on edge. Near that pine forest, a massive spotted hyena had recently moved in from who knew where. Since then, she had spent most of her time curled up inside a tree hollow, too afraid to show herself. Even when climbing down at night to forage, she had to test the surroundings for ages first. With one sentence, he had struck her sore spot. Her face turned pale. The hand resting on the table's edge unconsciously curled in. Dongfang Hao did not press the advantage. His tone remained as calm as a windless day. I will go to that old pine. If you are still alive, and that place has not changed hands. He paused, then said, we can accept your kindness. But if I get there and do not see you. He lifted his coffee and took a small sip. Without even frowning, he added, I will not wait long. His words were neither harsh nor gentle. Yet they seized control of the entire conversation. Completely and utterly. Jiang ground her molars. This was the posture of someone superior laying down the rules. If you come, I will accept your offer. If you do not, I will go on alone. But no matter how she searched for rebuttal, she could not find a single word to argue with. He held 30,000 points in his hand. He was a force capable of taking down even adult stream tyrants one after another. Before someone like him, her mere 3,500 points gave her no leverage to bargain. She rose to her feet and picked up the bill from the table. Her fingertips gripped it tightly. Then, good luck. She lowered her eyes, her tone carrying something that might have been defiance or something else. Do not die on the way. With that, she turned and pushed open the cafe's glass door, its wind chimes hanging above. Without looking back, she walked out. She disappeared into the clamor of the street outside. Her slender figure was soon swallowed by the crowd. Wang stared in the direction where she had vanished and wiped the sweat beading on his forehead. He let out a long breath. Damn, big brother, that woman is seriously shrewd. He smacked his lips, leaned closer, and lowered his voice. Are you really planning to find her in that red soil pine forest? Dongfang Hao lifted the now cold cappuccino and unhurriedly drank the last sip. The bottom of the cup touched the table with another soft clink. He watched the wind chimes by the door, still swaying faintly. A flicker of amusement, unreadable to others, passed through his eyes. Kindness offered for free. He set down his cup. His knuckles gave the tabletop an exceedingly light tap. Why would I refuse it? Chapter 49, Dongfang Hao, that damn cowardly turtle. The exchange venue was a chaotic mess the next day. The air reeked of sour sweat and anxiety. After enduring the first round of torment, many people were disheartened. There were also many who had earned only a few hundred points, including players from ordinary schools who had died within days of starting. To make a little profit, they began selling off what memories they had left of Earth Online. A crowd had gathered around a blackboard. Someone was using chalk to draw a crooked sketch of a forest. The people below shouted as they haggled. With his hands in his pockets, Dongfang Hao strolled along the edge of the crowd. Wang followed close behind. Neither of them approached the circle of high-scoring players again. In a corner, a tall, skinny young man squatted on the ground. His chest badge read Weasel, and in the achievement points column was a pitiful two-digit number. A battered piece of cardboard lay before him. Written on it in marker, Riverbank Terrain Map, 10 points. This player had not lasted a week in the game. While out in the wild, he had been snatched away by a hawk from the sky. Most people could not even be bothered to give him a glance. Dongfang Hao stopped, took out his achievement point transfer card and sent him 10 points. The young man froze, then quickly flipped over the cardboard. On the back were several wavy lines and a few circles. Big brother, this was the last thing I saw before I died. He pointed at a small river with a wide stretch of sharp rocks along its bank. Past those sharp rocks to the north is a plateau of yellow earth. That bird snatched me up at the foot of that slope. Inside Dongfang Hao's mind, the broad map the giant elephant had plowed out with its trunk instantly unfolded. At one spot, the elephant had marked several striking rocks. Beside them ran a narrow line of water. It matched the yellow earth plateau. It was just north of this small river. He nodded to the young man and turned toward the next stall. For the next 2 hours, he went on an uninhibited buying spree. With the enormous sum of 31,000 achievement points in hand, he spent hundreds at a time without batting an eye. A female marmot player was selling information on the underground layout of the hills. A male snakehead player was selling scattered details on deep water currents and whirlpools. He bought it all. Wang followed behind, clicking his tongue in disbelief. These players who had died early mostly could not even tell east from west. Spending money on them was like throwing stones into the water. Yet Dongfang Hao did not think it was a waste at all. Back at a bench by the venue, he closed his eyes. The giant elephant's map began turning in his mind. The fragments he had just bought fitted into it one by one. The stream connected to the deep cold pool. About 6 miles upstream beyond it lay a chain of yellow earth hills. Beyond the hills, the small river full of sharp rocks cut across the landscape. Following it downstream led to the main river Jiang had mentioned. On the northern bank of the lower river lay the vast marshland even the elephant herd dared not enter. A route gradually lit up in the darkness. Every point fit perfectly into place. His knuckles gave his knee a faint tap. Every wavy line, every circle, represented a life that had not lasted even a month. He had a route, but the dangers along it needed to be understood first. He recalled those accounts of gruesome deaths line by line. A species of giant hawk circled over the yellow earth hills. It was incredibly fast and targeted living creatures on the ground. Packs of dire wolves hid among the boulders on the shaded slopes, with monstrous stamina. Once they latched on, they would not stop until one side died. This route, spanning hundreds of miles, was even harder than he had imagined. When he opened his eyes, he met Dongfang Yin's gaze. She stood some 40 feet away, chatting warmly with several players who had chosen Fierce Beast. Her eyes flicked in his direction. She made no attempt to hide the contempt at the corner of her mouth. Spending points on junk. What an idiot. Dongfang Hao looked away, stood, and brushed off the dust. Come on, time to go back and prepare. When the conference ended, the 10 students from Jiang Shanghai boarded the bus home. The bus was buzzing with noise. Some bragged about new friends they had made. Others regretted choosing the wrong starting location. Everyone thought it was only a game. At worst, they could start over next month. The supervising principal, Jianguo, walked to the front of the bus. He picked up the bus microphone. The previously noisy bus quickly fell silent. Jianguo cleared his throat. His expression was grim. The exchange conference is over. There are things I can tell you now. Earth Online is not such a simple game, officially. Each nation's total achievement points are said to affect its national destiny. You are all excellent students, but do not underestimate it. Its core rules are extremely cruel. The people on the bus exchanged looks. No one said a word. Jianguo continued his announcement. When you first enter, you may choose your species from the creatures that appear. That is why your teachers recommended choosing powerful creatures. But in the game, whether your creature dies of old age or is killed, once it dies, all growth progress and experience gained by your chosen creature will be erased. Worse still, when you enter again, your species will be selected completely at random. You might get a rat, or you might get an ant. If you want to start as a specific powerful beast, or begin with a superior, powerful mutation, you must pay an enormous number of achievement points. The entire bus fell silent the moment he said that. Quite a few people sucked in a sharp breath. Those who had chosen short-lived creatures in the first round. Their faces turned green. They had hoped that even if they died in the second month, they could switch to a tiger or lion and have some fun. But now they learned that choosing a specific species cost enormous achievement points. With their meager savings, they could not even afford a tiger's whisker. That meant if their chosen creature died, they would be trapped in an endless cycle of suffering at the bottom of the food chain, until absurd luck gave them a powerful creature at random. Wang sat in the back row. Cold sweat instantly broke out across his skin. He had once complained about being a crab. But thinking about it now, if he had not stuck close to Dongfang Hao, his pathetic defense while molting would have been chewed to pieces by those Pike long ago. If he restarted as an even weaker creature, he would never rise again in this life. He secretly glanced at Dongfang Hao beside him. Inside, he screamed, sticking with him was absolutely the right move. Boss could now earn more than 30,000 achievement points in a single month. Even if his chosen creature's life one day neared its end, he would have enough to buy a decent new start. Dongfang Yun, seated in front, looked increasingly unsettled. Panic began to rise in her heart. Apemen were not only weak in combat, their lifespan was a huge problem too. She had worked hard all month to learn how to crack nuts with sharp stones. She had even learned to make crude throwing stones. If she died in an accident, all that muscle memory and growth would be lost. She wanted to see how her brother would react. When she turned to look toward the back row, Dongfang Hao was leaning against the window, his head tilted. A toothpick he had swiped from the restaurant hung from his lips. He leisurely picked at his teeth. He clearly had not taken the principal's words seriously. He did not seem worried about lifespan at all. Dongfang Yun choked with frustration. How could this bastard have no sense of danger at all? Then, on second thought, she felt relieved. The oldest ape man in the tribe had said that in the deep cold pool they had once passed, there was a giant turtle that had lived for centuries. If Dongfang Hao had truly chosen a turtle, that meant he had an absurdly long lifespan. He had no need to fear a short life and a forced restart. An ape man with a short lifespan like her could never outlast that cowardly turtle. Damn that cowardly turtle, Dongfang Hao. Chapter 50. Next month's core strategy, every action must be concealed by dense fog. The bus returned to Jiangshang. Dongfang Hao pushed open the front door without even taking off his shoes. Without stopping to chat with his sister, he went straight to his bedroom and locked the door. He drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness, then settled into his desk chair. He opened his phone and logged into Earth Online's official video archive. He searched the keyword dragon. He dragged the progress bar to the clip where he used his talent to create dense fog, and scared off the adult spotted hyena. He narrowed his eyes and slowed the playback. On screen, as he activated his talent, the official high-definition stream fogged over like glasses. When you walk into a hot pot restaurant in winter, at the center of the fog was nothing but white vapor. Not even a trace of him could be seen. All outside viewers could see were a few golden blurs occasionally flashing at the edge of the frame, and the vague outline of part of a tail. They were swallowed by the dense fog in an instant. He switched to full-screen comments. The screen was packed with scrolling comments. This fog appeared way too strangely. A system glitch? What the hell kind of glitch is that? It is a rainforest microclimate, alright? This is hilarious. That mutant creature's luck is unbelievable. It just curled up in some random hole, and the heavens gifted it fog to hide in. Total coward king. The experts said it all. Those are completely useless evolutionary traits. It will not survive a month. It is only clinging to life because of the terrain. Dongfang Hao watched the comments. A mocking curve touched his lips. His fingers tapped a steady rhythm on the desk. Even the official livestream cameras could not bypass Earth Online's most fundamental laws of physics. That meant everything he did in the fog, including the true mechanics of cloud follows dragon, was impossible for outsiders to know. Even his precise body structure was completely concealed by this natural camouflage. After closing the recording, He opened a search engine. He searched for analysis videos by several famous biology professors. In the videos, several gray-haired professors pointed to the brief clear footage from the beginning and confidently analyzed it. Look, everyone, this unknown creature is covered in scales. But its limbs are short, with no obvious claws. Its horn-like protrusions are not lethal either. From a biomechanical standpoint, these are all ineffective genetic evolutionary traits. In the brutal jungle law of Earth Online, such flashy mutations will only hasten its death. I guarantee it will not survive a month. The comments beneath the videos were filled with mockery and scorn for dragons. Dongfang Hao scrolled past the comments without expression. Won't survive a month. Sorry, I earned 31,443 achievement points in my first month. He exited the video and opened the nation's largest player forum, Jianguo Basecamp. Several trending posts dominated the homepage. They all discussed new species in overseas regions. In-depth analysis: North American mutant monitor lizard, 20% larger. Its saliva carries lethal bacteria. It has already killed a juvenile deer alone. The poster included blurry screenshots of the monitor lizard, along with detailed data analysis. The post already had thousands of replies. Jianguo players had spontaneously formed an anti-lizard think tank. Do not panic, everyone. That thing is cold-blooded. When temperatures are low in the morning, it moves slowly. Find your chance and circle behind. Monitor lizards have terrible eyesight and track enemies entirely by scent. Get upwind and crush some onions. Once their juice masks the scent, the onion fumes will sting its nose so badly that it cannot smell a thing. Right, secure its head and avoid its bacteria-filled saliva. Then smash the back of its skull with a rock. Easy win. Another trending post discussed the tactical wolf pack in the European region. The wolves those Europeans chose are incredibly social. Their alpha is absurdly intelligent. It even uses terrain to set traps. What is there to fear? We can simply avoid them. Wolves have sensitive noses too. Just get some stink bugs. Even when they venture out, they will still be terrified of stink bugs. Dongfang Hao rapidly scanned the intelligence, his gaze growing deeper. The moment overseas players showed signs of developing powerful species, Jianguo's think tanks and players had already perfected countermeasures. That was the terrifying unity of Jianguo's players. But precisely because of that, he understood even better the danger of revealing one's trump card. Earth Online had never been a children's game. It was a naked arena where national destinies clashed. The bitter lessons of Seasons 1 and 2 were still splashed across media headlines. Back then, domestic players fought alone and revealed every trump card. As a result, overseas alliances countered them at every turn, and Jianguo's national destiny plummeted. Everyone was united now, but on the international stage. The earlier your trump card was revealed, the more thoroughly it would be studied, and the sooner you would die. Dragons, however, had no comparable samples in Earth Online's database. Without samples, there was no reference data. Without data, there were no known weaknesses. This was currently his greatest and only absolute advantage. He recalled his clash with Jiang in the cafe. Jiang was an exceptionally intelligent woman. From only scraps of evidence, she had deduced that he stood at the top of the food chain. But no matter how hard she thought, she would never guess that his true species was a dragon, the apex predator of a small stream, and a mythical creature nearly invincible in the food chain, were concepts on entirely different levels. He had to stay hidden before they developed the means to study him. Dongfang Hao stood and walked to the window. He looked down at the traffic and crowds below, neon lights flickering. His core strategy for next month gradually became clear in his mind. First, conceal every action with dense fog. Even when he later met with Fatty Wang or Jiang, he would meet them in the fog whenever possible and remain absolutely mysterious. Second, if he did not need to act personally, he never would. He would let those affected by him, his dragon-transformed underlings, charge into battle instead. He would vanish entirely from the public eye. He would make everyone believe that Dongfang Hao was merely an incredibly lucky man who had chosen an unknown creature and survived by hiding in favorable terrain and dense fog. As for the enormous attention brought by his 31,000+ achievement points, his sister Dongfang Yun's stubborn, proud face flashed through Dongfang Hao's mind. She had chosen an ape man. Everyone considered ape men weak early on, but Dongfang Hao knew that with the development of intelligence and the use of tools, the ape man's late-game potential was terrifying. Once his sister, this ape goddess, fully rose to power and displayed overwhelming, game-defining strength. She would naturally draw every spotlight and every ounce of hostility. Then who would keep watching a cowardly turtle like him, surviving on luck? Dongfang Hao gave a quiet laugh, drew the curtains, and lay back on the bed. He closed his eyes and began calculating in his mind how to silently crush prey to death within the dense fog. How, while crossing mountains and rivers to find his sister, to avoid unnecessary attention, and how to push Cloudfollow's dragon to its absolute limit. Everything was going according to plan. Chapter 51. I Choose You. Go. Pippy Crab. The rest period ended, and Jiang third high students gathered at school again. Using the equipment, they entered Earth Online once more. The instant his senses returned, the instant his awareness returned, Dongfang Hao's golden slit pupils flew open. Light pierced through the water, dazzling his eyes. He instinctively drew in his body, his scales scraping against the stone wall, with a series of fine scraping sounds. No, that sound was heavier than before. He looked down at his claws, then followed his gaze farther back. He saw his coiled body. Between the gaps in his scales, faint golden patterns flowed beneath the watery light. His entire body was far larger than when he left, by more than a full size. His powerful hind legs stood firmly on the sandy stones below. With a gentle flick of his tail, he stirred up a cloud of muddy silt. He tried to stretch, his claws struck the stone wall. His tail swept over the mound where Fatty Wang slept. But Fatty Wang had woken at some point, his eye stalks standing straight up. He stared at him, unmistakable excitement in his voice. Why, you've grown so much. Dongfang Hao said nothing, merely looking himself over again. 1.5 meters long. The number circled in his mind. A month ago, he had been a little thing barely over 70 centimeters long. Even when ambushing juvenile egrets from the mud, he had to calculate the distance. He was always afraid his lunge would fall short. Now, his claws curled instinctively. They pressed a deep dent into the sandy cave floor. What about you? Dongfang Hao turned toward Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang waved his pincers. I've changed a lot too. My shell is much harder than before. I'm stronger too, and I did not even molt. Yet my body somehow grew quite a bit larger. He paused, his tone turning cautious. Boss, outside. The elephant herd is gone. Dongfang Hao's slit pupils narrowed slightly. Fatty Wang shuffled toward the cave entrance. During the days we were gone for the monthly settlement, they left. Now they are completely gone. The river bend where they used to stay is empty now. When the elephants were here, small and medium predators did not dare come close. They were like a natural barrier. Now that barrier was gone. Dongfang Hao fell silent for several seconds. He began piecing together a map in his mind. Upstream was the area he had explored before the monthly settlement. He knew the terrain well enough. There were no especially valuable resources there. The middle reaches were his and Wang Pangzi's base. The shallow waters had been turned into a fish and shrimp breeding ground. It was running smoothly for now. The deep pool downstream. That turtle, Dongfang Hao lightly drew in the sand with a claw. A winding line extended from the cave entrance, passing through the shallow and deep waters before stopping in a spot marked with a question mark. He only knew the turtle's rough location. That creature was exceptionally good at hiding. When Wang Pangzi explored at the beginning, he had only caught a distant glimpse of it. He had not even determined its exact size. He only knew its defense and bite force were not to be underestimated. Boss, what are you thinking? Wang Pangzi moved closer, staring at the marks on the ground. Dongfang Hao wrote a few words. Find my sister. Wang Pangzi froze for a moment. But we cannot get past that turtle. Dongfang Hao wrote again. Wang Pangzi was silent for a long while. You mean we force our way through the deep pool? Dongfang Hao did not answer. Instead, he wrote another line. Last time, you said that turtle had formidable defenses. Its bite force was incredible. How strong, exactly? Wang Pangzi began to recall. I only saw it once from a distance. I did not dare approach. But that thing's shell is definitely tough to crack. I reckon even with my pincers now, I could not crush through it. He paused, then added. It is not purely defensive either. It is slow. But when it snaps its neck out, it strikes with terrifying force. Like a spring, its bite force. Anyway, it is stronger than any aquatic creature I have seen. Dongfang Hao nodded. He had already formed a preliminary assessment. The weak points of defensive creatures were usually their joints or eyes, or the gaps in their shells. But how to fight it specifically would have to wait until he saw it. He stood and flexed his limbs. The scrape of his scales was louder than before. His body's weight felt entirely different. At 1.5 meters long, he already counted as a medium to large predator in the stream. Boss, when are you planning to make your move? Wang Pangzi asked. Dongfang Hao did not answer right away. He went to the cave entrance and poked out half his head. Several fallen leaves floated on the shallow water's surface. Water weeds swayed gently in the faint current. Everything looked peaceful, but Dongfang Hao knew that once they headed back, somewhere in the deep waters, a pair of eyes was watching this way. The female pike that had escaped him last month. Back then, he had let the smaller one go and stopped the larger one. The smaller female pike had fled back to the deep waters, injured. It had not shown itself since. Before facing that turtle, Dongfang Hao turned, a cold glint flashing through his slit pupils. First, settle an old score. Wang Pangzi froze. You mean that female pike? Wang Pangzi's eye stalk swiveled. He seemed to be processing that information. But it is hiding in the deep waters now. If we go to it. Not we. Dongfang Hao cut him off. You. What? Dongfang Hao did not explain. He merely lowered his head and wrote several words in the sand. You have been strengthened so much by the dragon transformation mutation. It is time to put it to the test. Wang Pangzi stared at those words. His eye stalks nearly sprang out of their sockets. Boss, are you serious? You want me to fight that pike alone? Any problem? There are huge problems. Wang Pangzi waved his pincers. That is an adult pike, 1.5 meters long. It is powerful and its bite is vicious. You are nearly 80 centimeters long now. Counting your pincers, you are almost 1.2 meters. Even if you weigh less than that pike, it cannot be by much. How can 1.2 meters compare to 1.5? It can. Dongfang Hao's voice was calm. You have pincers. It does not. You have a hard shell. It only has scales. You can curl up to defend yourself. It can only attack head-on. Wang Pangzi opened his mouth to argue, only to realize that actually made some sense. Besides, Dongfang Hao added, I will be nearby. Wang Pangzi froze. Did you not say I would be alone? I am telling you to fight it alone. Dongfang Hao said, glancing at him. That does not mean I will stand by and watch you die. Wang Pangzi fell silent. The cave was quiet for a long while. At last, Wang Pangzi took a deep breath. The panic in his eye stalk slowly faded. In its place came an unreadable look. Fine, he said. Then we fight. Dongfang Hao nodded. He returned to the cave entrance, his gaze passing over the shallows and settling on the dark waters in the distance. Nothing seemed unusual on the surface, but Dongfang Hao knew. The female pike was there, waiting, remembering. Dongfang Hao's claws slowly tightened. 1 month ago, he had spared its life. 1 month later, it was time to take that mercy back. He turned to Wang Pangzi. Ready? Wang Pangzi raised both pincers before his chest. He slammed them together with a sharp crack. Anytime, Dongfang Hao turned away. His golden slit pupils flashed in the dim light beneath the water. Then let us go. Chapter 52. It got too close. Those fish eyes held no guard at all. Wang Pangzi poked half his body out of the cave. He stirred the water with both pincers, confirming his direction. Boss, are we really just going straight in? Dongfang Hao did not look back. He was already swimming upstream. His body cut an arc through the water. The faint golden patterns on his scales caught the watery light, flickering in and out. Before leaving, Dongfang Hao said, take the middle route. I will circle in from upstream and hide in the deep waters. Its attention will be entirely on you. It will not see me. Wang Pangzi's eye stalks drooped. I will hold you to that. You said you would be nearby. Dongfang Hao tapped the water with his tail tip in reply. Then his entire body sank into the dark waters upstream. The water weeds closed, silt drifted, and not even a shadow remained, as if he had never entered these waters at all. Wang Pangzi stared at the empty water for a long while. An unsettled feeling weighed heavily on him. He blew a bubble and gave himself a pep talk. What is there to fear? Fight it. He moved toward the boundary between the shallow and deep waters. He moved unusually slowly. When he went out to forage before, he always kept close to the weeds along the bank. He avoided danger whenever he could, living like a thief stealing food. But not today. Today, he had to do the opposite. He had to put himself in the most conspicuous place. He had to let that female pike, hidden for a month, see him with its own eyes. See exactly who he was. See that he had returned. The water at the boundary was neither deep nor shallow. It just covered the top of his shell. A little farther ahead, the water began to darken. Layer by layer, the light was swallowed. The weeds grew denser too. This was the edge of the deep waters. The farther in he went, the colder the water became. The chill crept through the gaps in his shell. Wang Pangzi stopped at that invisible line. His 8 legs left a trail of shallow prints in the sand. Slowly, he advanced toward the weeds where the pike waited. Something moved in the shadows of the weeds. It did not rush out. It emerged, very, very slowly. First came a section of its back. Dark green markings lay over its deep brown scales. In the murky water, it nearly blended into the weeds. Then came a row of sharp dorsal fins, like the teeth of an upright saw. Finally, a mouthful of sharp teeth emerged from between the leaves. The female pike emerged without a sound. A full 1.5 meters long, just as Wang Pangzi remembered. Clearly, it had not been idle this past month either. The wounds from the last trap had long since healed. Its scales gleamed coldly in the faint light of the deep water. Those fish eyes did not move at all. They were fixed squarely on Wang Pangzi. Wang Pangzi's pincers froze in midair. An old grudge, a month ago, this very fish, had nearly dragged him into the deep water. He had just molted then. His whole body was soft and weak. He had not dared stop it. He could only watch it flee back to the deep water, wounded. It had not shown itself since. But it had not forgotten. For a month, it had hidden in these weeds, waiting without moving, waiting for this moment when they met again. Wang Pangzi could feel it. What was in those fish eyes was not hunger, nor was it simple predation. It was recognition, a grudge carried for an entire month. It did not see him as a meal. It saw him as a debt to be collected. Fine, then. Wang Pangzi blew a bubble. The gesture shook off his stiffness. His eye stalks rose. You still remember me? Then come on. He moved before the pike could. Wang Pangzi kicked off the sandy bottom with 2 legs. His shell charged sideways, both pincers spread wide, clouding the water with yellow-brown silt. The move caught the pike off guard. It was the ruler of these waters. It was used to prey fleeing while it chased from behind. It had not expected this crab, who had fled for his life a month ago, to charge at it today. But the pike reacted fast, suddenly drawing its body tight. It bent like a fully drawn bow, then shot forward. Its huge jaws cleaved through the water, biting straight for Wang Pangzi's leading pincer. Wang Pangzi's heart lurched. This was how he had nearly died last month. Those jaws had nearly caught him then. With the strength he had just after molting, he had been no match for the pike. If Dongfang Hao had not arrived in time, throwing stones to startle another, larger pike, preventing the 2 fish from attacking him together, he would have lost his life. That shadow had weighed on his heart ever since. The moment he saw it charge, the instinct to flee surged up. Just like before, the urge to dodge had barely surfaced. But he did not dodge. Dongfang Hao's words echoed in his mind. You have mutated now. It may not be your match. Wang Pangzi clenched his teeth. He forcibly crushed the urge to run. Instead, he thrust that pincer straight at it. The pike clamped down in one bite. The instant its sharp teeth closed, the force jolted Wang Pangzi's entire shell. A numb, swollen pain shot through the base of his pincer, as if an iron vise had locked down on it from both sides. The pike immediately began to drag him backward. Its powerful body swayed side to side. Its tail fin smacked the water with sharp slaps. It pulled with all its strength toward the deep water. The force was terrifying. Wang Pangzi's 8 legs slipped across the sand. They carved 8 ragged trenches. His body was dragged backward 1/2 meter. The chill beneath the water grew heavier. That black expanse of deep water was inching closer before his eyes. Not a chance he could not finish the words. He had no time. Dragged a few more feet, and he would be in the deep water. Wang Pangzi drove his 2 thick rear legs hard into the sand and gravel. The tips of his legs hooked into the stones below. He sank his entire body down, lowering his center of gravity. After the dragon transformation, he weighed far more than before. With his thick shell, that downward weight anchored him firmly in place. The pike thrashed again. Wang Pangzi did not move. It thrashed again. Still he did not move. The pike was clearly stunned. By now, the prey it was used to had long been dragged away. They either struggled desperately or froze in terror. But this crab seemed rooted to the sandy bottom. No matter how hard it pulled, he did not budge. Instead, it only sent itself reeling. What confused it even more was the feel inside its mouth. The pincer it held was absurdly hard. Its sharp teeth ground against it with a shrill scraping sound. The sound traveled through Wang Pangzi's shell into his body. It made even his eye stalk shrink back. Yet the teeth that should have crushed his shell could only keep slipping across that armored surface. After all that grinding, it had not even left a white mark. For the first time, something unbefitting a predator appeared in the pike's eyes. It released him, changed angles, and bit down again. It bit harder, but that shell seemed made of a material it had never encountered. Hard, cold, and smooth, it repelled its powerful bite again and again. It could neither bite through nor drag him away. For a moment, it froze in place. Its tail still flailed uselessly in the water. The silt churn from the bottom slowly settled. Visibility gradually returned. One crab and one fish remained locked in a contest of strength, neither backing down. Wang Pangzi endured the pressure on his pincer. He slowly steadied his breathing. He had weathered the hardest part. His mind became calm instead. It had bitten the pincer he had led with. But his other side was open. Wang Pangzi's other pincer hung silently at his side to hold him and drag him. The pike had brought its whole head close. It put all its strength into those jaws. Those fish eyes fixed on him were from his free pincer, less than half a body length away. Wang Pangzi subtly turned his eye stalks. He first glanced at the jaws straining with all their might, then at his free pincer, and finally at the pair exposed outside, the utterly defenseless fish eyes. He had only this one chance. If he missed, the pike would let go and dart away. There would be no second chance. His free pincer quietly tensed. Chapter 53. The Final Step. His pincer rose out of the water. Wang Pangzi's free pincer shot out. Without a single wasted motion, it stabbed straight at the side of the pike's exposed eye. The pike sensed it, but it was too late. Its head was at the closest possible range. To dodge, it would have to let go. But if it did, all its effort clamping that pincer would be wasted. Instinctively, it chose not to release him. So Wang Pangzi's pincer tip drove into the edge of its eye socket. It did not strike the eye dead center. At the last instant, the pike still turned its head. The pincer tip grazed its eyeball and pierced the soft flesh beside the socket. It also slashed a line across the eye. A cloud of dark red immediately spread through the water. The pike's cry was a muffled sound forced from its gills. Its whole body convulsed and twisted violently. At last, it let go. The bitten pincer was free again. Wang Pangzi felt the pressure on his pincer vanish. He nearly lost his footing, but had no time to celebrate. The wounded pike had gone completely mad. Its tail suddenly swept toward him. Wang Pangzi was a beat slow to pull in his legs. The blow flipped his whole shell sideways. He rolled across the sandy bottom several times, kicking up a huge cloud of silt. Before he could steady himself, the pike's 1.5 meter body was already bearing down on him. Its powerful tail beat against him again and again. Hiss! Wang Pangzi winced in pain, but his mind remained clear. Those strikes were useless against his dragon-enhanced defenses. He neither dodged nor struggled. Instead, he pulled all 8 legs in. He drew both pincers before him too. His entire body curled into a solid, hardened ball. Inside his shell, Wang Pangzi held on, gritting his teeth as he counted the pike's blows, one after another. At first, they were still powerful. Then they gradually weakened. The pike itself could not keep it up. Blood streamed from one eye, and pain drove it frantic. Thrashing this desperately already consumed enormous strength. And Wang Pangzi, sealed inside that rigid shell, gave it no response at all. After attacking for so long, every blow had struck something hard. Its strength visibly ebbed away. This was exactly what Wang Pangzi had been waiting for. At the edge of the deep water nearby, Dongfang Hao had not moved. He was hidden behind a patch of flattened weeds. His whole body lay against the shadows on the riverbed. His golden-slit pupils watched the swirling cloud of silt. From the instant Wang Pangzi had been flung away, Dongfang Hao's claws had tightened. His calculations had been sound. Wang Pangzi's shell could endure and defend. The pike could neither bite through it nor drag him away. So long as Wang Pangzi did not panic, the advantage in this fight was already his. But the pike's madness after being wounded exceeded his expectations. When that tail lashed out, Dongfang Hao nearly rushed out, his claws reaching forward. His body had already left its hiding place. Then, in that instant, the water beneath his feet changed. Cloud Follow's dragon, his environmental control gift, stirred with his suddenly taut emotions. The surrounding water suddenly compressed and converged, crowding beneath his feet. In this deep water, he was still more than half a body length above the bottom. There should have been only open water beneath him. But when he stepped down, he felt solid ground beneath him. That extremely compressed water formed an invisible patch of solid ground beneath his feet. It firmly supported his sinking body. Dongfang Hao went still. He looked down at his hind legs. His claws clearly hovered mid-water, far above the riverbed. Yet the reactive force rising through his feet felt exactly like standing on solid ground. Instinctively, he pushed off again. This time, it was remarkably smooth. Using that ground which had appeared from nowhere, he sprang forward, faster than he usually moved underwater. There was no water resistance, no drifting weightlessness. Dongfang Hao's slit pupils narrowed. He realized something. Water could be compressed into solid ground he could push against. Then there was water in the air too. What if he compressed the invisible moisture in the air to the same degree beneath his feet? The instant that thought surfaced, even Dongfang Hao paused. But this was not the time to dwell on it. The pike's grip had already weakened. Wang Pangzi's shell emerged from the silt. Dongfang Hao lowered himself again. Using that inexplicable support beneath his feet, he moved another stretch closer to the battlefield. He did not intervene. He only closed the distance. If Wang Pangzi was going to win this fight, then let him win it himself. Inside his shell, Wang Pangzi felt the instant the constriction loosened. He suddenly spread his 8 legs and thrust out his shell. He forced a gap in the pike's slackening body. The pike hesitated, then instinctively tried to bite again. It opened its jaws and bit at the nearest target, one of Wang Pangzi's freshly extended pincers. It bit down again. Wang Pangzi did not dodge. He even seemed to offer it up deliberately. The pike bit Wang Pangzi's pincer. Thinking it had gained the upper hand, it prepared to repeat its old trick and drag him into deep water again. But it had forgotten one thing. With that bite, its sharp teeth wedged into the pincer's gaps. It had bitten Wang Pangzi's pincer, but in turn, Wang Pangzi's pincer had clamped onto its teeth. Who controlled whose mouth was anyone's guess. This time, Wang Pangzi did not struggle in haste. He even pushed the bitten pincer farther in. He wedged the pike's entire mouth shut. It could not pull its head back at all. Then he raised his other pincer. The pike's uninjured eye widened. It seemed to sense something was wrong, but its mouth was clamped shut. Its whole head was held fast by Wang Pangzi's pincer. It could not move. Its gills lay fully exposed before Wang Pangzi. Wang Pangzi raised his pincer high and clamped down savagely. His dragon-enhanced pincer was heavy and powerful. The strike carried the strength of his entire body. It hit the pike's gills dead-on. Its gill cover split open at once. The pike's entire body shuddered violently. Even the muffled cry forced from its gills changed pitch. Its gills were where it breathed. This blow had crushed and torn them apart. Dark red blood mixed with water and poured from the wound. Its body instantly lost all coordination. That cold, vicious force from before, its biting and constricting tactics, fell completely apart. Only instinct remained. Its tail flailed wildly. Its body crashed about blindly with none of a hunter's bearing left. The pike's struggles visibly weakened. Its remaining good eye began to lose focus. Its flailing grew weaker and weaker. In the end, only feeble tremors remained. Wang Pangzi gasped for breath. His pincer still gripped the pike's mouth without letting go. He had one, but he did not stop. Wang Pangzi turned around. His 8 legs found firm footing on the sandy bottom. Then he dragged the pike toward the shallows. A month ago, this fish had tried to drag him into deep water. Now, he would drag it out. The 1.5-meter pike was dragged backward, half dead, by an 8-centimeter crab. It still tried to struggle, but its injured gills left it without any strength. It could only let Wang Pangzi drag it step by step toward the shore. The water grew shallower, and the pike's back broke the surface. Its row of sharp dorsal fins hung limp. Away from deep water, it suffered even more. In the shallows, its torn gills were churned more and more violently. Wang Pangzi gave one final hard pull. He dragged the female pike that had once haunted his nightmares completely onto the shoal. It lay there, one eye blind and its gills torn. Half its body was buried in wet sand. Only its tail still twitched now and then. It was completely crippled. Wang Pangzi released his pincer and collapsed beside the shoal. Even his eye stalks drooped. His pincers still throbbed with the numb, swollen pain of being bitten. He panted heavily, unable to speak for a long while. He had won. One-on-one, he had defeated an adult pike himself. A month ago, one bite from it had scared him out of his wits. Now he had dragged it ashore. Wang Pangzi took a long while to recover. Then, in a hoarse voice, he said, "Big brother, I won." Dongfang Hao saw that the battle was over. He emerged from the shadows at the edge of the deep water. He headed toward Wang Pangzi's shoal. He drew together the moisture in the air above the stream. A faint mist spread across the surface, slowly drifting toward the shoal. It veiled the waters where the battle had just ended in haze. Wang Pangzi lay there panting, unaware. The half-dead Pike noticed even less. No one noticed Dongfang Hao's steps toward the shoal. His hind legs stepped on moisture compressed to its limit. Step by step, the support beneath his feet grew increasingly solid. Without realizing it, the way he moved began to change. No one noticed the final step. Dongfang Hao's claw left the water completely. It stepped onto air that appeared to hold nothing at all. Chapter 54: Uneven Steps. His movements had become strange. The water by the shoal was still murky. The pike's bloody scent had not dispersed, mixing with the silt. Wang Pangzi's heavy breathing churned it everywhere. Strands of dark red seeped from its split gill cover. They slowly spread through the shallow water. Then the silt he stirred up covered them again. He lay collapsed for quite some time. Only then did the numb, swollen ache in his pincers slowly fade. One by one, his 8 legs braced themselves again. His shell pulled free of the wet sand. It had pressed a deep hollow into the ground. Murky water immediately flooded into it. Wang Pangzi let out a long breath, his eye stalks tilted to one side. He looked at the female pike, utterly beaten. Its tail still twitched, each movement slower than the last. One eye was blind, and its gills were split open. Half its body was sunk in wet sand. It no longer looked ready to drag anyone into deep water. That row of dorsal fins, once raised like saw teeth, now lay limp against its back, soft and shapeless. Wang Pangzi stared at it for a long time. Then he suddenly laughed for no reason at all. Heh, he waved a pincer at the fish. Its tip was still stained dark red. A month ago, you nearly killed me. Today, I took you down. What goes around comes around. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, his eye stalks rising and falling. He made a few more imaginary swipes with his pincers in the water. He replayed the last few exchanges in his head. His pride at surviving the ordeal seemed ready to burst from the seams of his shell. When Dongfang Hao emerged from the mist, Wang Pangzi was still talking to himself. At some point, a thin mist had drifted over the shoal. It lay faintly over the water's surface. It blurred the traces of the recent fight. In the mist, the pale gold patterns on Dongfang Hao's scales flickered. His entire body slowly emerged from the impenetrable white. Big brother. Wang Pangzi's eye stalks shot up. Did you see that? I did it myself, his words caught halfway through. He stared at Dongfang Hao's approaching steps. His eye stalks involuntarily craned forward. Something was off, but he could not say what. Dongfang Hao still looked as unhurried as ever. The pale gold markings on his scales glimmered in the fog, but his manner of moving. Wang Pangzi had followed Dongfang Hao through the stream for an entire month. How Dongfang Hao swam, walked, and lunged, he could recognize even with his eyes closed. There was an indescribable steadiness to him, as if rooted to the ground. He never wasted a single movement. When one step was needed, he took one step. When a lunge was needed, he lunged, never hesitating. But these steps were strange. One step was steady, but the next, his body dipped slightly as though he had missed his footing by half an inch. Then it oddly lifted again and found solid footing. His steps rose and dipped, making Dongfang Hao's gait strangely uneven. Every 2 steps, he had to pause, as if he were stepping on something invisible that appeared and vanished at random. Big brother, Wang Pangzi said, his eye stalks swiveling as his confusion deepened. What's wrong with you? Is something the matter? Dongfang Hao's step faltered. Wang Pangzi noticed. Dongfang Hao's heart tightened slightly. He reined in the probing impulse he had not yet figured out. During those last few steps, while Wang Pangzi was distracted, he had secretly been testing that new ability beneath his feet. Now that Fatty was watching, he could not reveal any more. Dongfang Hao properly set his hind claws back onto the sandy bottom. His steps returned to their usual rooted, steady rhythm. During that battle, he had discovered something at the edge of the deep water, but he had not yet mastered it. Cloud Follow's dragon could compress water into solid footing. When he stepped on it, it pushed back. He had first tested it in the instant he moved to save Wang Pangzi. After reaching shore, he wanted to keep testing it. Could Cloud Follow's dragon compress air as well? It could, but his control over the power was unstable. The compressed airflow could scatter in every direction at any moment. The farther he got from the stream, the less moisture the air contained. Where the moisture was thin, compressing it with the air enough to support his 1.5-meter body required gathering moisture from a vast area nearby. His mind had to be stretched taut as a bowstring. The slightest lapse, and the ground he had formed from nothing would disperse. His whole leg would sink downward. He had to quickly return to walking normally, to keep from taking a fall. That was why his steps were uneven. Yet amid those uneven steps just now, one step had succeeded. The instant that foot came down, the support under it was astonishingly firm and steady. It felt no different from stepping on hard earth by the riverbank. He could even feel that hind claw, hovering less than half an inch above the water's surface. There was nothing beneath it, only a tiny mass of moisture, condensed to its limit by Cloudfallow's dragon, was forcibly holding up his body. In that instant, Dongfang Hao's golden slit pupils narrowed almost imperceptibly. The thought of treading on air flashed through his mind. Then he quickly suppressed the thought. He was far from proficient. He could not manage even one success in 10 steps. This was not the time to dwell on it, but the idea had already taken root in his heart. Like a spark, it would not go out no matter how he smothered it. And Wang Pangzi absolutely could not catch on. He had managed to hide it from Jiang in the cafe. In the bedroom, he had built all his plans for the next month around one word: conceal. Conceal his species, his gifts, and his trump cards. Cloudfallow's dragon created mist in the water. Outsiders would take it for a rainforest microclimate. Even official livestream cameras could not see through that white haze. Dongfang Hao knew Wang Pangzi was dependable. They had survived a month of life and death together. Fatty had never let him down. But being dependable was one thing. Knowing his trump cards was another. Fatty was good-hearted, but he talked too much. Whenever he got excited, he blurted out everything. He was like a sieve. Today, he could retell his solo fight with the pickerel 10 times over. If he ever let slip that big brother could walk on air, and word reached someone like Jiang, the consequences would be unimaginable. This use of Cloudfallow's dragon was not something he could easily explain to him. Dongfang Hao wrote a few words in the sand. I've developed some new ways to move. Don't worry about it. Wang Pangzi gave a no. His eye stalks flicked toward Dongfang Hao's hind legs again. He watched for a while, but seeing nothing unusual, let it go. After all, when it came to Big Brother, he had never fully understood him anyway. Once they had finished up, the two headed downstream. That crippled pickerel was 5 feet long, and Dongfang Hao had Wang Pangzi eat it with him. It held plenty of energy, enough to sustain them for the next few days. Wang Pangzi ate with particular relish. Every bite crunched as if he were taking revenge. He ate with immense satisfaction. The whole way, Wang Pangzi never stopped talking. Big brother, you should have seen it. He gestured with his pincers, stirring up a stream of bubbles. When it bit down on that pincer of mine, my heart lurched. I almost fell back into my old habit. I almost pulled back, but I gritted my teeth and held firm. Dongfang Hao swam ahead without looking back. Then my free pincer, smack. I jabbed it right in the eye. Wang Pangzi grew more animated as he spoke. His eye stalks were nearly pointing at the sky. It thrashed in pain, but I did not dodge. I curled into a ball and let it smack me around. Once it tired itself out, I stabbed its gills with my pincer. Heh, that was the end of it. Dongfang Hao flicked the tip of his tail in the water. That counted as acknowledgement, and Wang Pangzi became even more unstoppable. I was thinking, he said, raising his eye stalks. He tapped his thick shell with a pincer. Thump, thump. A month ago, even a pickerel scared me half to death. But now, one-on-one, I can take one down. I've come a long way since then. He paused and glanced toward the darkening water downstream. As for that turtle ahead, he paused again, then swept a pincer through the water. He waved a pincer, brimming with confidence. I think it is nothing special. Its shell is just a little harder. It has a shell. And so do I. It can bite, and I can pinch. At worst, we can both hide in our shells and wait each other out. I refuse to believe I cannot outlast it. Dongfang Hao stopped swimming. He turned and glanced at Wang Pangzi. Something unreadable flickered through those golden slit pupils. Then he slowly wrote several words in the sand beneath the water. Wang Pangzi leaned in to read them. Do not underestimate it. Be careful above all else. Wang Pangzi's eye stalks tilted sideways. Huh? Why be so careful around a turtle? He truly could not understand. They both lived in the water. Just a slow, cowardly little thing that could barely run. Did it really deserve such caution? Dongfang Hao wrote nothing more. He recalled the distant glimpse Wang Pangzi had caught at the beginning. He had not even made out its size. He only knew its neck shot out like an arrow loosed from a bow. Its bite was stronger than that of every aquatic creature in the stream. He also remembered that even massive elephant herds, they would rather detour around this deep pool when passing by. He could not explain all that to Wang Pangzi with a few words in the sand. He turned back and continued downstream. His tail traced an arc through the water. Wang Pangzi stared at the words for a while. Then he looked at his hard pincers and pursed his mouth. In the end, he did not take it to heart. How different can it be? He muttered, hurrying after him. His pincers thumped twice more against his shell. Big Brother is here, anyway. Even if the sky falls, Big Brother will hold it up. As they went downstream, the water grew colder inch by inch. Wang Pangzi kept prattling about his victory, without noticing. But Dongfang Hao slowed down. The water ahead was gradually darkening. Chapter 55. Still saying the turtle was nothing special. Talk about a slap in the face. After traveling downstream for nearly half a day, the stream suddenly widened. The stone walls on both banks narrowed inward, then abruptly opened outward. Here, the stream gathered into a deep pool. Wang Pangzi's chatter stopped there. He had been boasting nonstop, but at the pool's entrance, his pincer froze in midair. This is it. His voice dropped. His eye stalks drew back. When I was scouting last month, this is where I saw that thing. Dongfang Hao hovered at the pool's edge, in no hurry to enter. The pool was so deep its water looked black. It was not murky, only deep. The little surface light that entered was swallowed up after only a short distance. Below that, nothing was visible, but oppressive darkness. Even the water plants were indistinct. The pickerel's waters earlier had been deep, but light still penetrated them. Fish and shrimp darted about everywhere. This place was different, though a few small fish swam through it. It was far quieter than the stream. The water's surface was eerily still. Dongfang Hao narrowed his slit pupils and scanned the pool inch by inch. The pool lay at the foot of the mountain. A lone pine jutted out from halfway up the slope. Its roots clung desperately to cracks in the stone. Its crooked branches stretched over the water, with sparse needles. It looked almost as if it were welcoming visitors. On the other side, the current flowed around a rocky bend. It continued downstream. That bend was the way forward. The way to his sister. The way to the swamp. Dongfang Hao recalled the giant elephant's map. The great river, red earth, pine forest, and swamp linked together perfectly. But every stretch had to be crossed by him personally. This pool before them was the first obstacle they could not avoid. But unavoidable did not mean it had to be fought. Fighting had never been part of Dongfang Hao's plan. His priority next month was to vanish from everyone's sight and quietly build his strength bit by bit. If he could avoid acting, he would. If he could avoid attention, he would. Wang Pangzi said the turtle in this pool had monstrous defenses. Its bite was terrifying. It was a tough opponent to crack. What was the point of confronting such a creature head-on? It would waste energy, risk injury, and expose him. Not worth it. Dongfang Hao shifted his gaze from the pool center to the bend. They could go straight ahead, following the shallow strip along the inner side, avoiding the pool's deepest area, then slip out around the bend. Wang Pangzi had said the turtle was not fast. As long as they did not provoke it, or approach its den, it would probably not bother with them. Having decided, Dongfang Hao drew a line in the sand. It ran from the pool entrance along the inner rock wall, then around the bend. Wang Pangzi leaned over and understood. Oh, we go around. No fighting. His voice was noticeably more relaxed. Dongfang Hao nodded and wrote again. You take the inner route, close to the shallows. I'll cover the rear. Wang Pangzi's eye stalks turned. That sounds great, actually. He cleared his throat. That earlier bravado about biting the turtle back had vanished completely. We do not need to lower ourselves to its level. Right? Taking a detour is no big deal. Dongfang Hao glanced at him, but did not expose him. Let's go. Wang Pangzi tried to bolster his own courage. His 8 legs edged inward, quietly hugging the bank. It will not see us. The two of them headed toward the bend. Wang Pangzi led the way along the shallow strip beneath the inner rock wall. This time, he had learned his lesson. He reined in all his earlier swagger. His shell was held low. All 8 legs touched down with the utmost care. He was terrified of disturbing the thing in the pool. Dongfang Hao followed behind. He swam slowly, his slit pupils never leaving the black water at the pool center. The surface was utterly still. Not even the weeds swayed. Yet that stillness kept him on edge. It was too quiet. The pickerel's territory had the smell of fish and constant movement, with living creatures coming and going. Here, there was nothing. A dead stretch of water that even fish and shrimp dared not approach. That alone showed the creature lurking below was not something to be taken lightly. Dongfang Hao temporarily suppressed his urge to use the lift beneath his feet. He kept his feet firmly on the sandy bottom. Matching Wang Pangxi's pace, he edged toward the bend. One stretch, then another. The lone pine's shadow at the pool entrance slanted down over their heads, spreading across the rocks at the bend. The bend drew closer and closer. Wang Pangxi's pincer reached past the rocky edge first. He poked half his body out and swept his ice stalks left and right. The water downstream was bright, with nothing unusual in sight. "Hey, big brother." He turned back, keeping his voice low. A hint of relief colored his voice. "We made it through. Downstream is right ahead." Nothing happened. Before he finished speaking, beneath Wang Pangxi's rear foot in the shallows, the water suddenly exploded. A shadow shot up from the sand below. Without the slightest warning, the shallows that had been eerily still suddenly billowed with a cloud of yellow-brown sand. A neck shot up from below. So fast, Wang Pangxi had never seen a neck move that quickly. He had told others before that the turtle's neck shot out like a coiled spring. But when it actually happened, he realized he had seriously understated it. The force with which that neck shot from its shell was fiercer than a pickerel's strike. In a blink, it was right before him. Wang Pangxi had only just begun to back his foot. Too late. A hard, keratin-covered beak snapped shut. It clamped onto the base of the rear leg he had extended into the shallows. It caught precisely in the joint gap where his leg met his shell. No matter how hard Wang Pangxi's shell was, that gap was soft. The instant those jaws closed, Wang Pangxi's entire leg went numb. Piercing pain shot up through the joint. Half his body was nailed in place. His body instinctively tried to retract, but the bitten rear leg was locked tight. The other end of that neck was connected to an unseen shell on the pool bottom. Too heavy to pull. His 8 legs thrashed wildly. Mud and sand churned into a cloud, yet that neck did not budge. Instead, it pulled backward, dragging his entire shell half a foot toward the deep water. "I'm done for." He had just said the turtle was nothing special. Yet only moments later, he had been thoroughly proven wrong. Wang Pangxi's mind buzzed. The little confidence he had gained from fighting the pickerel was shattered by that single bite. He could not reach this creature's neck, and once it pulled its head in, he could not bite through its shell. That bite alone hurt so badly his eye stalks went pale. His first instinct was to ask Dongfang Hao for help. Dongfang Hao did not wait for him to ask. The instant the shadow burst from behind the rocky bend, Dongfang Hao launched himself forward. He had been at the rear, and everything that happened in the pool had unfolded before his eyes. He saw the entire sequence, the turtle bursting from the sand and biting Wang Pangxi's rear leg. He saw it all clearly. Wang Pangxi's vow in the cafe, pounding his chest and declaring he would follow him even to death. And the words Dongfang Hao had written in the cave, "I will not stand by and watch you die." Dongfang Hao remembered it all. He did not spend even half a second weighing whether it was worth it, or whether acting would expose anything. His 5-foot body carved an arc through the water. He charged straight at the exposed neck. That neck was still clamped tightly around Wang Pangxi's foot. All its strength was focused in its jaws. Its neck was stretched taut, leaving the soft flesh at the base of its head completely exposed. Dongfang Hao thrust out his forepaw. His 5 claws closed in. He clawed viciously at the turtle's head and the soft flesh beside its neck. The instant his claws struck home, he felt it. The turtle's neck jolted violently. A muffled, hoarse hiss forced its way from deep in its throat. Its hard beak loosened. Wang Pangxi's bitten rear leg was free. "Ha!" Wang Pangxi scrambled back toward the inner shallows. The joint in that leg burned with pain, but he could not spare it a thought. He only hurried to pull back all 8 legs. He lowered his shell, ready to curl into a ball. Dongfang Hao's claws were still hooked into the turtle's neck. He had intended to use this opening to render the turtle unable to resist. But the turtle's reaction caught him by surprise. It released its bite, yet did not flee. Nor did it thrash and struggle for its life like an ordinary wounded animal. Its extended neck rapidly withdrew, along with its head and limbs. Even its short tail pulled neatly into its shell. As it retracted, Dongfang Hao's claws gripping its neck were pulled sharply forward. That soft flesh was forcibly torn from between his claws. Only a trace of blood remained on his claw tips. In the blink of an eye, the creature on the pool bottom had become a tightly sealed shell. Dongfang Hao's paw hung in the water. His attack had missed. His slit pupils contracted. Something was wrong. The turtle had taken a blow from his claws, then released its bite, It should have been startled, fled, or panicked. Yet the way it retreated into its shell was too smooth and steady, without the slightest panic. That was not a frightened retreat. It knew they could not hurt it. Dongfang Hao hovered in place. He stared at the motionless hard shell on the pool bottom. His suspicions only deepened. Wang Pangzi rubbed his leg in the inner shallows, gradually recovering his senses. He turned back. Big brother. It pulled into its shell. His eye stalks trembled. That bite nearly tore my leg off. Dongfang Hao did not answer. His gaze was fixed on the shell. The round shell rested on the pool bottom, utterly motionless. There was almost no opening to attack. Chapter 56. If we cannot handle it, do we just let it go? Dongfang Hao's claw stopped an inch from the turtle shell. The blood on his claw tips, drawn from the turtle's neck, diffused into a faint wisp of red in the water. He neither withdrew his claw nor thrust it farther in. The turtle had sealed itself tightly away. Its round shell looked like a river stone. There was not even a seam to be found. Wang Pangzi poked half his body out from the inner shallows. All 8 legs were still trembling. Big brother, is that it? Dongfang Hao did not answer. He swam half a circle around the shell. His claw scraped across its surface, peeling away a slimy layer of moss. The shell was hard. Even pressing a claw against it did not leave the slightest dent. He swam around to the other side. He probed where its short tail had withdrawn, but it was sealed tight. Not even the tip of its tail was visible. Cowardly turtle, Wang Pangzi muttered from behind, his voice still shaky. This thing is hard as a lump of iron. Dongfang Hao swam back to the turtle's front. He stared at the tightly closed shell. After watching it for a long while, he extended a forepaw and used the back of it to give the shell a measured tap. Thump. A muffled sound underwater. There was no response from inside. He tapped again. Thump. Still nothing. Wang Pangzi moved closer and copied him. He jabbed the shell with the tip of his pincer. Hey, come out, he blustered. What kind of skill is hiding in there? If you have the guts, come out and bite me again. The shell did not move. Dongfang Hao glanced at Wang Pangzi. Wang Pangzi drew in his neck. Sheepishly, he drew back his pincer. I was just to scare it. This turtle had lived who knew how many years. The precision and force of its bite on Wang Pangzi's rear leg marked it as an old hunter. It had not retreated into its shell out of fear, had calculated that Dongfang Hao could not kill it, and had no way to hurt it. That was why it was so fearless. Dongfang Hao circled the shell once more. This time, he examined it more carefully. The turtle's shell was not a single color. Its carapace bore several dark brown markings. Its plastron was tinged with dull yellow. A ring of tiny sawtooth ridges lined its edges. Most striking was the shell's edge, where the front and rear plates met. They fit so tightly there was almost no gap at all. A box turtle, the term flashed through Dongfang Hao's mind. He had seen it in a biology article in his previous life. When threatened, this kind of turtle could close its plastron upward, wrapping its head, tail, and limbs completely inside. It formed a sealed box. The thicker the shell, the tighter it closed and the stronger its defense. This one had clearly perfected that ability. Wang Pangzi tried a few more times beside him. He tried to pry at the edge of the shell with his claw. His claw tip slipped across the hard shell, making a harsh scraping sound. Damn. I cannot even pry it open. Dongfang Hao stopped him. Do not bother. Then what do we do? Wang Pangzi turned his eye stalks toward him. Are we just letting it go? Dongfang Hao did not answer. He swam to a shallower part of the pool. He floated at the surface with only half his head exposed. The stone walls around the pool were slick and covered in moss. The lone pine jutting out from the mountainside was still nearby. Its low-hanging branches were 2 or 3 meters above the water. He ran through the situation in his mind several times. He could not smash it open or pry it apart, and waiting it out. They could not outlast it. The turtle, tucked inside its shell, could hold its breath for a long time. It was amphibious by nature, while he and Wang Pangzi could not stay here forever. They still had a long way downstream, and finding his sister could not be delayed. Yet he wasn't willing to let it go so easily. Dongfang Hao sank back down and swam to the turtle shell. He stared at the round shell. Suddenly, he recalled the cover story he had used with his sister, that he had chosen a turtle. She had probably believed him. Dongfang Hao dragged his claws through the sand. Turtles had great defenses, lived long, and were good at lying low. He needed a stand-in. Something that could reasonably explain why he had earned so many achievement points. Something that would make everyone say, "Oh, I see. That makes sense." This one was large enough and tough enough. It was also a rare mutated box turtle. If he could take it with him, then everyone would believe this turtle was the creature he had chosen. He could hide unseen in the mist and control everything from the shadows. Perfect. Dongfang Hao raised his head. His gaze returned to the lone pine by the pool. The pine grew at an angle, its trunk jutting from the stone wall. Its lowest branch was less than 2 meters above the water. Its bark was rough and deeply ridged, its branches tangled together. A vague idea formed in his mind. Wang Pangzi, Dongfang Hao called. Wang Pangzi swam over at once. The splashing from his 8 legs was much quieter now. Big brother, stay here. Do not move, no matter what you hear or what you see. Wang Pangzi froze. Big brother, what are you doing? Trying something, Dongfang Hao said flatly. There may be some commotion. Just pretend you do not see it. Wang Pangzi opened his mouth to ask, but did not dare. He had seen the unexplainable things that happened around Dongfang Hao. All right, Wang Pangzi nodded. He drew his 8 legs farther inward, almost pressing himself against the base of the stone wall. I will wait right here. I will not go anywhere. Dongfang Hao nodded. He surfaced. The pool was still, and the air was thick with moisture, especially around this deep pond. The stone walls on both sides trapped the dampness, which gathered low above the water, forming a damp layer nearly invisible to the eye. Dongfang Hao floated half-submerged, his tail swaying gently. Keeping his balance, he shifted his focus from the shell below to the air around him. Those invisible particles of water vapor hanging in the air. As when he had scared off the spotted hyena, he tried to draw and compress them with his mind. Not in a wide burst, but with finer, more focused control. The vapor above the pond began to center on him, slowly swirling and gathering. It was slow, but palpable. A thin layer of milky white mist began forming inches above his head. It was faint, but undeniably real. It dampened the lone pine's lowest branch. The pine needles were covered in tiny droplets, hanging heavily downward. At the bottom of the pond, the turtle hidden in its shell quietly opened a hair-thin gap. A small eye appeared through the crack. Mist had the creature that heard it run away. Instinctively, it felt uneasy, but even more relieved to have escaped death. That thing had gone up. It was not watching its shell anymore, was it? It was not going to wait it out. Was it leaving? It opened the crack slightly wider. A furreclaw emerged from the seam, gently paddling through the water to adjust its angle, wanting to see more clearly. Above the pond, the mist over Dongfang Hao's head grew thicker. It had completely hidden his head and neck, and continued spreading outward, slowly creeping onto the lone pine's branches. The turtle below stared hard at the expanding cloud of white mist, and the section beneath it that occasionally swayed. A tail covered in dark gold scales. The taut string in its heart eased a little. It really looked like he was leaving. The mist thickened, blurring the outlines of the stone walls. The lone pine's branches flickered in and out of the fog. It did not notice, on the sandy pond floor, Dongfang Hao's long shadow, slowly fading away. Nor did it notice a claw silently, emerging from the mist at its side, slowly approaching the top of its round shell. Chapter 57. It surrendered and willingly came with us. The white mist over the pond grew denser. The arrogant box turtle below quietly opened the gap in its plastron wider. Its tiny, bead-like eye darted around. It watched the surface. The white mist was drifting toward the lone pine. Only the occasional splash remained on the surface. Splash. Splash. The sound seemed distant. It breathed a sigh of relief. That long-scaled creature was finally leaving. That claw strike had left its neck aching and burning. Several red marks remained even now. The danger was over. It even wanted to roll over underwater, lie belly up and stretch its stiff limbs. Of course, it only thought about it. It had stayed curled inside its shell too long. Its limbs had grown stiff. Just as it considered risking a trip to the surface for fresh air, the water suddenly surged. It was not the gentle ripple of fish passing by, but a dull, violent disturbance as though a heavy object had been forcibly lifted. A dark gold shadow plunged straight down from the white mist. It moved so fast, it trailed a stream of bubbles, glug, glug, like boiling water. The shadow trailed a long tail, carving a straight path through the murky water. Its target was unmistakably the turtle. Before the box turtle could react, two sharp foreclaws had locked onto the seams on either side of its carapace. The force was terrifying. Claw tips dug into the shell seams with an unyielding, absolute resolve. Instinctively, it recoiled, sealing even that final narrow crack tight. The entire turtle curled into a round iron ball. Its body, weighing dozens of pounds, hung heavily in the water. It desperately tried to sink, using its weight and the water's buoyancy to resist with everything it had. Its short legs kicked wildly inside its shell, churning up mud and sand. Wang Pangzi pressed against the base of the stone wall, eye stalks raised high. His 8 legs clung tightly to the slick stone. "Big brother," he called quietly. His voice sounded faint and distant by the empty pond. Dongfang Hao's voice came from the surface, very soft, yet clear as though he were right beside him. "Stay put, do not move." Wang Pangzi was about to ask what was wrong when the sound of water overhead suddenly changed. It was not the splash of swimming, nor the thrashing of a struggle, but a dull sound. Something heavy being forcibly dragged from the water. Creak, creak. Like something rough scraping bark, or heavy cargo being hoisted into the air. He looked up and saw nothing but white. Dense fog completely obscured the surface. Not even a shadow was visible. The damp mist clung to his shell, carrying the distinctive fishy stench of the deep pond. "What is Big Brother doing?" Wang Pangzi muttered. His 8 legs anxiously scraped the sand. That sound. He could not be prying that turtle shell open, could he? 100 ways of prying open a turtle shell flashed through his mind. Smashing it with rocks was too slow. Gripping it with pincers would not hold. None of it made sense. That shell was hard enough to break a gir's teeth. How could anyone pry it open? The scraping above the water continued. Scrape, scrape, one after another. It sounded like a heavy object dragged over rough bark. The sound grew more distant and faint. Wang Pangzi's eye stalks turned, and realization struck. He climbed a tree, Wang Pangzi thought. Of course. That turtle was impossible to chew through while it hid in its shell. Hang it from a tree and dry it out. Then wait until hunger forced it to stick out its head. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. He even proudly blew a bubble underwater. Glug, Big Brother really is sharp. Within the fog, Dongfang Hao's forelimb muscles tensed. The turtle shell beneath his claws was dead weight. Its heavy mass struggled desperately in the water, pulling downward with tremendous force, like an iron bowl rooted in the ground. His 5 claws gripped until his knuckles whitened. The rough shell scraped his palms raw. "I need to get above water. I cannot outlast it down here." Dongfang Hao suddenly kicked with his hind legs. The empty air beneath his feet, compressed by Young Kong Long, instantly solidified into a firm foothold. Not water, not sand. It was invisible ground formed purely from water vapor. The recoil surged through his hind legs and across his body, like stepping on a spring. Using that force, he shot upward. Water sprayed everywhere. Splash. Holding the turtle, he rose completely out of the water. Icy pond water rolled off his scales, tracing a glittering arc through the air. To avoid giving himself away, he deliberately rose close beside the lone pine's rough trunk. His claws occasionally scraped the bark with a piercing screech. Creak. It sounded like nails scraping a chalkboard, or an old wooden door being pushed open. More than 10 meters in the air, Dongfang Hao stopped. The air beneath his feet was compressed to the limit, supporting his 4'3" frame and the heavy turtle. He hovered steadily amid flowing mist. Far below lay the bottomless pond. The lone pine's branches brushed past him. Droplets fell in streams from its needles. He freed one free claw and tapped the turtle shell twice. Thump, thump. The sound carried far through the open air, followed by a hollow echo. It startled several unknown birds in the distant woods, and they fluttered away. The box turtle inside its shell was dumbfounded. Where was the water? Why was there no water around it? Just moments ago, it had been struggling against that creature. Moments ago, claws had gripped its shell seams with mud, sand, and water plants beneath it. But now there was nothing beneath it. It quietly opened a tiny gap in its plastron, thinner than a strand of hair. One eye peeked outside. One look, and it was terrified out of its wits. Below was a vast expanse of white fog. There was no bottom in sight. Only the occasional wisps of cloud drifted slowly upward. The deep pond where it usually lived was now more than 10 meters below, reduced to a small, glinting patch of water. Worse still, it glanced upward. The dark gold giant beast holding it was suspended in midair. It stood on no branch and clung to no stone wall. Its 4 claws gripped the turtle's shell seams tightly, while its hind claws were planted on thin air. There was nothing below, only something invisible flowing beneath them. Its confidence, built on its hard shell and its habit of bullying the weak while fearing the strong, plunged away with its fear in an instant. Seeing it remain still, Dongfang Hao suddenly loosened his right foreclaw. The heavy turtle shell lost half its support, and suddenly dropped half an inch. The sensation of weightlessness shot through the turtle from head to tail. From inside its shell to the world outside, below it, were sharp, gray-black rocks along the pond's edge, their jagged edges clearly defined. If it fell, no matter how hard its shell was, it would shatter into 8 pieces, no, 16 pieces. The instant the shell fell, Dongfang Hao's left claw clenched tight, holding it firmly in midair. His strength was perfectly measured. He did not let it truly fall, but made it truly feel the start of a fatal fall. The box turtle completely broke down. It squeezed its head out of its shell. Its just short forelegs waved frantically through the air. It was not attacking. It was begging for mercy, making gestures of surrender. Dongfang Hao did not rush to descend. He loosened his left claw again. The turtle's shell dropped again. This time, it fell a full 2 inches. The turtle's movements became even more frantic. All 4 legs kicked wildly in the air. Even its short tail squeezed out of its shell. It shook desperately, even trying to stretch out its neck, using its head to nuzzle Dongfang Hao's claw. It wore a fawning look that said, "Big brother, I was wrong." Only then did Dongfang Hao grip the turtle shell tightly again. He stepped onto invisible stairs beneath his feet, descending steadily, one sure step at a time. Every step was as stable as walking on level ground. As he descended, the thick mist over the pond began to disperse. The water vapor he had gathered and controlled spread out again, growing thin. Wang Pangzi was staring blankly at the stone wall when the scene before him suddenly brightened. The fog cleared, and he saw Dongfang Hao descend from midair, still holding that once arrogant box turtle in his claws. The turtle had its head tucked in and limbs drawn tight. Its entire body hung limp, looking resigned to its fate. Smack! Dongfang Hao released his claw. The turtle's shell, weighing dozens of pounds, slammed into the wet sand of the shallows, splashing mud and water with a dull splat. Wang Pangzi's 8 legs went limp, and he nearly collapsed. He opened his mouth, but it took a long moment before he found his voice. "Be big brother," he swallowed. His eye stalks were round with shock. "Is it done? That turtle? How is it?" Dongfang Hao ignored him and walked to the shallows. He scratched at the sand with his claw tip. The box turtle on the ground recovered its senses. It did not run or hide its head. It lay obediently on the sand, its head pressed to the ground. Its 4 claws pawed at the sand, looking utterly docile. It even raised one foreclaw and waved at Wang Pangzi as if greeting him. That ordeal in the sky just now had drained every ounce of courage it had gathered in its life. Now it only wanted to stay far away from that flying dragon. The farther, the better, preferably never to be lifted up again. Dongfang Hao tapped its head with his claw tip. Its shell was hard, ringing with a thump when struck. Then he wrote several words in the sand. His claw parted the grains, exposing the dark, damp sand beneath. "It has submitted. It is ready to travel with us." He raised his head, his golden slit pupils looking across the deep pond, toward the downstream bend where the water darkened. It was the only route to the marsh. The box turtle understood, or rather, it understood the meaning in those slit pupils. This was not a question, but an order. It slowly turned around. Its 4 short legs scraped across the sand as it crawled downstream, leaving a shallow, winding trail behind it. Wang Pangzi leaned closer, watching the turtles retreating back, then looked at Dongfang Hao. "Big brother," he asked quietly, his eye stalks filled with curiosity, "did you really carry it up into the sky?" Dongfang Hao did not answer. He merely shook the sand from his claws. Wang Pangzi did not press further. His 8 legs followed behind the turtle, walking half a step behind it. His pincers made to empty swipes through the water. "Hey," he told the turtle, "keep up. Do not fall behind." The turtle did not look back, but it noticeably picked up its pace. Dongfang Hao brought up the rear, his tail gently swaying in the water. The setting sun slanted down from the stone cliffs beside the pond, stretching the shadows of dragon, turtle, and crab long, where they wavered across the murky water. The road downstream was still long. Chapter 58. The turtle makes a run for it. At first light, the 3 of them set off. Wang Pangzi led the way, following the shallows along the water's edge. His 8 legs moved lightly, with the turtle in the middle. Its 4 short legs crawled at an unhurried pace, while Dongfang Hao followed last. Nearly 4 days had passed since Wang Pangzi killed the dogfish. His body had grown to nearly 5 feet 3 inches long. These past days, Dongfang Hao had been working on the technique beneath his feet. The first 2 days had been especially awkward. He wanted to master young Conglong's method of compressing air while they traveled. He walked with one solid step and one empty one, as though treading on cotton. Wang Pangzi kept watching his hind legs, eye stalk swiveling. He asked several times, "Big brother, are you feeling unwell?" Dongfang Hao had to stop and properly step on the sand with his claws, then secretly resume practicing once Pangzi was distracted. By today, his movements finally no longer looked strange. Whenever he lifted and lowered a hind claw, the compressed vapor beneath it supported his landing. From the outside, it looked no different from stepping on solid ground. He was steady and did not sway. Wang Pangzi had long stopped watching his legs. He only focused on hurrying ahead, occasionally turning back to urge the turtle along. But what Dongfang Hao was considering went beyond this trick beneath his feet. For he could walk on compressed water vapor into the sky, but that put all his strength beneath his feet. He could not sustain it for long, but if he could compress the vapor more densely, spread it wider, and support more than just his feet, what if it supported his whole body? Then, in water or sky, would he no longer be bound by the ground? The moment that thought arose, even he paused. What exactly would it become? He could not say, but the idea took root in his heart. As they traveled, he could not stop himself from testing it. Water vapor was thin in the air, and even thinner away from the stream. He had to gather it from a vast area. His mind was stretched taut, and he had to rest after every few steps. The turtle in the middle looked obedient. Its head stayed low, and its legs plodded forward properly. The moss on its shell brushed the grass with a soft rustle, but its tiny, bead-like eyes were never still. Whenever those ahead and behind were not paying attention, those little eyes darted toward the grass on either side. It peeked left, then scanned right, repeatedly studying the overgrown weeds along the waterline. Its mind was busy plotting. Being carried into the sky by that flying, scaly creature was something it would never forget. But once it recovered, its old nature resurfaced. It had ruled that deep pond for who knew how many years. It had survived by bullying the weak, fearing the strong, and slipping through every opening. Being someone's lackey now was suffocating. It had made up its mind. The moment it found an opening, it would run. No matter how formidable that dragon was, there would be times he could not watch it. Wang Pangzi spent most of the morning walking along the water, but foraging went poorly. He had always hunted in shallow water, feeling through water plants for fish and shrimp. But this stretch of stream was too shallow today. The fish and shrimp hid in the deeper middle. He stirred the water with all 8 legs for ages, but did not catch even a tiny shrimp. Dongfang Hao looked up. The sun was already leaning west. They needed to find food before nightfall. If they did not eat today, they would have no strength for tomorrow's journey. He went to the front and scratched several words into the sand. "I will catch a rabbit in the woods. Watch it." Wang Pangzi leaned in, understood, and raised his eye stalks. "All right." He pointed a pincer at the turtle. "It will not get away. I will watch it." Dongfang Hao glanced at the turtle. The turtle lay on the ground with its head lowered. It looked completely listless. He said nothing more and headed for the woods on the bank. His 4-foot 3-inch body slipped into the tree shadows. The pale gold markings on his scales flickered a few times. Then he vanished from sight. Wang Pangzi patted the turtle's shell. "Did you hear that?" His eye stalks tilted. "Big brother is getting us food. Stay put and behave. Do not get any ideas." The turtle drew its head farther into its shell and did not move. That put Wang Pangzi at ease. He made his own way toward the shallows ahead, using his pincers to search for food again. His pride over that victory had gone to his head. He had long forgotten that he was supposed to watch the turtle. All his attention was on whether shrimp hid in those shallow waters. As they went, the stream bent around a curve. Beyond it, the light ahead suddenly dimmed. A vast thicket grew along the water's edge. Interwoven branches and leaves formed a canopy overhead, blocking out the sun. Below, weeds ran wild where land met water. They stood as high as a shell, clump after clump. It was so dark that nothing was clear. The air reeked of dampness and rotting leaves. The stifling air made one uneasy. Wang Pangzi pushed in along the water's edge. The grass was too dense. Leaves blocked his eye stalks, and he could not see far in either direction. He could only navigate by the wet sand beneath his feet. His 8 legs squelched through the mud. Each step sank halfway in, and pulling it free took great effort. "What a rotten place," he muttered. He stretched his eye stalks as high as he could. trying to see the path ahead. In that brief lapse, the turtle's little eyes suddenly lit up. An opportunity. This was what it had been waiting for. The crab ahead had his view blocked by the grass. His eye stalks could not turn back anytime soon, and the dragon behind them was in the woods. A gift from heaven. Its short legs kicked hard. Its usual slow manner vanished completely. It twisted sideways, then scrambled and rolled into the thickest patch of grass. The mossy patterns on its shell blended into the mud and fallen leaves. In a blink, it disappeared. It had never crawled so fast. Its short legs flew, and it did not care about the mud splashing over its body. Grass blades closed overhead, hiding it completely. I escaped. The joy in its heart nearly burst from the cracks in its shell. That flying dragon, that hard-shelled crab. It had left them both behind. It was going back to its deep pond, back to the territory where it ruled. This time, it had simply been unlucky. If another scaly monster like that came again, it would stay far away and never fall for it again. It crawled even faster. It headed for the thickest grass and deepest mud. It did not dare make the slightest sound. Up ahead in the shallows, Wang Pangzi searched for a long time. At last, he felt a tiny shrimp huddled beneath a rock. Delighted, he stuffed them into his mouth. He crunched them up, then turned to brag to the turtle. But when his eye stalks turned, the spot in the middle was empty. Wang Pangzi froze. His eye stalk swept in every direction. The grass was pitch black. There was no sign of the turtle. Hey, his voice changed. Where is the turtle? That listless turtle lying in the middle was gone. Wang Pangzi's 8 legs flailed in panic. He spun in place, waving his pincers wildly in the air. Bubbles rushed from him in his panic. It ran. That thing ran away. He peered into the grass. It was too dark to see anything. The mud was trampled everywhere. He could not tell which trail the turtle had left. He was so frantic that his eye stalks nearly stood straight up. But the more frantic he became, the more lost he was. He just kept spinning in circles. This is bad, this is bad. His voice trembled. Big Brother told me to watch it, and I. As he panicked, grass rustled from the woods. Dongfang Hao was back. His 4'3" body emerged from the tree shadows. A freshly dead rabbit hung from his jaws. Grass clippings still clung to its fur. At the sight of him, Wang Pangzi panicked even more and scrambled over. His pincers flailed incoherently. Big Brother, be Big Brother. His voice cracked. That turtle, while I was catching shrimp, it vanished. Dongfang Hao stopped. He set the rabbit from his mouth onto the sand. Neither hurried nor angry, he looked down at the muddy grass by his feet. Wang Pangzi hunched his neck, waiting to be scolded. But Dongfang Hao said nothing. His golden slit pupils paused on the mud at the base of the grass. A crooked trail of clear impressions marked the mud. It led out from the empty space in the middle, all the way into the thickest grass. The grass along both sides was flattened in the same direction. The trail was plain as day. Chapter 59, 10 years of petting cats in his past life, finally came in handy today. Dongfang Hao raised a front paw. He pointed in the direction of the trail. Wang Pangzi leaned closer and only understood after a long look. The mark in the mud and the direction of the flattened grass both led the same way. It ran that way. Wang Pangzi drew back his eye stalks. Dongfang Hao did not answer. He lowered his head and scratched words into the sand. No rush. Wang Pangzi did not understand. The turtle had clearly escaped. So, why was Big Brother not worried at all? How fast could a turtle with short legs possibly go? The grass was dense, but its body was heavy. Its shell brushed the grass, leaving tracks and broken blades it could not hide. Follow those marks, and it could not escape. Dongfang Hao pushed the rabbit's body toward Wang Pangzi. Carry it, follow me. Wang Pangzi quickly gripped the rabbit with his pincers. He hurried after Dongfang Hao on all 8 legs, deep into the grass. The turtle was still crawling with its head down. It had crawled far away, looking back. The shallows where it had been were long out of sight. Only dark grass and mud remained. It deliberately avoided water. That crab lived by the water's edge. That scaly monster had also emerged from the water. It was convinced the water's edge was their territory. The closer to water, the greater the danger. So it kept pushing deeper into the woods, choosing places far from the water. Its legs ached from crawling, but it did not dare stop. Once it crawled out of the dense grass, its smugness rose again. That dragon was nothing special. It chuckled inside its shell. There was no shame in bending when needed. When all was said and done, That dragon was merely stronger. It had only fallen for his trick and been carried into the air. But making this old turtle submit, he was far from capable of that. Had it not slipped away the instant it spotted an opening? Next time, HMPH. There would be no next time. It was going back to the deep pond. Once it burrowed into the mud, no one would ever pull it out again. What a perfect plan. The more it thought about it, the happier it became, and the faster its short legs moved. Its head even poked part way out of its shell. It focused on finding the way back to its pond. The slanting branch overhead suddenly trembled without warning. The turtle stopped short. Before it could make sense of it, a striped shadow dropped from the tree. For paws touched the grass without a sound, not disturbing even a blade. The creature landed squarely before the turtle, blocking its path completely. It was a 4'3" leopard cat, only a little shorter than the dragon. Its spotted fur loomed in the dim light. Its muscles rippled as it lowered its head, its slit eyes fixed on the round thing on the ground. A low purr rumbled from its throat. The turtle was scared out of its wits. It pulled in its neck, legs, and tail all at once. Its shell snapped shut, becoming a tightly sealed iron ball in an instant. Absolute defense. It trembled inside its shell, yet still had some confidence in that hard shell. The pike could not bite through it, and the dragon could not pry it open. What could this cat do to me? The leopard cat tilted its head. It extended a forepaw, its claws springing out, and cautiously scratched at the shell. Scrape, its claws slid across the hard shell, leaving a white mark. It did not even break the surface. The leopard cat paused, then changed angles. It opened its jaws and bit down. Its fangs clacked against the shell. The impact made it grimace. It spat in disgust. Then it pawed at it twice more. It could not scratch it open or bite through. If it had been a starving pike, it would have left after a few useless scratches. But the leopard cat was different. Failing to scratch it open only awakened its playful feline side. This round thing moved and tucked itself in. It even rolled with a rumble. It was far more interesting than the mice that died the moment it caught them. It sheathed its claws and extended its soft paw pads. It pressed one onto the turtle shell. The shell tipped and rolled half a turn away. The leopard cat's eyes lit up. It took turns batting the shell with its front paws. As the shell rolled across the grass, it pounced after it. It pawed at it gleefully. When it tired of batting it, it tried something new. It pushed the shell up a slope, watched it roll back down, then pinned it with a paw. The turtle inside suffered terribly. The world spun. It could no longer tell up from down. Its insides felt twisted together in turmoil. Its head banged about inside the shell until it was dazed. It tried to extend a leg and grip the ground. But the moment it did, a soft paw pad shoved it. Its whole body rolled far away again. It completely broke down. If it had known this would happen, why had it run? When the dragon had carried it, he had merely dangled it in the air to scare it. It hurt, but he had not truly harmed it. It had been perfectly fine after landing. This cat was different. It would not stop tormenting it, treating it like a ball. It spun until its vision went black. Inside its shell, it regretted everything over and over. But it did not dare stick out its head. The moment it did, this cat might bite it. It could only hide in its shell and be rolled about, miserable beyond tears. Dongfang Hao followed the trail here. When he reached this spot, he stopped. On the grass ahead, a leopard cat had its rear in the air, pawing at a round shell with both forepaws. It was having a wonderful time. That shell was the runaway turtle. Wang Pangzi followed with the rabbit in his mouth and took in the scene. His eye stalks nearly fell out. Isn't that our turtle? He kept his voice extremely low. How did that thing get? Dongfang Hao raised a paw to stop him. He lowered his hind legs, quietly compressing the mist beneath his feet. His whole body rose soundlessly from the grass. The leopard cat was absorbed in play. It did not notice the shadow above it. Dongfang Hao hovered in the air and watched for a moment. The way the leopard cat toyed with the shell looked more familiar the longer he watched. In his past life, he had owned a cat, teaser wands, yarn balls, cardboard boxes. That little thing played with them the same way. It could bat a bottle cap round for half the night. This one was several times larger, with fiercer markings. But that playful spirit was exactly the same. Dongfang Hao got an idea. Dongfang Hao descended. The compressed mist beneath his feet dispersed layer by layer. He came down slowly and steadily, landing in the grass behind and to one side of the leopard cat. He made no sound. The leopard cat was still batting its ball. It shoved the shell rolling away. It struck a rock and bounced back. It pounced and pinned it again, purring happily. Dongfang Hao raised a forepaw. He did not bare his fangs or unsheath his claws. He gently drew all 5 claw tips together. The feel of petting cats in his past life came rushing back. The scruff of the neck. You had to grab them by the scruff. He extended his paw, neither to hard nor to soft, and grasped the loose skin of the leopard cat's nape. The leopard cat was playing with gusto when its nape suddenly tightened. Its entire body was lifted up. Oddly enough, this 4'3" leopard cat went limp at once, pulling in its claws. Its tail curled beneath its belly, and its body tensed into a ball. It did not struggle at all. It was feline instinct. Since childhood, its mother had carried it around by the scruff. The instant its nape was grabbed, all strength drained from its body. Dongfang Hao held it half a foot above the ground, then gently set it down. The leopard cat stiffened the moment all 4 paws touched the ground. After collecting itself, it turned and looked up. One look, and it wilted completely. The creature crouching behind it was a full size larger than it was. A creature with golden slit pupils, scales, and a long tail stared down at it. Only moments ago, the creature had been floating in midair. The little purr in its throat died away. It shrank back, no longer daring to bare its fangs. It did not dare touch the shell again either. Wang Pangzi watched in stunned disbelief. He had thought they would have to fight that 4'3" leopard cat. Its markings had looked terrifyingly fierce. It had just toyed with the turtle like it was nothing. Yet Big Brother only extended one claw and pinched the cat's neck. That fierce cat immediately cowered into a ball. Wang Pangzi's mouth fell wide enough to swallow an entire rabbit. Big Brother, how did you do that? How did that cat become so obedient? Dongfang Hao did not explain. He could not explain this to Pangzi anyway. The tricks he had learned from petting cats for more than a decade in his past life. He could hardly write them out stroke by stroke in the sand for Pangzi. He looked down at the trembling iron ball by his feet. The turtle would not stop shaking inside its shell. The dizzying spinning had only just stopped. It was still trying to settle its churning stomach. Then it suddenly sensed that the cat tormenting it had stopped moving. Right after came a familiar, oppressive feeling of being overshadowed by something huge. Trembling, it opened a crack in its shell and peeked out. It was that dragon, that long, scaly creature. The turtle was overwhelmed by mixed emotions. It seemed. It still could not escape him. Dongfang Hao took the rabbit Wang Pangzi had been carrying in his mouth. He tossed it before the leopard cat. The rabbit's corpse landed in the grass, still smelling of blood. The leopard cat's eyes immediately locked onto it. It glanced at the rabbit, then timidly glanced at Dongfang Hao. A tentative purr sounded in its throat. Dongfang Hao took half a step back, grunting permission. Only then did the leopard cat pounce, seize the rabbit, and bound away in a few leaps. It vanished into the grass. Chapter 60. The turtle carries the true dragon and resigns itself to the journey. The turtle spent a long while recovering inside its shell. Only after the churning sensation completely faded did it tremulously open a crack. The light outside made its eyes ache. It squinted for quite a while before it could make out the dark golden figure crouching before it. His scales glinted coldly beneath the sun. Those slit pupils were staring down at it. It immediately withdrew its head again. Dongfang Hao ignored its cowardly display. He reached out a claw and flipped the turtle over. Its belly shell faced the sky, its short legs flailing in the air. It struggled for ages but could not right itself. The turtle was nearly crying inside its shell. It wanted to turn over, but with its belly shell against the ground, its legs could not reach the ground or find any leverage. It could only suffer helplessly inside its shell. It could only let the dragon right on its shell with his claw tip. Grains of sand scraped across the hard shell, making harsh scratching sounds. Run again, and I will not save you next time. The turtle understood. It squeezed its head through the gap in its shell, nodding frantically like a pecking chicken. Its short forelegs clutched the edge of its shell. It wished it could swear a solemn oath on the spot. Only then did Dongfang Hao flip it back over with one claw. Wang Pangzi came closer. His eye stalk shifted back and forth between the turtle and Dongfang Hao. Big Brother, he said in a low voice. Why is this turtle acting like a completely different turtle? It was so dejected just now, but it is quite obedient now. Dongfang Hao did not answer. He walked 2 steps forward, looked at the sandy ground beneath him, then glanced back at the turtle. The turtle lay where it was, its head pressed to the ground, as if awaiting his judgment. Dongfang Hao walked over and placed both hind paws on the turtle's shell. The turtle's body stiffened. The weight on its shell made all 4 legs go weak. A 5'3" dragon had to weigh at least several dozen pounds. All that weight bore down on its back. It pressed its belly shell almost flat to the ground. It wanted to run, but one thought held it fast. Run again, and I will not save you next time. It gritted its teeth and pushed itself up on all four legs. Trembling, it took one step forward. It lurched, then took another step. It lurched even worse. Wang Pangzi watched from the side, thoroughly amused. He followed on 8 legs, waving his pincers twice. He did not let up. Hey, now you cannot run away. His eye stalks narrowed to slits. Big brother, where can it run with you on its back? Wherever it goes, it still has to carry you. The turtle glared at him, but its tiny bean-sized eyes were not intimidating to anyone. That only encouraged Wang Pangzi. He moved closer to the turtle's head. His pincers tapped the sand twice. Say, old turtle, he lowered his voice. Weren't you quite the runner before? Weren't you good at slipping into the grass? Why aren't you running now? The turtle ignored him and crawled onward with its head down. It crawled in a crooked, wobbling line. Every step felt like treading on cotton. The weight on its back swayed back and forth. Its legs kept trembling, but it did not dare stop. It feared the dragon on its back would pick it up again and toss it into the sky to frighten it once more. Dongfang Hao lay coiled atop the turtle's shell. His fur claws rested along the shell's edge. His body gently swayed with the turtle's crawl. He adjusted his posture, settling his weight at the center of the shell for better balance. The turtle clearly felt the force on its back ease. It no longer tilted to one side, nor did the weight shift between light and heavy. It sighed in relief, and its legs moved more smoothly. At last, its steps were not quite so crooked. The turtle secretly muttered, "This dragon sure knows when to ease up." Wang Pangzi followed behind, his eye stalks turning back and forth. He watched the scene ahead. A dragon rode a turtle steady as could be. It was as if they had planned it all along. Big brother really is clever. Once he sits on it, it cannot escape, and they can still keep traveling. Big brother, he hurried forward 2 steps. Is that comfortable? Dongfang Hao did not turn around. His tail lightly flicked along the shell's edge. Comfortable is not the word. The shell is hard as rock. Sit too long and your butt hurts, but it beats walking. It saves energy, and I can keep an eye on the turtle. 2 birds with 1 stone. The turtle carried the dragon, inching forward step by step. Now, it only wanted to get farther from that patch of grass, farther from that leopard cat, and farther from anything that might treat it like a ball. As for the dragon on its back, it had resigned itself to that. The 3 shadows stretched long beside the creek. Wang Pangzi walked and stopped, occasionally turning over stones by the water. He scooped up tiny shrimp to fill his belly, while the turtle crawled with its head down. It did not dare delay even a moment. Dongfang Hao lay coiled on its shell, his eyes half closed as if dozing off, or perhaps plotting something. The sun gradually sank westward. After 3 days of travel, the temperature rose day by day. The sun beat down from morning till night, heating even the creek water until it was hot. All the fish and shrimp hitting cracks between the rocks, refusing to emerge. The air was stifling, as though trapped beneath a pot lid. Even the wind was hot as it blew across his scales. Warmth spread through his entire body. The turtle was suffering from the heat too. It poked its head out of its shell, its tongue hanging out as it panted. Its fur legs moved slower and slower. Every few steps, it looked down at the water, then toward the grass. It clearly wanted to soak in the water, yet did not dare stop. Wang Pangzi was even worse off. His armored shell was like an iron griddle beneath the sun. The heat forced his 8 legs onto the scorching sand. It burned so badly that he hopped with every step. He looked like he was playing hopscotch. Big brother, he called over his shoulder. This heat is going to steam me alive. Dongfang Hao did not answer. He was watching the grass by the roadside. The dark mass in the grass was not grass. It was insects. Countless insects crowded over the leaves. There were moth larvae and beetle grubs, along with little creatures he could not name. They all clustered together, buzzing noisily. The rotten mud by the creek was the same insect eggs, maggots, and earthworms, as well as tiny beetles freshly dug out of the soil. They carpeted the ground in a thick layer. Step on them, and sharp crunching sounds rang out. It was the sound of insects being crushed. Wang Pangzi noticed them too, and his eye stalks sprang upright. He leaned closer for a look. He reached in with a pincer and grabbed one. He tossed it into his mouth and chewed. Hey, his eyes lit up, not bad at all. His 8 legs pawed through the rotten mud, and he grabbed another handful of insects, crunching away with relish. Even after eating them, he still was not satisfied. He burrowed into thicker grass. His pincers snapped left and right, eating whatever they caught. The turtle caught the scent too. It tilted its head toward the water and spotted a group of water striders in the shallows. The little creatures skated back and forth across the surface. There were so many, they looked like scattered sesame seeds. The turtle opened its mouth and curled its tongue. 3 or 5 went straight into its belly as it chewed. After swallowing, its eyes lit up. These things tasted far better than rabbit meat, so fresh and tender. And it did not have to chase them. It lowered its head closer to the water. Its tongue shot out. Snap. It curled up another one. Snap. Then another. It ate so happily that even its tail wagged. Dongfang Hao watched without a word. An insect outbreak had begun. This season, the creekside grass and mud were crawling with insects, more than they could eat in several lifetimes. Coiled on the shell, he closed his eyes for a while. The ball of water vapor beneath his feet kept moving. He tried compressing it into a thicker layer, spreading it wider, not merely beneath his, but beneath his entire body, lifting the whole dragon. He practiced compressing, lifting, and spreading it over and over. He practiced until pale marks appeared on the scales of his 4 claws. By afternoon, he was beginning to get the feel for it. The water vapor no longer gathered only beneath his feet. It spread upward along his belly, forming a thin layer against his scales. It was not solid support, more like an air cushion, cradling his entire body within it. Cautiously, he released his claws. The shell suddenly lay empty beneath him. His body lifted off its surface. Only about an inch. Just 1 inch. And it lasted only half a breath before he dropped back down. But for that half breath, he clearly felt it. That mass of water vapor had supported his weight. Dongfang Hao opened his eyes. There was little emotion in his golden slit pupils. Almost there. A little more practice. And perhaps he could truly fly without effort, relying only on a dragon's innate command of clouds. The turtle had no idea what was happening on its back. It only cared about keeping its head down and eating insects. Only after it was full did it slowly continue crawling. Wang Pangzi was full too. He followed on 8 legs and let out a satisfied burp. "Big brother," he said, his eye stalks tilted. "This turtle has been surprisingly well behaved today." Dongfang Hao glanced at the turtle. The turtle was using its 4 claws to smooth the sand for him. That patch of wet sand was where Dongfang Hao had written earlier. Once he had finished writing, the sand was covered in dips and grooves. The turtle crawled over, scraped the sand twice with its 4 claws, and filled in the holes. Then it wiped over it with the backs of its claws, leaving behind a smooth surface. Afterward, it looked up at Dongfang Hao. There was a pleading, ingratiating look in its tiny bead-like eyes. Dongfang Hao stared at it for a long moment. The turtle grew uneasy under his stare, and drew its head farther into its shell. Wang Pangzi saw it too. "Why is this turtle helping out now?" he muttered. "It has gotten smarter." Dongfang Hao did not answer. A thought crossed his mind. This turtle had likely been traveling with them for so long. That dragonization had affected it too. Its intelligence seemed to have improved. Chapter 61, S3. The Age of Dinosaurs had no winter. But now it did. By evening, the sky had darkened. It was not going to rain. The clouds had simply grown thick, blocking out the sun completely. The air became even more oppressive, as though an invisible hand pressed against their foreheads, making it hard to breathe. Even the creek seemed smothered, flowing sluggishly. Its sound over the stones was softer than it had been during the day. Dongfang Hao suddenly stirred atop the turtle's shell. The heat was not the kind caused by sunlight. It was a stifling heat that seeped outward from his bones. The capillaries beneath his scales were swollen, leaving his whole body sluggish. It felt as though something were slowly draining the strength from his limbs. He knew this feeling well. In his past life, he had lived in an old apartment complex south of the city, renting a single room on the top floor. Summer had been the hardest season to endure. There was no air conditioning, only an old electric fan with yellow dust caked on its blades. It buzzed as it turned, but the air it blew was hot. He would lie on a cooling mat, the rough surface against his back, tossing and turning without sleep. His whole body would feel sticky, as though water could be wrung from his skin at any moment. At times like that, he would lean by the window and stare blankly outside, waiting for the heat to fade, waiting for a cool breeze. The word summer rose in his mind. He froze for a moment. Summer. If there was summer, there should be winter. He abruptly raised himself up. The sudden movement made the turtle's legs go weak. It nearly collapsed, then turned to look behind it. Its two tiny bead-like eyes were filled with confusion. What is the one on my back doing now? This makes no sense. He had been dozing with his eyes half closed just moments ago. But now he was making such a fuss. It was like someone had stepped on his tail. Wang Pangzi stopped too, his eye stalk snap in upright. Big brother? Dongfang Hao did not answer. He was thinking about something. Something he had never considered before. The records from his past life were clear. In the age of dinosaurs, S3 had no seasons. It was hot all year round. There was no winter and no autumn. Only endless summer. Back then, Earth's greenhouse effect was at its peak. Temperatures were absurdly high, and neither pole had ice caps. Tropical rainforest near the equator stretched beyond 50 degrees north. Sea levels were dozens of meters higher than they would be later. Vast lowlands lay submerged. Creatures then never needed to know what cold felt like. But what about now? He looked up at the heavy clouds. The sun was blocked, reduced to a hazy glow, pressing down through the gloom. He desperately recalled the temperature changes of the past few days. When they encountered the elephant days ago, the creek had still been cool. By the time they returned from the settlement and fought the Gar, the water had begun to warm today. He had felt this sticky, inescapable heat for the first time. Like noon in summer, his mind began racing. S3 had no seasons, as for did. That was the variable. He had never noticed it before. No one on the forum had mentioned it either. Those posts were all about players arguing over which riverbank had the most food, which starting species offered the best value, or who had been bitten to death by what creature. No one stopped to look up at the sky. No one noticed the changing seasons. No one realized that in this world of predators and bloodshed, the truly dangerous thing might have no claws at all. No teeth, no body at all, just the slightest change could kill most living creatures. The environment, Dongfang Hao slowly clenched his claws, leaving several pale marks on the turtle's shell. He considered every consequence. If air and water temperatures plummeted, lizards would stop eating. Snakes would burrow underground. Crocodiles would lie motionless in muddy dens, enduring the long freeze on fat stored before winter. Turtles would do the same, retreating into their shells. For months, they would neither eat nor drink. Their heartbeats so slow they seemed dead, their eyelids drooping. No matter how the world outside changed. And the one beneath him? He looked down. The turtle was happily keeping its head tucked low, curling its tongue around several more water striders. It chewed away, its tail gently swaying over the ground. It looked blissfully unconcerned with the world. It did not know. It knew nothing. And himself. Dragons probably did not need to hibernate. But he was still young, and his scales had not fully hardened. He was only 5 feet 3 inches long, with far too little fat in reserve. In the bitter winter, his metabolism would slow. His hunting efficiency would suffer, and regulating his body temperature would cost enormous energy. Worst of all, winter meant months of food scarcity. Insects would die. Fish would hide beneath the mud, and water plants would rot away. All life along the creek would shrink to a faint, fragile trace. He had to eat, and he had to feed the few under his command. A crab that needed to hibernate. A turtle that needed to hibernate. Hibernation meant lying still for months, helpless before any predator. It meant exposing their most vulnerable state. In a world without rules, a fox, a badger, or any player lucky enough to find them, could easily end their lives. And what about players that did not hibernate? What would mammals and birds do in winter? Their foraging grounds would shrink. Competition would surge. Birds would migrate. But the journey would be filled with danger. Mammals would stockpile food. But food would already be scarce. Whoever stored more would survive. Winter, for every creature in this world, would be a brutal trial. Yet nobody knew it. Those people on the forum were probably still fighting over territory, showing off their victories, utterly unaware that every advantage they had might, when the first snow begins to fall, be frozen into a cruel joke. Dongfang Hao drew a deep breath. He slowly forced down the turbulent thoughts. It was still early. It was only summer, and winter was months away. A few months would be enough. He quickly made a list in his mind. Find a sufficiently safe place to spend the winter. Grow larger, and build his fat reserves above a safe threshold before winter. Make sure Wang Pangzi and the turtle had a place to hibernate, and ensure they had adequate defenses during hibernation. He could not wake up to find someone had eaten his companions. There was much to do, but it was all in order. The tension in his claws slowly eased. The faint pale marks on the turtle's shell looked thin and clear against his dark golden scales. Wang Pangzi moved closer, his eye stalks tilted. He studied Dongfang Hao's expression, then the pale marks beneath his claws. He lowered his voice. Big brother, what is wrong? Why do you look so grim? What are you thinking about? I've called you several times. Dongfang Hao turned and glanced at him. Wang Pangzi had half a dragonfly clenched in his jaws. Its wings still hung from his pincers, not fully torn off. He crunched away, but his eye stalks showed genuine worry. What could he say? Winter's coming. You need to fatten up and put on another layer of fat, or say, before winter, I'll find you a proper place to hibernate, so no one takes you out while you're helpless? Even if he said it, Wang Pangzi would not understand. He would only ask, Big brother, aren't you overthinking this? Dongfang Hao fell silent for a moment. Then he lowered his head and scratched a few words into a blank spot on the turtle's shell. We'll talk after we reach the swamp and find my sister. Wang Pangzi squinted at it for a long while, then swallowed the last bite of dragonfly. He blinked his eye stalks. That's it. You look like you were about to march into battle. All over that. Dongfang Hao did not answer. He withdrew his claw and looked downstream. The creek bent here, its waters darkening. A faint red tint showed along the muddy banks. That was the terrain near the red soil pine forest. This was the color. They still had some way to go. He raised a claw and patted the turtle's shell. Move. The turtle said nothing. It pushed itself up on all four legs and started walking. It carried the one on its back onward. It did not know that the silent dragon on its back was already planning for the entire winter. Behind the clouds, the sun quietly sank westward. The sky gradually turned blue-gray. The chill had not yet come, but the heat was already fading. Dongfang Hao said nothing along the way. He calculated the time. His eyes settled on the outline of the pine forest, growing clearer beyond the bend. The corner of his mouth shifted slightly. He neither smiled nor frowned. A few months would be enough. Chapter 62. Once dawn breaks, we stop waiting. Finding his sister comes first. When the slanting sun sank to the pine tips, the color of the muddy banks changed completely. The mud had been dull gray-green all along the way, but here, the earth slowly took on a dark red hue. Dongfang Hao coiled atop the turtle's shell. He looked down at the mud beneath him, then swept his gaze across both banks. These were not the usual mixed trees by a creek, but whole stands of pine. Their needles were deep green, their bark wrinkled and cracked. Their roots gripped the red earth tightly. Red soil and pine forest, the two landmarks Jiang had mentioned at the cafe. They matched. He raised a claw and scratched the turtle's shell. He drew a forward arrow. The turtle understood. It quickened its pace while Wang Pangzi scouted ahead. His pincers parted waist-high ferns. He turned back and called out, Big brother, there's a dead pine ahead. It's bare, unlike the ones around it. Dongfang Hao urged the turtle to follow. The pine stood on a rise deeper within the bend. It stood a head taller than the living pines around it. All its needles had fallen, and its branches were dry and white. At its crown sat a dark, tangled mass of twigs. A magpie nest. All three landmarks were there. Red soil, an old pine killed by disease, a magpie nest at its top. Jiang's information was right. She had spawned somewhere nearby. She could not be far from this dead tree. Dusk had fallen. Dongfang Hao had the turtle stop beneath the dead tree. He slid down from its shell and circled the roots once. No one was there. Wang Pangzi rummaged through the ferns with his pincers. He did not find even a trace of a snake. His eye stalks drooped. She said she'd wait here. So why isn't she here? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His pincers clacked loudly against the ground. I told you, that woman was unreliable. She sounded so convincing at the cafe. Going on about helping us avoid predators and traveling together. And after we came all this way, she isn't even here. Dongfang Hao did not respond. He crouched and stared at the patch of mud west of the roots. There was a trail in the red mud. It was narrow, winding out from the grass. It curved around the roots, then vanished back into the grass on the other side. A shallow groove ran down its center, bordered by fine, rhythmic push marks, tracks left by a crawling snake. He reached out and lightly touched the edge of the groove with a claw. The mud was still soft, and the edges had not dried. Moisture still seeped along the bottom. She couldn't have left more than half a day ago. Dongfang Hao looked up. She was here. Wang Pangzi leaned in and stared for a long time, but could not make out a thing. How can you tell? The mud was freshly disturbed. Dongfang Hao pointed at it. Dried mud turns hard and pale. This trail is still dark, and the water has not seeped away. He looked along the trail. It led deeper into the forest, then came back. At last, it disappeared into the rock pile to the west. There were tracks going both ways. Not just one passage. Looks like she came here, then left again. Why did she leave? Dongfang Hao considered it. Jianguo was shrewd. She had specifically given them landmarks and arranged to travel together. She would not break that promise lightly. If she left, either she had somewhere else to go, or she could no longer stay here. He did not rush to a conclusion. It was fully dark. Even if they pursued her, they would not be able to see. We'll spend the night here. Dongfang Hao patted the turtle's shell. Tomorrow we'll wait half the day. If she returns, we'll leave together. If she doesn't. He paused. I'll leave a mark to show we came. Then we'll continue to the swamp. We won't wait any longer. Wang Pangzi was not pleased. Then wasn't this trip for nothing? Not for nothing. Dongfang Hao walked toward the dead tree. Her help avoiding predators would be welcome if we get it. If not, it does not hold us up. Our real priority is finding my sister. We cannot waste our time on something we do not even know will happen. Waiting around here. As he spoke, he pressed his claw tip against the dead tree's bark. At the most visible spot, about waist high, he carved 3 diagonal slashes. The bark split open, exposing pale white wood beneath. A little pine resin seeped out. The mark was set. Dongfang Hao withdrew his claw. He looked up at the dead tree. Its trunk was thick, and though its branches were dead, they were still sturdy. The magpie nest at the top had long been abandoned. The birds had flown off long ago. No one knew where. He looked down at Wang Pangzi. You'll sleep in this tree hollow tonight. A large hollow split open at the dead pine's roots. It was dry and shielded from the wind. Wang Pangzi crawled inside. As soon as he settled down, his shell began to feel dry. The past few days had been hot, and his crab body had been out of water too long. Even his joints had become stiff. Dongfang Hao noticed. He closed his eyes and summoned the ability he had grown familiar with. He slowly gathered the moisture from around his body, drawing it toward the hollow's entrance. Before long, a thin layer of pale mist rose at the entrance. It curled around Wang Pangzi's shell. Once the moisture rose, Wang Pangzi's stiff joints immediately relaxed. Even his eye stalks went limp with relief. Heh, big brother really gets me. He curled up more comfortably. How are you getting better and better at using this? Dongfang Hao did not answer. He turned and climbed the trunk. He had secretly practiced flying these past few days. His greatest discovery was how water vapor could support his body. He feared Wang Pangzi would see him practicing on the ground and talk too much. Training hidden in mist was exhausting. This dead tree was tall, with an open view from the top. At night, no one could see him. It was perfect. He climbed upward branch by branch. He reached the highest branch and coiled around it. Once steady, he could tell that these days of practice were already paying off. Though flying practice left him exhausted every day, the improvement was real. Below, Wang Pangzi was already asleep, while the turtle huddled by the roots. Its head bobbed as it dozed. Below, Wang Pangzi turned over, resting a pincer at the hollow's entrance. The mist had not dispersed. It circled his shell. The turtle was sound asleep too, all 4 legs sprawled out, its belly pressed against the red mud. Dongfang Hao looked deep into the forest. That snake trail headed west and finally vanished among the rocks. If Jiang had not run into trouble, she should return tomorrow to claim the territory she had told them about. If something had happened to her, he forced down that thought. They would deal with it tomorrow. The night deepened, and the pines murmured in the wind. Dongfang Hao recovered from his weakness and recoiled his body. He rested with his eyes half closed. He did not fully sleep in this unfamiliar place. The 2 beside him were both amphibious creatures. Wang Pangzi was limited on land by the lack of moisture. The turtle looked more cooperative these past 2 days. But who knew whether it was planning another escape? He did not dare sleep too deeply. Time passed bit by bit. The insects in the forest gradually fell quiet. The sound of the creek flowing over red mud became clearer. Dongfang Hao's breathing became slow and even. The exhaustion in his body gradually receded. The sweat on his scales dried as well. Near the middle of the night, he suddenly opened his eyes. He had not been awakened by noise. Rather, the sliver of awareness he maintained while resting caught a faint, unnatural sound. Far away, west of the forest, something was coming this way. The sound was faint and intermittent, stopping and starting. Dongfang Hao did not move. Coiled atop the tree, he flattened himself low. Even the faint gold on his scales faded away. His whole body sank into the branches' shadows. The sound drew closer, circling around the rock pile. It followed the direction of the snake trail from daytime, creeping inch by inch toward the dead tree. Chapter 63. This misunderstanding is perfect. This dragon is happy to hide in the tree and watch. Dawn had not yet broken. The forest was gray and dim. The outlines of the pines were barely visible. Mist hovered close to the ground. It was impossible to tell night from water vapor. When that sound crept within 20 paces of the dead tree, it stopped. Dongfang Hao could see clearly from the treetop. A slender snake, roughly 80 centimeters long with grayish-brown scales, lay hidden in the grass, half its body extended. Its tongue flicked in and out as its head turned from side to side. The snake moved slowly as it surveyed the area. There was a wound on its left side near the tail. Its scales were peeled back, and seeping blood was dotted with grass clippings. A partial scab had formed only to split open again from crawling all this way. Whenever it moved forward, that side of its body twitched inward unnaturally, as though something were pulling it. It was struggling so badly, yet still forcing its way here. Dongfang Hao had a rough idea about the snake. It was most likely Jiang. She had come by during the day and left that trail. Then she left only to sneak back before dawn. And she had a fresh wound. For her to remember to return in this condition, either this territory mattered greatly to her, or she had nowhere else to go. He remained silent and kept watching. The snake lay in the grass for a while, its head against the ground. It listened again and again, confirming there was no major movement nearby. Only then did it slowly move toward the dead tree, reaching the outer edge of its roots. Suddenly, its whole body tensed, drawing tight at once. It coiled up and raised its head high. Its tongue flicked rapidly. It had spotted Wang Pangzi. Dongfang Hao looked down in the direction the snake faced. Wang Pangzi was still asleep at the hollow's entrance. The thin mist had lingered all night. While resting at midnight, Dongfang Hao had casually replenished it with more moisture. Now the mist curled around his round shell, nearly 80 centimeters across. Pale, white strands drifted around it. It looked like a living thing. In the pre-dawn mist, the huge crab was a black mass. Its pincers were thicker than the snake's head. The curve of its shell rose high in the gray light. The mist blurred its outline until it could not be seen clearly. That only made it more terrifying. The snake coiled tightly. It stared fixedly at the giant shape in the mist. Half its body trembled, too afraid to move closer. It was only around 80 centimeters long, a thin little thing. It was wounded, and though that creature opposite was about the same length, its massive frame, to pincers and hard shell, they were not opponents on the same level. Even more unsettling was the mist. A layer of white mist had appeared from nowhere around the tree hollow. That giant crab rested silently within it, without even seeming to breathe. She knew this forest well. She had never seen mist rise from any corner of it on its own. Instinctively, the snake shrank back. That movement startled Wang Pangzi. Wang Pangzi had been sleeping soundly. The faint awareness beneath his eye stalks suddenly detected a creature's outline. The entire crab jolted alert in an instant. He raised both pincers over his head, eye stalks standing straight up. All 8 legs snapped open. He turned sideways into a fighting stance. A small jet of water vapor even hissed from the seams of his shell. His sudden movement woke the turtle by the roots as well. The turtle slowly poked its head out of its shell. Its beady eyes were half open as it peered blearily outside. When it saw the coiled snake, it instantly pulled its head back and snapped its shell shut. It sealed tight, becoming like a solid lump of iron. The crab and snake faced each other from 2 paces apart, with only the thin mist between them. The snake coiled tighter, its tongue flicking without pause. Its scales flared, making it look larger. It looked ready to fight for its life. Wang Pangzi spread his pincers wide. One aimed at the snake's head, while the other guarded his body. His eye stalks locked onto the snake. Neither side moved first. The tension stretched to its limit, but Dongfang Hao did not move from the treetop. He had recognized that this snake was Jiang, but he was in no hurry to tell Wang Pangzi. For one thing, this standoff could not hurt Wang Pangzi in the slightest. With his dragon-enhanced shell, this wounded snake could not even bite through the ridges on his pincers. For another, he wanted to see what Jiang was really capable of now. In her current bedraggled state, she looked nothing like the shrewd woman who controlled the conversation at the cafe. After they remained locked in place for about a dozen breaths, the snake gave out first. It was injured, and after tensing itself for so long, Half its body began trembling more and more violently. Even its coils started to sag. It stared at the giant crab, which had not backed down at all, then glanced at the strange turtle curled into an iron lump beside it. Finally, it lowered its raised head a little. Its tail slowly traced out a sentence on the ground. Wang Pangzi from Jiangcheng. Wang Pangzi's pincers froze. Who are you? Jianguo loosened her coils a little. The movement tugged at her wound, making her shudder again. It seems you are Wang Yi, the Crab King, at the cafe during the exchange meeting. I spoke with you. Wang Pangzi tilted his eye stalks. He stared at her for a long while, looking from her wound to the end of her still trembling tail. Only then did he slowly lower his pincers. Oh, it is you? He let out a breath of relief. His pincers dropped, then his anger flared again. He raised them again and banged them against the ground. You pulled this on me in the middle of the night? You were all wound up. You scared the hell out of me. You were the one who said you'd wait here. We came all this way, and you weren't even here. Now you sneak back in the dark and scare us again. How was I supposed to know you two were camped under this tree? Zhang Xia's tone softened as well. As she spoke, she fully uncoiled her body. She collapsed onto the red mud and caught her breath. Then she warily scanned the surroundings again. There was this huge black shape in the mist, with pincers thicker than my head. I thought some ferocious beast had taken over my territory. I was wondering whether I should take a detour. As she spoke, she forced herself a little closer to the roots. Her head turned as she inspected every inch of the area. The giant crab at the tree hollow, and the strange turtle by the roots. She looked all around but saw no other creatures. Dongfang Hao was coiled around the highest branch. His body was pressed into the shadows, his pale golden scales tucked tightly away. Even his breathing was reduced to the faintest whisper. Dawn had not fully broken, and from below, he was merely a dark shape among the dead branches, blending in beside an abandoned magpie nest. No one would give it a second look. Zhang Xia's head swept past the treetop without pausing. Then she turned back. She had not looked up at all. From above, Dongfang Hao saw it clearly, just as expected. He had deliberately spent the night coiled atop the tree. That had been his plan: height, concealment, and a clear view. Zhang Xia's attention was entirely on the two creatures below. She would never imagine a dragon was hiding in the pine branches overhead. Below, Zhang Xia's attention settled on the turtle. She stared at its shell for quite a while. That shell truly differed from an ordinary turtle's. Most turtles still leave part of their body exposed when they retract into their shells. There is usually some gap, but this shell could close completely without a single seam. Its shell was also far tougher than an ordinary turtle's. When retracted, it looked exactly like a lump of iron. Not even the rise and fall of its breathing could be seen. If you knocked on it, it would probably ring like metal. It was clearly mutated, and this sealed shell mutation let it attack or defend as needed. And with such a massive body, it could only have reached that size after mutating. At this size, the turtle had to weigh at least 4 or 5 times as much as she did. Zhang Xia's heart skipped a beat. At the exchange meeting, she had repeatedly considered Dongfang Hao's more than 31,000 achievement points. That was a terrifying number. Hardly anyone there could even come close. Anyone who could earn that many points had to be a ruthless powerhouse hiding their true strength. They had to stand near the top of the food chain. In this group, there was an elite crab nearly as long as she was, and a mutated turtle whose depths she could not fathom. The owner of those 30,000 points had to be that turtle. The mutated turtle stayed silent, withdrawn, and motionless. No one could read it. The quieter one was. The more tightly it hid itself, the more likely it was a true powerhouse. Dongfang Hao had seemed so calm and unruffled at the cafe, as though he had calculated everything. That demeanor matched this turtle's nature far too well. She even recalled Dongfang Hao saying he had become the ruler of the waters by relying on a creek. Turtles were aquatic creatures. They could raise their own prey and ambush animals that came to drink. Such patient tactics were exactly a turtle's style. That was it. It had to be. The more Zhang Jia thought about it, the more certain she became. As she moved toward the turtle, she lowered her posture, keeping her tongue tucked in. She even forgot the pain of her wound. Her voice became respectful. So the big boss is here too. She solemnly nodded her head to the turtle hiding in its shell. My apologies for the disrespect. The turtle did not move inside its shell or react in the slightest. Zhang Jia took that as the composure of a true master. The less it acknowledged you, the more confidence it must have. It could not even be bothered to speak, making her even less willing to act rashly. She lowered her body even further. From the treetop, Dongfang Hao watched the whole scene unfold. He nearly lost his composure. He held the breath in his throat for a long time, forcing it into an extremely faint exhale that no one could hear. Jiang was clever and quick at deduction, but this time, every step of her reasoning landed firmly in the wrong place. She had assigned the terror of those 30,000 points to a box turtle that had been rolled around like a ball by a leopard cat yesterday, then dangled in midair by him and terrified out of its wits, and kept begging for mercy, admitting defeat and following him along. The turtle itself was still tucked inside its shell, while someone respectfully called it a boss. But dragonification had only barely improved its intelligence, and it had no idea what was going on. It only assumed the snake outside had come for the crab. It tucked itself in even tighter, terrified someone might pick it up and throw it skyward again. Should he clear up the misunderstanding? Dongfang Hao considered it. Forget it. This misunderstanding was perfect. All of Jiangxia's calculations were focused on the turtle. She did not spare the treetop even a glance. As a true dragon, he was happy to take it easy. He hid in the treetop and watched the show. When she eventually realized she had mistaken the wrong one for the real boss, her expression would be even better than when she saw that shadow in the mist. He tucked himself deeper into the branches' shadows. Even his breathing grew quieter. Only his two eyes remained, watching from the darkness. Below, Jiang took the turtle as the backbone of the group. The nerves she had held taut all night finally relaxed. She coiled beside the tree roots, with her injured side pressed to the red mud. Its coolness seeped beneath her scales, soothing her burning wound somewhat. She let out a long breath. I finally found you. The weakness and lingering fear in her voice could no longer be hidden. These past 2 days, I nearly did not make it back. Wang Pangzi's eye stalk shot up as he moved 2 steps closer. What happened? Who did this to you? Jiang turned sideways. Slowly, she showed him the wound on her back, scabbed over, but scraped open again and oozing blood. It was a deep wound, cutting through her scales into the flesh. Beside it was a curved, hook-like tear. An eagle owl. An eagle owl. Jiang forced out the words. Her entire body pressed closer to the red mud. Merely saying it seemed to chill the back of her neck. You have no idea how terrifying those things are once fully grown. She raised her head and tried to keep her voice steady, but the tremor still slipped through. Its wingspan is nearly 1.5 meters, and its talons are hooked like iron. One strike can lift my entire body into the air. Its attack stat is at least 9, and it has the advantage of flight. Wang Pangzi's eye stalk sprang up, 1.5 meters, when it dove from the treetop. I did not hear a thing. Jiangxia's tail slowly swept across the mud, carving a shallow groove. By the time I reacted, it was already too late. My body is long, so I curled, sprang, and shot into a crack between rocks. That was the only reason it tore away just this piece of flesh from my back. If I had been half a breath slower, she paused without finishing. Half a breath slower, and I would be in its nest right now. Wang Pangzi's eye stalk shrank at that. Instinctively, he glanced toward the top of the dead pine overhead. The dark shape lay beside the abandoned magpie nest. It did not move. Not even a branch stirred. Wang Pangzi immediately felt reassured. Big Brother is watching from up there. Something this minor is not even worth lifting an eyelid for. Clearly, that so-called eagle owl was not worthy of Big Brother's notice. With that thought, he immediately puffed up. He raised both pincers, clacking them loudly against the ground. It is just some scruffy bird. Wang Pangzi sidled half a step forward. His pincers spread wide. If it runs into us, that is its bad luck. Let it come back, and I will take it down without breaking a sweat. Jiang froze for a moment. She stared at the giant crab for quite a while. That was outrageously arrogant. The eagle owl ruled the sky, while the crab was bound to the ground. Its dives carried terrifying force. In an instant, it could rip apart flesh and hide. What sideways walking crab would dare claim it could crush a bird of prey in the sky? But then she glanced at the turtle by the roots, curled into an iron lump. The turtle had not made a sound. From the moment she returned until now, the turtle had shown almost no reaction. Even as she and Wang Pangzi argued like this, it remained as steady as if it were dead asleep. Even the lower-ranking follower dared to boast. Yet the stronger leader said nothing. The less it spoke, the deeper its confidence must be. Its silence was approval. The two players had crossed countless predator territories to reach this place without a scratch. They were certainly not as simple as they appeared. The more Jiang thought about it, the more her back prickled. She swallowed back her earlier arrogant judgment. Her posture became even more deferential. Wang Pangzi had no idea how much was running through her mind. He had barely savored his boast for the breaths before his eye stalks turned back to inspect Jiang's wound. The wound ran from her scales deep into the flesh. Half her body was still twitching faintly. Wang Pangzi's smugness faded. That said, he drew in his pincers. His eye stalks tilted. That injury is no joke. We are heading for the downstream marsh. It is a long way, and we cannot waste even a day. He edged closer, his tone blunt. The way you shake 3 times for every 2 steps. You'd only slow us down if you came with us. Our big brother needs to find someone. He does not have time to wait for a snake that cannot crawl. Jiang had choked on those words. She knew Wang Pangzi was weighing her worth. If she was of no use, these 2 players would absolutely turn and leave. They would not give her a second glance. She reacted quickly, bracing her tail against the mud. She forcibly raised her limp body halfway up. I will not hold you back. She spoke quickly. I am different from you. The snake I chose is mutated. It is not only larger, but heals faster too. As long as there is enough food, 3 days. At most 3 days. By then, I will grow further. This little wound will heal on its own. She added. And my combat power will improve as well. Wang Pangzi's eye stalk swiveled, but he did not answer immediately. 3 days to reach her growth stage, so long as it does not delay the journey. Big brother probably would not object. Unable to decide, he glanced at the treetop again. The dark shape still had not moved. Wang Pangzi figured that since Big Brother had not spoken, he either had not made up his mind, or wanted to hear more, so he did not shut her down. With his pincers on the ground and eye stalks aimed at Jiang, he continued. You did not come back just to find us, did you? Jiang took a breath. Only then did she reveal what had truly been weighing on her. I came back partly to see whether you had arrived. The other half was to find somewhere to hide. She pointed her tail toward the depths of the forest. These past few days, something is not right. What is wrong? Jiang said. Did you not notice on your way here? The heat these past few days has been unnatural. It was fine 2 days ago, but these last 2 days, even the creek water is warmed. Bugs are swarming through the muck and beneath the grass roots. Thick beneath the grass roots. There are more small animals too. Wang Pangzi nodded. He had noticed that. For 2 days, he had been scooping up bugs without pause. He had eaten until his belly was round. Heat more bugs, more small animals. That is a good thing. Wang Pangzi said, who would not be happy to have more food? That is exactly the problem. Jiang's tone darkened. When there is more food, the little creatures below multiply. But the big creatures above them start breeding too. That eagle owl was never supposed to come here. This pine forest is my territory. At this time in past years, it stayed by the cliffs farther north, guarding its hunting grounds. But these past 2 days, it has expanded its hunting range to the downstream riverbank. It is even hunting in my pine forest. Why? With more food, it is likely raising young. It flies farther, eating whatever it can catch. Wang Pangzi's eye stalks drooped. He had been too focused on eating. He truly had not considered that. But Dongfang Hao, atop the tree, narrowed his eyes. Abnormally rising temperatures, exploding food supplies, apex predators crossing into new territory. Every word Jiang said below matched what he had considered while coiled atop the turtle shell these past 2 days. Piece by piece. He had not been overthinking it. He quietly exhaled in the darkness. He did not pursue that thought further. For now, they had to get through this first. Below, Jiang had said all she needed to say. She lay coiled in the mud, awaiting an answer. She did not dare look at the powerhouse in the treetop. She only turned her head slightly toward the turtle. Her posture was as humble as could be. Wang Pangzi was still muttering to himself. He was about to ask how long this heat would last, when a streak of gray-white suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. Dawn was breaking, just as that gray-white light spread over the pine tips. A sharp cry came from high in the western sky. It tore through the air. The cry was distant and piercing. The moment it rang out, every insect in the forest fell silent. Jiang's entire body went rigid. Her coils tightened instantly, her head pressed flat against the ground. It is here. The eagle owl is back. As that piercing cry rang out, Jiang pressed herself against the red mud, afraid to move. Wang Pangzi froze too, both eye stalks snapping toward the west. The sky was still gray, with only a faint white glow above the pine tips. Nothing could be seen clearly, but that crushing pressure was impossible to miss. Dongfang Hao opened his eyes atop the tree. He did not move right away, with Wang Pangzi's current size and strength. An eagle owl with a wingspan of only 1.5 meters could not do much to him for now. Below, the three of them, a crab, a turtle, and a snake, made a proper team. An eagle owl was vicious, fast, and terrifying when it swooped from the sky. It was certainly a tough opponent, but for this team, it was not enough, especially with him above as their safety net. These past days, he had secretly practiced Cloud Follow's dragon, walking on the ground and supporting himself in the air. Everything he practiced had focused on strengthening himself. He had yet to test whether it worked against a living creature diving at high speed. Could his skill be used that way? This eagle owl was perfect for a test. Besides, he only intended to be their backup. The two below, along with that shell-hiding turtle, were enough. Dongfang Hao lowered himself. He drew his entire dragon body into the shadows of the branches. Even his breathing became soundless. Below, Wang Pangzi recovered first. "What are you panicking for?" He rapped a pincer against the ground. But his voice no longer sounded quite as bold as before. "It came to us. Saves me the trouble of finding it." Though he said that, his eye stalk still drifted toward the treetop. The dark shape moved. It did not rise. It merely shifted lightly deeper into the branches, angling itself toward the west. Wang Pangzi understood at once. Big Brother is watching that bird. Big Brother is about to strike. No, Big Brother wanted him to strike. The moment that thought came to him, Wang Pangzi's unease vanished. He turned sideways, his 8 legs spreading with a sharp snap. Jiang, his eye stalks fixed on the trembling snake. "Did you not say you heal quickly? Now is when we need it." Jiang lifted her head slightly from the mud. "How? You're injured, and you're bleeding." Wang Pangzi pointed a pincer at the wound where her scab had split open again. "That thing in the sky has sharp eyes. It can see your blood from far away. You are exactly what it is coming for." Jiang shuddered again. They wanted her as bait, risking her life to lure in the eagle owl that could carry her into the sky. But then she thought again. This giant crab dared to boast he could crush the eagle owl. The turtle by the tree roots was steady as a rock. She had not dared look toward the treetop. But she believed in those two and their confidence. More importantly, if she wanted a place among them, she had to prove her worth before these two powerhouses. Words about reaching her growth stage in 3 days were not enough. She had to risk her life once. Only then would they truly see her as a teammate. She steeled herself, though a snake could not grit its teeth. Still, her resolve truly rose. "Fine," she said. "I will be the bait. What is the plan? You tell me." Wang Pangzi did not answer right away. He glanced up the treetop again. The dark shape gave an almost imperceptible nod. Reassured, Wang Pangzi turned his eye stalks. He actually worked out a plan himself. "Listen." He turned sideways, shuffling toward the tangled grass by the roots. "Stick half your body out of the grass and leave that wound exposed. Lie there and do not move from the sky. You will look like an easy meal right within its grasp." "And what about you?" Wang Pangzi did not answer. He squatted on a raised patch of red mud beside Jiang. His 8 legs slid beneath his shell. His 2 massive pincers drew him before him as well. He pressed his whole body low. It formed a dark, rounded silhouette. Dawn had not fully broken, and his shell, tougher after his dragon transformation, now mottled with faint green patches, sat gray, bulky, and motionless between the tangled grass and red mud. "See that?" His voice squeezed out through a gap in his shell. Sounding pleased with himself, he said, "I am a rock. A moss-covered rock." Jiang stared at that lump of rock for 2 breaths. It really did look somewhat convincing. "When it dives down to grab you." Wang Pangzi's muffled voice came from inside the rock. "It will see only you, that piece of meat, and not me. The moment it lands, I will hit it hard. The snake lures in its talons, then the rock strikes back." Jiang looked at the rock, then at the direction of her wound. The plan clicked into place in her mind. Dangerous, but sound. She asked no more, enduring the tearing pain in the wound across her back. She slowly slid half her body out from the tangled grass. She lay limp in the open clearing. She brazenly displayed her bleeding wound to the sky overhead. She lowered her head too, pressing it against the mud. She even withdrew her tongue. A severely wounded snake, unable to move. A wounded snake on the verge of death. That was the role she had to play now. At some point, the turtle by the roots had poked its head out slightly. Its tiny eyes were half open. It looked at the crab disguised as a rock, then at the snake lying outside with her wound exposed. It seemed to grasp something and, surprisingly, did not retreat into its shell. Instead, it silently edged deeper into the tangled grass, hiding its iron shell in the grass shadows. Dongfang Hao saw this from the treetop. After following him these past few days, the turtle had truly become a little sharper. Without anyone telling it, it had found itself a hiding place. The white line on the horizon spread wider. That piercing cry sounded again. This time, much closer. It was followed by a deep sound pressing through the wind, slanting down from the high western sky. The eagle owl was here. In the shadows, Dongfang Hao slowly tensed. He gradually spread out his awareness, reaching for the invisible moisture in the air. At dawn, the forest was at its dampest, and the power he could draw upon was at its strongest. Below, Jianguo lay in the clearing, listening as that wine-crushing sound drew nearer. The flesh around her wound throbbed, and her entire body went rigid. She dared not look up. The sound grew louder and faster from a single point, into a force plunging straight down at her. The massive eagle owl folded its wings as it rode the force of its dive. Its two iron-hooked talons thrust forward, aimed at the wounded snake bleeding on the mud. The wind shrieked. Jiangxia's mind went completely blank. She could even feel the wind driven down by those claws. It was already pressing against the wound on her back. At that very instant, within the dark shape atop the tree, two faint points of golden light suddenly flared. Dongfang Hao activated Cloud Follow's dragon. He seized the dawn moisture in one grasp, pulling it sharply into the eagle owl's diving path. With one press, the invisible vapor in the air was compressed into a thick layer in an instant. It formed a dense wall directly before the eagle owl's talons. That was where everything changed. Halfway through its dive, the airflow ahead shifted without warning. Its smooth downward momentum was suddenly shoved back by something unseen. Its spread wings jolted violently, and its whole body veered sideways. Its straight dive went crooked. Worse, it lost speed. The lightning-fast strike that could have carried Jiangxia into the sky lost its force in the final instant before impact. Its talons missed Jiangxia as she dodged aside. But the eagle owl could not halt its own momentum. It crashed headfirst into the red mud, wings flapping wildly in disarray. Now, Wang Pangzi, disguised as a rock, sprang into action. Chapter 66, Hidden Killing Intent Beneath the Stalemate. Wang Pangzi's 8 legs all exerted force at once. The muscles beneath his shell tensed to their limit, then explosively released. His entire body launched sideways from the ground. He moved so fast he left a blurred gray streak. Everything he had planned for so long came down to this one move. He did not target that fluffy, feathered head, nor did he touch the talons that could rip through flesh. His two massive pincers struck precisely and savagely from either side, clamping the base of the eagle owl's left wing just as it began to rise. Wings were a bird's lifeline. Clamp this point shut, and it would never fly again. The dull crunch of closing pincers mingled with the eagle owl's abruptly shrill screech, exploding through the silent forest clearing. The eagle owl was startled. The sudden attack and searing pain sent it into a frenzy. Its right talon, pinned in the mud, suddenly shot up, cutting the air with a piercing whistle. It slashed viciously at Wang Pangzi's back shell. This was the most instinctive strike of an apex predator. Its most vicious counterattack. The hook tips glinted black. Jiangxia saw it and sank even deeper into the mud. That very claw had nearly taken her life. Clang! An exceptionally dull impact rang out. The eagle owl's iron talon, strong enough to shatter rock, dug squarely into the center of Wang Pangzi's back shell, then skidded away for lack of purchase. The expected crack in his shell never came. It did not even leave a mark. It was like a child scratching a rock with his fingernails. It did not even scrape the outermost layer. The shell on Wang Pangzi's back hardened further through prolonged dragon transformation, steadily withstood the blow. The impact drove his 8 legs downward, crushing the red mud beneath him, yet his shell itself did not budge. Instead, the eagle owl's talon went numb from the impact. Seeing the eagle owl's claws could do nothing to him, Wang Pangzi taunted. "Is that all you've got?" With that, he drove his round body forward. Using his advantage in weight, he forcibly pressed half the eagle owl's body back into the mud. One wing was clamped, and half its body was pinned. The eagle owl's hope of taking flight again was completely crushed. It went completely wild and twisted its neck. Its sharp beak aimed at the joint of the pincer arm clamping its wing. Then it pecked down viciously. Tap, tap, tap. Its pecks came fast and hard, striking precisely at the relatively thinner shell around the joint. Pain shot through Wang Pangzi, and his pincer arm loosened slightly. The eagle owl seized the chance to frantically beat its other wing. Its sharp talons clawed wildly through the mud, and the fight reached a stalemate. Wang Pangzi had it pinned, but could not free himself to deal a fatal blow. The eagle owl's main means of taking off was restrained, yet it fought desperately with its beak and one talon. Red mud sprayed everywhere. Jiang lay nearby, the wound on her back pulsed with pain. She watched the rock and the scruffy bird tangled together. She hesitated. Should she help in her condition? Going in might only make things worse. But if she did not help, what if the crab king's pincers slipped? Her gaze instinctively flicked toward the tangled grass by the tree roots. The turtle was still tucked there, like a lump of iron. It had not moved at all. Jiang's hesitation was suddenly overwhelmed by a stronger emotion. Right, a fight on this level was nothing to a true master. If the master did not move, it meant there was no need to move, or he was still waiting for something. Just as she thought that, deep in the tangled grass, that silent lump of iron moved. The turtle's head emerged from the gap in its shell. Its tiny eyes were half open, holding none of their usual panic or confusion. Its eyes locked tightly onto one spot. The eagle owl's neck, fully exposed by its desperate struggles, covered in fine gray-brown feathers. The flesh there was relatively soft. Beneath it lay the vital point supporting its head. For decades, it had lain motionless at the bottom of a pond, waiting for prey to swim into ambush range. That instinct completely took over its body in that moment. It cared nothing for the bigger picture and knew nothing of tactical coordination. It saw only one fatal opening, one perfect chance to kill with a single blow. Its short legs kicked fiercely against the slick red mud. Its entire heavy body, encased in hard shell, launched forward without warning. There was no running start, no wind-up. It was simply a projectile fired from the shadows of the grass. A silent cannonball, moving so fast. It was nothing like its usual slow crawl. Jiang saw only a blur. The gray-green shadow crossed the short distance, and then, crack, a sharp, teeth-grinding sound of bone breaking. The turtle's open upper and lower jaws precisely clamped tightly around the eagle owl's throat. It could even feel its beak edges pierce flesh, and the faint, spine-chilling sensation of neck bones being crushed. All of the eagle owl's struggles stopped at once. Its amber eyes bulged violently. Its wings gave to final, feeble flaps. The red mud they kicked up pattered onto the ground, then slid back into the murky sludge. Its talons scratched a few final white streaks across Wang Pangzi's back shell. Then it went fully limp, collapsing into the murky mud. It was dead, from the turtle's launch to the fight's end. Only a few breaths had passed. It was clean and decisive, without a single wasted movement. Wang Pangzi was still gripping the eagle owl's limp-winged base in his pincers. After staring blankly for a moment, he looked down at the head hanging crookedly to one side, its neck marked by a clear indentation from a bite. Then he looked up at the turtle, which had released its jaws, and was slowly drawing its head back beside its shell. Its short legs steadied themselves in the mud. It became that innocent, simple-looking turtle again. Jiang was utterly stunned. Her whole snake body lay limp in the mud, and her mind could barely process it. First, the Crab King had exploded into action and clamped the wing. He had withstood a 9-point attack without a scratch, pinning the airborne predator to the ground. That was already terrifying enough. But the turtle that had stayed hidden in the grass, the one she had revered as an unfathomable master, moved like that. It stayed still until it moved to kill. That single lunge was so fast that even she could not see its path. Its bite landed with absurd precision, severing the throat at once. One strike, one kill. So this was how a true master fought. A true master watched the whole field from the shadows and never hesitated once an opening appeared. The instant he struck, the fight ended. He would not deign to waste even one extra breath. As Jiang watched the turtle withdraw, wearing that calm look as though nothing had happened, a chill ran down her spine. After killing such a powerful adult predator, this turtle was unbelievably nonchalant, as natural as eating or drinking. Shock, fear, and an inexplicable thrill at having her suspicions confirmed surged through her. She had been right all along. The true backbone of this group was this turtle. The Crab King was fierce, but he had only restrained the eagle owl. This one controlled the pace and delivered the killing blow, a true master. Every one of her previous guesses about that 30,000-point master aura settled completely on the box turtle at that moment. Chapter 67. Well done. After the battle, the sickly sweet smell of blood hung in the air, lingering for a long while. Wang Pangzi still gripped half the eagle owl's wing. His shell was smeared with red mud and dark brown blood. He did not feel much himself. Only the spots on his back shell scratched by the eagle owl's talons still carried a faint lingering numbness. He looked down at the raptor, now completely silent. Feathers lay scattered all over the ground. Its amber eyes were still wide open, frozen with its final terror. Pahi released his pincers. The eagle owl's heavy body thudded into the mud, splashing murky water everywhere. He shook the bloody flecks from his pincers. "Are you eating this thing?" He turned to the turtle slowly crawling out of the tangled grass. The turtle crawled to the eagle owl's corpse and sniffed it. Then it extended a foreleg and pawed twice at the scattered feathers. Then it raised its head and looked at Wang Pangzi. Then at Jiang lying limp in the mud nearby. It shook its head and withdrew a little. Not eating. Wang Pangzi's eye stalk shifted as he understood. That damn turtle had not lacked food lately. So it had no interest in something with so many feathers and so little meat. He weighed it up himself. The eagle owl was rather skinny, but it had a large frame, and there was still a fair amount of meat. But there would be plenty of stream insects ahead. Insects were nice and crunchy, and they helped his dragon-transformed shell grow. This thing had too many feathers and was a pain to chew. He would rather scoop up a few more handfuls of shrimp. Fine. You do not want it, and neither do I. Wang Pangzi pointed a pincer at Jiang. Then it is yours. Jiang was still sprawled in the mud, her mind reeling. The fight had begun and ended in only a few moves. First, the giant crab sprang up and clamped the wing. Then the turtle shot out like lightning and locked onto its throat in one bite. It had happened too quickly for her to react. Hearing Wang Pangzi say that, she froze for a moment. She lifted her head and looked at the mountain of meat sprawled on the ground. It was twice the size of her entire body, with its wings spread. It was likely twice as long as she was. Its thick breast meat, strong thighs, and fat beneath its fine down. On Earth Online, that was hard currency. It could be directly converted into energy to fuel growth. Back when she had survived alone, even scraps from an eagle owl like this could spark a fight to the death among competitors her size. For me, her voice came out a little dry. Who else? Wang Pangzi answered as though it were obvious. You are injured. And you said you could reach the growth stage quickly. If you do not eat more to recover, where will you get the energy? He paused and glanced at the turtle by the roots, which had tucked its head back in, as if it had no interest in any of this. Then he changed his tone. We have more than enough to eat. Jiangxia's body tensed slightly. She stared at the pile of meat, then at the silent turtle, then at the one standing between them. The crab acting like a master. Something in her heart began to hum at those words. Those two had done all the work of killing the eagle owl. She had only served as bait. She had not joined the brutal fight. By Earth Online's rules, whoever contributed the most took the largest share. That was only right. Even if they gave her nothing, she would not have a single word of complaint. Yet now, they had given an entire adult eagle owl to her. Why? Her ever-calculating mind began racing. The Crab King's words, "We do not need it," had been clear. They also carried confidence. Where did that confidence come from? From the one tucked inside its shell. The master who killed in one strike. The master did not care for this eagle owl, in his eyes. It was probably prey he could catch whenever he pleased. Catch one today, and there would be another tomorrow. Giving one to his underlings would cost him nothing. And she was the newcomer who needed to be rewarded. A complicated mix of shame and relief welled up inside her. She was ashamed that she had contributed so little to the group. She even had to rely on others to grant her spoils. But thankfully, these two masters were at least willing to give her a chance. They were willing to share a bite with her. In this world, where the timid starved, and the bold ate their fill, having food to eat mattered more than anything. She pushed herself up and dragged the heavy eagle owl with half her body still injured. She inched toward the hollow in the dead pine. The eagle owl's feathers scraped through the red mud, leaving a long, dark trail, gritting her teeth. She took that mountain of meat, several times heavier than herself, and slowly pushed it into the deepest part of the hollow. The hollow was dry, sheltered from the wind, and would contain the smell of blood. Once she had stowed the eagle owl away, She sealed most of the entrance with mud, leaving only a gap large enough for her to crawl through. Afterward, she collapsed at the entrance, utterly drained. She looked back toward the giant crab and that lump of iron outside, trying to keep her voice steady. I will cultivate in there for 2 days. When I come out, I will not hold you back. Wang Pangzi waved a pincer but said nothing. Jiang Jia did not look back again. She squeezed herself into the hollow, using her last strength to seal the entrance shut from within. Darkness swallowed her, along with the flesh that could carry her into the growth stage. Outside the hollow, all was quiet. The forest light grew brighter still. Wang Pangzi glanced at the sealed entrance, then looked up at the sky. Dawn had spread its light across the land, and the outlines of the pine tops grew clear. He shook the mud from his pincers, then walked a few steps toward the roots. He crouched beside the turtle. The turtle remained tucked inside its shell, completely still. Only after the hollow had fallen completely silent, and even the final scraping as she sealed it with mud had faded, did Dongfang Hao finally move. The branch where he had been coiled was high above. Its leaves had long since withered, leaving it bare. He did not rise at once. Instead, he closed his eyes briefly, and slowly released the breath he had been holding. That move with the water vapor, throwing the eagle owl off course, had been more draining than any of his previous training. It was not a lack of power, but a matter of precision and timing. He had needed to compress that invisible mass of water vapor directly in the eagle owl's diving path, forming a wall at exactly the right moment. Not too early, not too late, not too thick, and not too thin. Too early, and the eagle owl could change direction. Too late, and its talons would already have struck. Too thick, and it would simply shove the eagle owl away, giving it time to adjust. Too thin, and it would not alter its flight path enough. He had used Cloud Follow's dragon to create the ideal opening for Wang Pangzi and the turtle to strike. Fortunately, it worked. Only then did Dongfang Hao continue down. He controlled his descent, letting the thin water vapor surrounding him support his body. He almost seemed to slide down along the trunk. Only when he was half a person's height from the ground did he release the vapor, letting his own weight drop. His foreclaws landed firmly in the damp red mud, making almost no sound. Only then did Wang Pangzi notice him, his eye stalk snapping toward him. Big brother. He braced himself on all 8 legs, ready to hurry over, but Dongfang Hao raised a claw to stop him. He held up one front claw, pointed to his own eyes, then pointed toward the tree hollow, signaling Wang Pangzi to keep watch. Well done. Chapter 68. The 3-day promise nears its end. There was movement inside the tree hollow. When Wang Pangzi heard those words, his eye stalks abruptly froze. Well done. Just those 2 words made his mind buzz. Scenes from that brutal battle rushed back into his mind. The whistle of the wind still rang in his ears. That sharp crack seemed not to have faded yet. When the eagle owl's talon had come raking down, he had actually been stunned. He had never faced such a huge bird head-on before. The instant those talons came crashing down with the wind, he had not known whether he could withstand them. In that instant, his mind went blank. His 8 legs did not even know where to brace. Only instinct remained, pushing his shell forward. Yet his shell had not broken. It had not even left a mark. He had not felt pain at all. What he felt first was disbelief. He lowered his head to inspect the few faint white marks on his back shell. Only then did Wang Pangzi shudder in delayed fear. The tremors shot from the seams of his shell to the tips of all 8 legs. Looking closer at those white marks, they were shallow, like someone had scratched a stone twice with a fingernail. 2 months ago, he had been just an ordinary crab. Even a bite from a juvenile pike would have cracked it. If he had not spent these days at Big Brother's side, with dragonification gradually strengthening his shell, he did not dare think any further. If that talon strike had landed on his former body, he would probably already be dead, forced to start over. He had no desire to find out what starting over felt like. Wang Pangzi turned toward Dongfang Hao. The restless glint in his eye stalks vanished completely. Big brother, he said in a low voice. Just give me the word if you need anything. Dongfang Hao did not answer. His foreclaws stepped through the wet mud as he took 2 steps toward the turtle. For shallow claw prints remained in the mud. The red mud still held the night's chill. Mixed with the smell of blood, it was slippery underfoot. Dongfang Hao knew Wang Pangzi was a promising crab, and his dragonification had gone smoothly. That was why he had endured that attack head-on. Any ordinary, unmutated crab would have been torn apart by now. But Dongfang Hao did not intend to say much. One word of praise was enough. Anything more would lose its meaning. Do not just stand there. Dongfang Hao scratched words onto the turtle's shell. Walk around, see whether you are hurt. Wang Pangzi lowered his head and read the words, then quickly moved his 8 legs. He shuffled around in every direction. There really was nothing seriously wrong. Only the pale marks on his back shell felt a little rough. I am fine. My shell is not even broken. He grinned. His pincers tapped against the ground. The lingering fear in his voice had been suppressed. All that remained was excitement. Big brother, honestly, I really was not sure I could take that hit. Dongfang Hao glanced at him without replying. He turned and looked toward the tree hollow. Jiang was cultivating inside. She would not be coming out anytime soon. The fresh mud around the entrance had dried into a network of faint cracks. There was no sign of movement inside, only a faint, barely perceptible, stale smell of blood seeping through the cracks. It was the perfect time to reveal the plan he had been considering. To Wang Pangzi. He crawled back to the patch of wet sand behind the turtle's shell, which the turtle had just flattened. Using the tip of his claw, he carefully wrote several lines. For the next stretch of our journey, unless there is a deadly threat, I will no longer show myself. Wang Pangzi leaned his eye stalks closer and stared for a long while, still confused. Not show yourself? What do you mean, big brother? You are not coming with us. Dongfang Hao shook his head and wrote a few more words. I am coming, but I do not want Jiang to discover me. After a pause, he added, we know too little about Jiang. We only spoke briefly at that cafe. It would be best if I remain hidden for now. That also makes me the team's final safeguard. Wang Pangzi understood the general idea, though he still had doubts. Then what about the group's affairs if Jiang asks? What am I supposed to tell her? Dongfang Hao's claw returned to the sand. She is convinced the turtle is the powerhouse. Let her keep believing that. Now Wang Pangzi understood. His eye stalks lit up, and he nearly laughed aloud. He forcibly swallowed the laughter rising to his lips, afraid the one in the tree hollow might hear. He covered a gap in his shell with a pincer, his shoulders shaking. So, Big Brother plans to stay hidden the whole time, and let that turtle act as the leader in public. More or less, Dongfang Hao paused as he wrote. Having another shield is not a bad thing. With a visible powerhouse standing out front, our real trump card can remain better hidden. Jiang is smart, and smart people are often suspicious. Once suspicious people are convinced of something, they tend not to look any further. Dongfang Hao turned toward the turtle, which was basking in the sun inside its shell. Looking utterly simple and harmless, it had no idea that in the days ahead, it would be given another duty. Sunlight fell over its glossy black shell. Warm and comfortable, the turtle narrowed its eyes, flicking its tail in blissful contentment. It was utterly unaware that its future had already been decided for it. All right, we will do whatever you say, big brother. Wang Pangzi was completely convinced now. He pointed a pincer at the turtle. Then from now on, how will we communicate? Dongfang Hao did not answer immediately. He crawled over to the turtle. First, he lightly tapped its shell with a claw. The turtle poked its head out through a gap in its shell. Its tiny eyes blinked in confusion. Dongfang Hao said nothing. He simply extended a fur claw and pressed it onto one of the turtle's front legs. The pressure was neither too hard nor too soft, but it carried a force that could not be refused. The turtle understood at once under that pressure. It was being put to work again. Over the past few days, it had learned how things work. Whenever this dragon's claw came down on it, there was no room for refusal. The slightest flicker of resistance had barely surfaced before the force beneath that claw crushed it back down. All that remained was a muffled, inaudible sigh escaping its nostrils. Dongfang Hao released his claw and stepped back to paces. With a look, he indicated a patch of wet sand, telling the turtle to flatten it. The turtle hesitated briefly, then slowly crawled over. It used its claws to smooth the fine sand. Dongfang Hao used the compressed air of Cloud Follow's dragon to press words into the sand. The turtle stared, utterly dumbfounded. Its stubby legs quietly drew back, and its head retreated halfway into its shell. On the freshly smooth sand, a line of indented words appeared out of nowhere. In all its decades as a turtle, it had never seen anything like it. The turtle pulled in its neck, nearly withdrawing its entire head into its shell again. Dongfang Hao understood perfectly well. The turtle's intelligence had grown rather quickly these past 2 days. It was far sharper than when it first joined them. The effects of dragonification were gradually seeping into this box turtle's body. That was an unexpected bonus. Dongfang Hao added another sentence to the turtle's shell. From now on, whatever I say, the turtle will relay my words by writing them on the ground. After reading those words, the turtle lowered its head even further. Its two front claws pawed at the sand. That resigned expression was exactly like when it had been flipped onto its back. Satisfied, Dongfang Hao turned and climbed back onto the branch. He concealed himself in the shadow atop the dead pine. Jianguo was still cultivating inside the tree hollow. Outside, a dragon, a crab, and a turtle simply waited. Time passed bit by bit as pine needles fell without a sound. The sun slowly climbed above the branches, bleaching the edges of that shadow pale. Yet Dongfang Hao did not move a muscle. It was as if he had truly merged with the dead wood. The next day, the sun rose in the east as usual. The stifling heat had not weakened in the slightest. If anything, it had grown more intense. A thin white mist hung over the stream. It steamed more fiercely than in recent days. Even the wind felt thick and sticky, unable to disperse the heat. At the stream, Wang fished up bugs and teased the turtle. He was also testing whether this way of relaying messages to Big Brother worked. The turtle ignored him and kept eating bugs in silence. The resentment in its heart finally found some consolation. At least, this job was fairly respectable. At least no one would carry it around through the sky. Nor did it have to fear being snatched up in one bite all day. The job of peacefully eating bugs was not something it truly disliked. On the third morning, muffled sounds of struggling came from the tree hollow. Dirt trickled down in showers. Wang Pangxi's eye stalks turned, and he immediately went on alert. She is coming out. Then the entrance cracked open. A long body slowly emerged from within. When Jiangxia crawled out of the tree hollow, she squinted, taking a moment to adjust to the light outside. Before fully stretching out her body, several translucent old scales still clung to the damp walls of the hollow. They were fragments of old skin shed during her 2 days of dormant struggle. A faint scent of blood and earth came out of the hollow with her. She was considerably longer than before entering the hollow. Her body, once less than 32 inches long, was now nearly 36 inches long. Her scales had also deepened in color, glowing with a newly formed, tighter sheen than before. That previous wound, which had torn into her flesh, had long since healed into a faint scar. It was almost invisible, only she knew that beneath that scar lay a wound that had nearly killed her. She tried flexing her body. Strength, fuller than before, surged down her spine to the tip of her tail. Even the flick of her tongue was sharper than usual. She had entered the growth stage. Even she was a little surprised. She flicked her tail across the ground. She could feel that she was much stronger than before. She raised her head, ready to report her condition to the group. But the sight before her caught her eye, leaving her momentarily stunned. The large crab crouched by the stream, his eye stalks fixed on the water. He looked deep in thought. That boss turtle had its head lowered, scratching something into the wet sand with its front claws. She had no idea what it was doing. Jiangxia's newly risen joy was abruptly cut short by the scene. That was not strange. The more unfathomable the expert, the more likely they were to have their own peculiar habits. Perhaps it was studying a map. She suppressed her curiosity. Not daring to ask more, she tucked in her tail and respectfully moved closer. Everyone, I am out. Wang Pangxi turned to look at her. His eye stalks looked her up and down, and he grinned. Ho, you really did grow. His claws tapped against the ground. There was genuine admiration in his voice. You have shot up a lot in just 3 days. You grew faster than I did when I molted. The turtle stopped writing. It raised its head and glanced at her. There was no reaction in its beady eyes before it lowered its head again. It continued scratching out words. Jiangxia did not dare interrupt and waited a moment, then cautiously continued. While I was lying in that hollow these past 2 days, I remembered something I need to tell you. Her tone turned grave. To reach the swamp, we have to pass by the big river. I saw that you traded for a map at the exchange meeting, so you should know something about it. Wang Pangxi's eye stalk snapped upright. What is it? Is something wrong with the river? There is. Jiangxia paused. Her tail drew a circle on the ground. Some time ago I passed the shallows over there. A giant python had always claimed that area. I once saw it from a distance. No animals within miles dared approach it. But I went back this time, and the python was gone. Wang Pangxi frowned. Gone dead? I do not know. Jiangxia shook her head. There were no signs of a fight. It had vanished. In its place was a pod of finless porpoises. Finless porpoises. Wang Pangzi froze, then quickly understood. How many were there? If there are too many, they could drive the creatures in the river onto the shore. Then the river bank will not be safe either. I could not see them clearly. I do not know whether they migrated because of environmental changes. I cannot say for sure. Jiang lowered her voice further. But I counted at least 7 or 8. None of them were small. The largest was probably more than 6.5 feet long. When the gray-black fin on its back cut through the water, it looked like a blade. They live in groups, and they are highly aggressive. When I passed by, I was still far away. Before I could get any closer, they were already poking their heads out toward me. Several heads turned toward me at once. The sight of it made the scales on the back of my neck stand on end. I do not think going downstream along the river will be easy. The air outside the tree hollow suddenly grew heavy. Wang Pangzi recalled the herd of elephants he had seen from afar by the river bank. That oppressive feeling rose in his mind once more. No matter how fierce a lone beast was, there was only one of it. But a whole group was different. He did not answer at once. His eye stalks quietly glanced toward the turtle. The turtle was scratching new words into the sand. Wang Pangzi leaned closer to look. The crooked writing conveyed the general meaning. Wait a day, recover, then scout the way ahead. Wang Pangzi understood. He deliberately pondered for a moment, put on a thoughtful expression, then slowly spoke. Still, it was not entirely an act. After several hard battles with Big Brother these past days, he had learned a thing or two. The more dangerous a situation looked, the less you could charge straight into it. Slowing down a step and proceeding steadily was often safer than rushing in blindly. These finless porpoises are probably not the only unknown factor. He tapped the ground with his claws. No matter how formidable that snake was, it could not handle a whole pod of intelligent finless porpoises. If the snake was driven ashore, the river bank will not be safe either. I say we should not hurry to cross the river. He paused. Let us wait nearby for another day. Get ourselves back to full strength, then go scout it out. Jiang listened, and her admiration for the Crab King grew even stronger. The Crab King had spoken calmly and logically, but she glanced at the turtle, still scratching words with its head lowered, and sensed something was off. That look the Crab King gave earlier. He had clearly glanced at the turtle before speaking. Could this decision have been prompted by that powerful turtle as well? The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. A being that never spoke, yet made the Crab King take its cue from it in everything. That was the true backbone of the group. Jiang nodded willingly, lowering her posture even further. I will follow your lead. I will not stay in this territory any longer. Let us head downstream together. Wang Pangzi glanced at the turtle. When the words in the sand did not change, he nodded. All right, we will go together. Take it slow on the way. Avoid dangerous areas whenever possible. Jiang answered, turned and slithered toward the river. Wang Pangzi watched her retreating figure, then lowered his gaze to the wet sand covered in writing. His claws tapped the ground out of habit. Within the shadow at the top of the tree, to pale golden slit pupils, watched the direction they were heading. Dongfang Hao did not move. The giant python had vanished without reason, and a pod of porpoises had changed course. These anomalies, along with the lingering doubts that had haunted him for days, had piled together. The times were changing, and the roles within the food chain were quietly shifting with them. An apex predator that should have been guarding its territory had suddenly vanished. In its place stood a fiercer, more organized group of foes. This river was likely not their only obstacle. He lowered his eyes and buried that thought deep inside. He did not let the slightest trace show, for now. They would deal with this hurdle first. Chapter 70. Nothing grows in their wake. By the time the group set out, the sun had climbed high into the sky. Jiang led the way, slithering close to the ground. Her tongue flicked out from time to time, tasting the scents in the air. The strength of her growth stage made her movements especially smooth. Her tail swung far faster than before. Her scales gleamed a deeper shade in the sunlight than before she entered the hollow. The resentment she felt over growing stronger only through gifts gradually faded beneath the fullness of her new strength. At least now, she could keep up with the group. Wang Pangzi brought up the rear, his 8 legs stepping through soft red mud. They left a trail of prints, some deep and some shallow. The white marks on his carapace were still there. Fresh moss had not yet fully grown back over his shell. Whenever he looked down and saw them, his fighting spirit surged. They were proof that he had withstood the eagle owl's claw. His eye stalks occasionally glanced toward the turtle. The turtle plodded slowly along in the middle of the group. Its short legs scraped along the ground, its head slightly raised. Its beady eyes were half closed, wearing an air of serene wisdom. Wang Pangzi suppressed a laugh. How could this turtle know it had gone from being a follower to the group's apparent leader? Above them in the canopy, Dongfang Hao followed at an unhurried pace. He moved among the branches, his claws making almost no sound when they landed. The power of cloud-following dragon let him move through midair on water vapor. Each movement through the air honed cloud-following dragon to some degree. With lowered eyes, his pale golden slit pupils swept over the three figures below. The doubts in his heart still had not faded. The giant python had vanished, and the finless porpoises had migrated here in a pod. Put those two events together, and something was clearly wrong. The closer they came to the river, the more stifling the forest became. The air was thick and sticky, and even the wind felt scorching. Even the leaves seemed too lazy to stir. Jiang flicked out her tongue. All she smelled was damp soil mixed with rotting leaves. She moved smoothly, and her mood lightened with it. Her tail swept a shallow trail across the ground. The brush ahead grew denser, branches hanging low, blocking most of her view. She slipped through a patch of low ferns, just as she turned to say something to the others. Then she froze. The silence around them was wrong. Earlier, they could still hear insects chirping, or birds calling in the distance. But now there was nothing. Even the rustling wind through the treetops sounded painfully sharp. Jiang stopped and extended her tongue. It quivered rapidly in the air. The scent had not changed. It was still damp soil and decaying leaves. But something still felt off. She turned to look behind her. Wang Pangzi was plodding forward on all 8 legs. The turtle was slowly following beside him. Neither of them had noticed anything unusual. She hesitated, but spoke anyway. Do either of you feel? Before she could finish, a faint, fragmented rustle came from nearby. But she could not tell which direction it came from. Jiang abruptly drew back her tongue. That was the sound of insects moving in a swarm. The weather had grown hotter lately, so she had been hearing that sound more often. A flicker of alarm rose within her, but she forced it back down. They were only insects. She was in her growth stage now, nearly 3 feet long. How much of a threat could a swarm of insects be? She turned to Wang Pangzi. Her tone was casual. There seems to be an insect swarm ahead, quite a large one. Wang Pangzi's eye stalk shot upright. An insect swarm? Yes, judging by the sound, there are probably a lot of them. Jiang paused. She tapped her tail against the ground. How about we go take a look? Have you not been eating insects these past few days? This time, there might be enough for you to eat your fill. Wang Pangzi said nothing. His eye stalks glanced toward the turtle. The turtle remained as slow and unhurried as ever, its head slightly raised. Its beady eyes faced forward without any reaction. Wang Pangzi considered it. Big Brother had not said anything, so it was probably not a major problem. He tapped the ground with his claws. All right, let us go take a look. Jiang sighed in relief and continued forward. In the canopy, Dongfang Hao frowned. He had heard that rustling. It sounded insignificant, but it spanned a wide area from left to right, covering nearly the entire far edge of the forest. He stepped forward along the branches. Pushing aside the hanging deadwood, he looked down. At the roots of the mangroves, a dark brown carpet was slowly advancing. It was not a carpet. It was a dense mass of insects. Army ants. Dongfang Hao's pupils contracted. He had seen army ants before. He had seen them in documentaries on Earth. They traveled in swarms, stripping everything bare in their path. Even large animals had to avoid them. But this swarm was far larger than those in the documentaries, by more than tenfold. That dark brown carpet was at least 55 yards wide. Its length stretched beyond sight. The insects piled layer upon layer. Wherever they crawled, even the bark had been gnawed clean away. He looked ahead. Jiang was still moving forward. Wang Pangzi and the turtle followed behind, all 3 utterly unaware. Dongfang Hao did not hesitate. He released his grip. His body slid down from the branch. He did not land directly on the ground. Instead, he used cloud-following dragon to support himself. He silently landed on another branch more than 30 feet above the ground. From this height, he could clearly see the turtle below. With a flick of his claw, he sent a pinnacone tumbling from the treetop. It struck the turtle's shell with perfect accuracy. Smack! The turtle jolted, snapping its head up. Its beady eyes went wide. Its short legs frantically clawed at the ground. They carved a series of deep marks in the wet mud. Wang Pangzi froze for a moment, then turned his eye stalks. He saw the words the turtle had scratched out. Hide. Find a puddle. The writing was crooked and messy, but the urgency behind it could be felt from far away. Wang Pangxi's heart skipped a beat. Big Brother had given the order. Without a word, he pinched the tip of Zhang Xia's tail with his claw. He dragged her toward a sunken mud pit nearby and shoved her inside. Zhang Xia was caught off guard. Her entire body was dragged along the ground, leaving a long trail. What are you doing? No time. Hide. Wang Pangxi was incredibly strong. With one pinch and pull of his claws, Zhang Xia had no chance to resist. She was shoved straight into the deepest part of the mud pit. The turtle crawled in after her. Its four legs dug furiously. It buried its entire body in the mud, leaving only its head exposed. Zhang Xia was about to speak when the rustling suddenly changed. The faint scraping turned into a dense, scalp-crawling clacking. She turned and saw a dark brown tide pouring out from behind the brush. It was not water. It was insects. They were packed so densely that individual bodies could not be seen. All she could see was that brown carpet sweeping over them. Everything on the ground in its path was not completely clean. Every scale on Zhang Xia's body stood on end. Chapter 71. The ant swarm passes through. The three of them were crammed together in the mud pit. Zhang Xia curled up at the very back, her tail tightly coiled around her body. She did not even dare stick out her tongue. Wet mud clung to her scales. The sticky sensation made her feel uncomfortable all over. But she did not dare move, even when breathing. She controlled her rhythm, making it as soft and slow as possible. She feared even one breath might draw those things outside to them. Wang Pangxi lay across the pit's entrance. His 8 legs were braced firmly. His claws gripped a stone, blocking most of the opening in their newly dug pit. He could feel moisture steadily seeping from his shell. That was nerves. Usually, he loved boasting about his hard shell. But right now, the security that tough carapace gave him was not as reassuring as this shabby, palm-sized stone. The turtle pulled its head back into its shell. Its 4 legs withdrew as well. Its whole shell was buried in mud, revealing only the pitch-black patterns on its carapace. It did not move at all, like something dead. The clacking outside grew denser and denser. When it had come from afar, it had sounded like faint scraping. But as it drew closer, Zhang Xia finally realized what it was. It was the dense, piercing sound of countless mandibles opening and closing at once. The friction made her teeth ache and her scalp tingle. That dark brown carpet flowed over the brush and tree roots, then across the edge of the mud pit where they hid. Insects, nothing but insects. Each one was half a finger long. Their dark brown shells gleamed with an oily sheen in the sunlight. Their 6 thin legs gripped the earth with tremendous force. Wherever they crawled, not even a blade of grass remained. The foremost pair of jaws was especially large. As they opened and closed, their serrated mouthparts showed. Bits of flesh and blood, torn from some unknown creature, still clung to them. Zhang Xia had encountered army ants several times before. Each swarm had been small, only dozens of ants, or at most 100. She had always kept far away, so she had never clashed with them. But she had never seen a swarm of this scale. This swarm blanketed the ground in a dense mass. Layer upon layer, it pushed forward like a moving carpet. It poured from the depths of the forest, stripping everything bare in its path. Wherever it crawled, even the roots were gnawed clean. Only bare mud remained, freshly churned by their mandibles. The clacking grew louder. It was right beside them, so close it felt ready to crawl into their ears. Zhang Xia held her breath, her tail rigid, her body pressed tightly against the mud wall. She feared that the slightest movement would expose her to those things outside. The damp chill of the mud seeped through her scales. But she could not care about that. Only one thought remained in her mind. Do not make a sound. Do not move. Do not let them find us. That trace of carelessness that had just surfaced in her heart had become nothing but relief that she had listened to the big shot. Wang Pangxi gripped the stone even tighter with his claws. Pale marks appeared faintly at his joints. With his carapace against the mud wall, he peered through a gap with his eye stalks. He saw that brown tide crawling past the edge of the pit. Every nerve in him was stretched tight. The sound of the ants crawling by was terrifyingly clear. Their soft scraping mixed with the clack of colliding mandibles, like countless tiny knives scraping over the ground. It made his skin crawl. He could see the nearest ant. It was less than to body lengths from his eye stalks. That ant's antennae were waving frantically, as if it were sniffing for something. Its 6 legs gripped the ground with mechanical efficiency. Every step was perfectly steady. If Big Brother said to hide, there had to be real danger. He was thankful he had reacted quickly enough. If he had been half a beat slower, the three of them would have been swallowed by now. A strange smell began filling the air. Sour, rotten, and pungent like the fermented fluids of countless creatures mixed together. It was enough to make anyone vomit. That was the scent of the ant swarm. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Heavy and chaotic, carrying the desperation of something fleeing blindly. Jiang jerked her head up, her heart clenching hard. Through the gap beside the stone, she saw a wild boar burst from the brush. The adult boar weighed at least 220 pounds. Its fur hooves made the ground tremble. Each step shook the surrounding soil. The boar's eyes were filled with terror. The whites of its eyes were nearly rolling back as its nostrils flared. It blasted out ragged bursts of hot breath. It was running for its life, but it charged too fast to watch its footing. It plunged straight into the edge of the ant swarm. The next second, that brown tide surged over it. The boar screamed. A shrill, agonized, heart-rending scream. It sounded as if it had been ripped from the depths of its throat. It carried sheer despair and pain. It sent the forest birds flying. It thrashed its head like mad. Its fur legs kicked wildly. It tried to throw off the insects crawling over its body. As its thick neck twisted, the muscles along it stood out like thick ropes. The veins beneath its skin were clearly visible. But it was useless. The moment it flung off one cluster, another swarm crawled back on. The army ants moved incredibly fast. They crawled from its legs to its belly, then from its belly to its neck, covering it in a dense mass. Like a layer of moving black armor, they instantly engulfed the boar, and their mandibles bit down as one, tearing, biting, devouring. They moved too fast to see clearly. The boar's screams grew even shriller. It rolled on the ground and slammed into trees. It even smashed its head against rocks. Its forehead became a bloody pulp. But the insects seemed fused to its body. No matter what it did, it could not shake them off. The more it struggled, the harder the ants bit. As if they had been provoked, they burrowed madly into its flesh. Jiang went rigid at the sight. Her tongue froze in midair, and she forgot to draw it back. The boar's hide began to fall away. Not in little pieces, but in whole sheets gnawed right off. It exposed the bloody flesh beneath. Bright red muscle fibers were plainly visible. Blood gushed from the wounds. It soon stained the surrounding dirt dark brown. The ants did not merely eat its hide. They devoured its flesh too. Their speed was horrifying. They were like an organized, disciplined army. Their roles were clear. Some tore and bit, while others dragged. Some burrowed straight into the depths of its wounds. They gnawed the boar's body down at a rate visible to the naked eye. The boar was still struggling, but its movement slowed. Its strength faded away. Its fur legs began to tremble. It could no longer stand steadily, swaying on its feet. At last, it crashed to the ground, kicking up dust. Its screams gradually weakened. At last, they became a few faint grunts like a leaking bellows. Then it fell completely silent. 5 seconds, from the moment the boar burst out until it stopped moving. It had taken less than 5 seconds. Jiangxia's mind went blank. Her slit pupils were stretched wide. She stared fixedly at the scene outside. She did not even dare blink. The ants kept crawling forward, passing over the boar's body. They gnawed even more fiercely, as if the stronger scent of blood had excited them. The clacking grew denser too. A dozen more seconds passed. That roughly 220-pound boar was reduced to a white skeleton. A few stray streaks of blood still clung to its bones. The bones gleamed a ghastly white in the sunlight. Its ribs lay in neat rows. A few scraps of uneaten sinew still hung from its leg bones. They swayed gently in the wind. The skull's eye sockets were hollow. Its mouth hung wide open, fixed in the posture of its final scream. In the mud pit, Jiang stopped breathing altogether. She stared at the skeleton, her mind blank. That sight seemed to freeze every thought she had. That had been an adult wild boar, thick-skinned and powerful enough to snap saplings. Its tusks could skewer a snake like her. It was a force to be reckoned with in this forest. Normally, she would give it a wide berth. Yet before this swarm of ants, it could not last even 5 seconds. She suddenly recalled what she had just said, just bugs. Enough to fill you up. But now, they would not be the ones getting fed. The ant swarm would be, if not for the Crab King's quick reaction, and that big shot turtle's warning. The one lying on the ground as a skeleton now would be her. It would not even take 5 seconds. 3 seconds might be enough. She was smaller than the boar, so they would probably devour her even faster. Wang Pangzi was horrified too. Even his eye stalks trembled. His shell was tough, but it could not withstand so many insects gnawing at once. Outside, the ant swarm kept advancing. That brown tide flowed over the boar's white bones, over the shrubs and tree roots, creeping little by little toward the river. The clacking seemed as though it would never stop, wave after wave, unending. The air in the mud pit grew increasingly stifling. It mixed the damp scent of soil with the swarm's sour stench. It was hard to breathe. Jiang felt as if her lungs would burst. But she did not dare take a deep breath, only tiny breaths at a time. Every breath felt stolen. But just then, the swarm's movement suddenly changed. The ants at the front stopped. Their antennae lashed wildly, so hard they looked ready to break. Their 6 legs stopped advancing and spun in place, as if they were scenting something. Jiang's heart sank. A chill shot from the tip of her tail to the crown of her head. The scent of blood, the boar's blood scent, had drifted out. It had stirred up the ants. She was right. The ants changed direction. Their antennae all turned toward the mud pit where they hid. Hundreds, thousands, swarmed toward them in a dense mass. That brown tide changed course, bearing straight down on the mud pit. Jiang's mind buzzed. She could not think at all. It was over. Completely over. Wang Pangzi clenched the stone in his pincers with all his strength. His joints made cracking sounds. He did not know whether he had crushed the stone. He could feel those insects outside drawing closer. The dense clacking rang by his ears, terrifyingly close. It sounded like death's footsteps, each step stamping on his chest. The gap between the stones would not hold them long. If those ants truly rushed in, not one of the 3 could escape. He had seen it himself, reduced to bones in 5 seconds. That was no empty threat. Jiang's breathing fell completely out of rhythm. Her tongue trembled as it darted out and drew back. Her body was taut as stone, her tail tightly coiled. She wished she could curl into a ball and disappear. Countless thoughts raced through her mind. Run out? No. The outside was full of ants. Going out meant death. Go deeper. Too late. The swarm was already here. Wait for death. She would not accept it. But what else could she do? Despair drowned her like a rising tide. Just then, the air outside suddenly changed. That oppressive heat that made breathing difficult seemed to be abruptly sucked away. In its place came a damp, icy chill. Jiang froze, then instinctively flicked out her tongue. The moisture in the air was frighteningly thick, as if it might condense into droplets. It seemed ready to drip from the tip of her tongue. That dampness and chill stood in stark contrast to the stifling heat. It was like leaping from a steamer into an ice cellar. Something was wrong. It had been bone-dry moments ago. How had it changed so drastically in an instant? Outside, white mist appeared from nowhere, thick and clinging, as if it were rising from deep underground. It swept in from every side, instantly shrouding the entire forest. The fog was so thick she could not see her hand before her face. Even tree trunks half a meter away vanished from sight. Nothing remained but a vast white blur. The ants swarming toward the mud pit suddenly stiffened, their antennae stopping dead. They halted, their antennae whipping frantically. The motions were wider and more frantic than before, as if they had completely lost their bearings. Their 6 legs scrambled in place, spinning back and forth. But they could not smell anything. The moisture had washed away all their pheromones, those chemical signals used to mark trails and convey information, and locate prey. Before this heavy moisture, were like flames doused by a bucket of cold water. They failed completely. The ant swarm fell into chaos. The leading ants began spinning, their antennae flailing wildly. Unable to find their target, the ants behind them followed into confusion. They collided and piled into a tangled mass. The entire swarm seemed to have lost its mind, turning from a disciplined army into a flock of headless chickens, scrambling in complete chaos. Jiang stared in stunned disbelief, forgetting to pull back her tongue. This fog had arrived just in time. The swarm was about to bear down on them, and suddenly fog rolled in. Yet something about this fog felt wrong. It had come too abruptly, too perfectly timed, as if it had appeared solely to save them. Outside, the ant swarm was in complete disarray. Without pheromone trails to guide them, they instinctively retreated. The front ants shoved backward while those behind pushed forward. The entire swarm packed together, trampling one another. It was utter chaos. At last, like a tide, they flowed around the fog-shrouded area and surged in another direction. The clacking gradually faded farther and farther away, until it vanished into the depths of the forest. The white fog had not dispersed, but outside the mud pit all was quiet. Only the rustle of wind through the treetops remained, and the faint chirping of insects in the distance. Chapter 72. Wang Pangxi's new shell hardens and evolves. His strength soars. After walking along the river for half a day, Wang Pangxi's steps grew heavier. Food along the river had been absurdly abundant these past 2 days. The dead zone left by the ant swarm's passage had driven away every medium and large predator. With the dangerous creatures gone, all that remained was an abundance of easy prey low on the food chain. Stone crickets in rock crevices, freshwater snails in the mud, and beetles packed beneath riverside rocks. It was like heaven had laid out a buffet just for him. At first, Wang Pangxi was selective, picking the biggest and fattest ones. He would lift one in his pincers and wave it before his eye stalks, only eating it if it looked appetizing. Later, he stopped being so particular. He grabbed whatever he found, his 8 legs stomping through the mud, his pincers snatching and stuffing food into his mouth at speed, while crunching a stone cricket's crisp shell. His eye stalks were already fixed on the next plump snail. He attacked his food like a starving wolf, until even the turtle beside him could not bear to watch. It shuffled half a step away to keep its distance, its eyes seeming to say, "How embarrassing." Jiang watched from the side without a word. She only raised her head now and then, using her tongue to test the scents around them. Her tail tip stayed low, ready for any sudden danger. Then, that afternoon, Wang Pangxi suddenly stopped walking. He looked down at himself. The seams in his shell were stretched tight, like an overstuffed bag, ready to burst if he took one more bite. He tried moving his 8 legs. Every joint felt stuck. Their range of motion was 20% less than that morning. Even lifting a leg felt heavy and sluggish. A familiar swelling rose from deep within his carapace, as if something were about to burst through his shell. "This is bad." He turned to the turtle. The turtle was staring at his shell seams with its tiny bead-like eyes, blinking silently. Its gaze held the weary resignation of, "I knew it." Wang Pangxi surveyed the pile of rocks beside them. It was sheltered from the wind, with scattered rocks that could hide most of his body. It was a good place to molt. He took 2 steps toward it. With every step, he felt the seams of his shell tighten further. That about-to-burst sensation made his whole body uncomfortable. He looked back at Jiang. "I am going to molt." Jiang froze. It was not as if she had never heard of crabs molting. A crab's molt took no short amount of time, and a new shell could not provide fighting strength anytime soon. It would take at least 2 days to harden. Even if he could barely move, he would still be limp and soft. One strike from any opponent could be fatal. It was the most vulnerable time in a crab's life, without question. Now, she instinctively looked around. Her tail tip swept the ground, sensing movements nearby. Right now, Wang Pangxi's voice was calm, but his tone left no room for argument. The time has come. Delaying it would only cause trouble. He had already crawled into the deepest part of the rock crevice, securing his 8 legs one by one, settling into the most stable position. The swelling pressure in his shell seams grew stronger. It felt like a force was about to pry his entire carapace open. He knew this feeling all too well. This instinct was hard to suppress. Jiang said nothing more and coiled outside the rock pile, lowering her body even closer to the ground. Her tail tip slowly swept the ground around her, every sense on alert. Her tongue flicked constantly, catching every unusual scent in the air. All she could do was wait and hope Wang Pangxi finished molting quickly. But what came next was nothing like the long ordeal she knew. In less than 15 minutes, the old seam down the middle of Wang Pangxi's carapace began to whiten, as if scorched by intense heat. He could feel the new shell beneath his carapace pushing outward. A searing current spread from his spine to both sides, as though his whole body were soaking in a hot spring, yet also being forced open from within. It did not hurt, but the pressure made him feel ready to explode. Then came a faint hiss, almost too soft to hear. The old shell split open. Jiang drove her tail tip into the ground, her entire body going rigid. That was far too fast, from what she knew of molting. The old shell alone took hours to crack, and some crabs struggled for most of a day to shed it completely. The process was like squeezing out of a skin-tight suit. A grueling effort, but for Wang Pangxi, his old shell went from white to fully lifted. In less than 15 minutes, the old shell spread apart to either side, as if someone inside had shoved it hard. A new shell slowly emerged from within. Its color was far darker than the old one. It was not the soft, pale black shell of an ordinary freshly molted crab, but a weighty blue-black with a faint metallic sheen. It resembled or dredged from the deep waters, casting a deep, cold gleam beneath the sun. The gleam was not harsh, but it had substance, like a thin coat of glaze, sealing his entire carapace tightly. Jianguo was dumbstruck. Every crab she had seen had a soft new shell after molting. So soft they had to lie still for days before it hardened. During that time, they could barely even crawl, let alone fight. Yet Wang Pangxi's new shell, from the instant it emerged, carried a distinctly different strength. It was neither brittle nor soft. It was resilient. She stared at the new shell, watching it subtly rise and fall in the sunlight, as if it were breathing, as if it were alive. Within the shadow atop the tree, Dongfang Hao's slit pupils narrowed. He saw more clearly than Jianguo. That blue-black shell was at least 3 times denser than an ordinary crab's. Its resilience was beyond comparison. It could deform under force then spring back into shape. It was stranger than any natural shell he had ever seen. It did not seem like something that should exist in nature. It felt somewhat like a superplastic, made with the advanced technology of his past life. Perhaps this was the true potential of a dragonized crab. Wang Pangxi crawled out of the rock crevice. He planted his 8 legs against the ground, feeling the new shell respond with every step. Stable, solid, powerful. He tested his pincers, and they opened and closed more smoothly than before. They were stronger too. He gripped a stone and applied a little pressure. Crack! The stone shattered at once. Ho! Even he was taken aback. He looked down at his new pincers. This condition is even better than I imagined. Looks like I do not need days to harden. I can fight now. He looked up to find Jianguo watching him with an unreadable look. There was shock and confusion in her eyes, along with a complex emotion she could not name. Your mold. That is it. Jianguo's voice was a little hoarse. Yeah, it is done. Wang Pangxi nodded as if it were obvious. His pincers tapped the ground with a crisp clack. Is there a problem? Jianguo fell silent for 3 seconds. No problem. It is just, she paused, then swallowed the rest of her sentence. There was nothing to explain. This crab before her had never done anything the ordinary way, and she should have been used to it by now. Still, she could not help taking another look at his new shell. Deep patterns were pressed into its blue-black surface. The entire carapace was denser and more streamlined than before. Even the joins of the shell seams showed not the slightest gap. Wang Pangxi tried walking to circles. His legs did not have the usual stiffness of a new shell. They were actually more agile than before, and his pincers opened and closed with greater force. Even he could feel the difference. With each step, a faint tremor ran through his new shell, as if it were adapting to his movements, adjusting its own structure. We can keep going, he muttered. He tapped his pincers against the old shell, producing a dull thud. He wondered if this growth would let him reach the system size limit of 3.5. He did not finish, but he could not hide his excitement. Jianguo glanced at the old shell he had tossed into the crevice. The entire old shell had fallen to the ground. Its edges still bore a faint rusty tint. The thickest part at the center of the carapace bore deep patterns, and was far denser than the shell around its edges. They were clearly not in the same league. She did not look any longer and followed Wang Pangxi onward. The 2 figures vanished into the woods, one after the other. The old shell remained in the crevice. No one touched it. Then the tree shadows stirred. Dongfang Hao dropped down from above. His fur claws sank into the red mud beside the crevice. He lowered his head and examined the discarded shell. The center of the carapace was exactly what he wanted. He ran his claw tips along the old shell seams. The solid central section of the carapace came away intact. It was heavy in his palm, yet unexpectedly compact. Better than he expected. He turned it over. Its inner surface was smooth, while the outer patterns were tightly pressed. The entire piece was free of cracks. He adjusted his breathing. A wisp of watery mist flowed from his palm, steadily supporting the heavy armor plate, where it hovered behind him at half an arm's height. Leaving this shed carapace here would be a terrible waste. Wang Pangxi had already gone far ahead. His calls still drifted back. Dongfang Hao did not follow at once. He stayed where he was, making several small adjustments to the hovering carapace. Only after confirming it would not hinder him when turning in any direction did he continue onward. Chapter 73. At last, they found traces of the ape men. The mud beneath their feet changed color. It shifted from reddish-brown to gray-black, becoming stickier as well. Every step felt as though it were sinking. It released the fishy stench of stagnant water. Wang Pangxi led the way. His 8 legs moved in turn, And he walked steadily. He had mostly adapted to the weight of his new shell. His stride was noticeably wider than before. His pincers spread habitually to either side, like he was sweeping for mines. Jiang followed behind, her tongue constantly flicking. The air was thick with moisture. The smell of rotting plants mixed with the stench of mud. She could smell everything, but could not catch a single useful clue. They traveled like that for nearly an hour. Wang Pangzi suddenly stopped. He did not slow down. He stopped dead. His 8 legs seemed nailed to the ground. His pincers froze in midair, neither closing nor lowering. Jiang moved 1 step closer. She looked down in the direction of his eye stalks. Several marks lay in the gray-black sludge. They were neither claw prints nor hoof prints. They were human footprints with distinct toes and clear arches. Bare feet, 1 line on each side, evenly spaced. They led deeper into the forest. Their depth showed that whoever made them was no light weight. There were 4 of them, or rather, 4 creatures. Jiang's tongue snapped back. 8 men, big brother. Wang Pangzi's voice turned hoarse. It was as if something were lodged in his throat. His eye stalks trembled sharply twice. A fine layer of water droplets seeped across his shell, even leaking from the seams. They dampened a small circle of sludge beneath him. Those are human footprints. We finally made it. He raised a pincer and clenched it in the air. His voice shook beyond his control. Finally, damn it. Before he could finish, crushing pressure slammed down from above. There was no sound, no warning. It was as though the sky had suddenly dropped lower. An invisible wall pressed down from above, turning the air around them as still as stagnant water. The damp cold made scales prickle and joints stiffen, and drove the air from their lungs. The turtle flattened against the ground at once. Its 4 legs sprawled wide in the sludge. Its shell sank halfway down. Its beady eyes were wide and round. Its neck even retracted partway into its shell. It looked as if some enormous creature had stepped on its head. Jiang saw the big-shot turtle flattened on the ground. It seemed another instruction was coming. Wang Pangzi's raised pincer froze in midair. It did not fall. He turned toward the turtle. The turtle was already clawing desperately at the wet sand with its 4 feet. Its movements were frantic and chaotic. Nothing like its usual reluctant, resigned manner. It was truly panicking. Several deep grooves formed a line of words. Fall back. Hide. Do not reveal yourselves. The exclamation mark at the end was carved especially deep, as if the claw writing it had used every ounce of strength. Wang Pangzi lowered his head and stared at the words. His pincers slowly lowered. He knew Big Brother was above them. He knew Big Brother had created that crushing pressure. He knew Big Brother never acted without reason. But he still felt stifled. Was this not just a damn frustrating? Those were human footprints. The 8 men had to be in the forest. In this place, where he had nearly been forced to molt. He had gritted his teeth and endured for so long. The turtle poked the side of his shell with a ferret claw. Wang Pangzi looked down. The turtle had scratched out more words beside him. They were crooked, but their meaning was clear. Fall back, just 2 words, no nonsense. Wang Pangzi fell silent for 2 seconds. Then he slowly let that breath leak through the seams of his shell. His 8 legs shifted half a step back. His pincer still clutched a lump of mud, but did not move again. Just then, the forest ahead stirred. Leaves scraped and rustled. It was not the wind. Something was moving through the trees. 3 figures darted out first. A 4th followed close behind. They walked upright, with strange proportions, broad shoulders and long arms. Their bodies resembled tree-dwelling animals more than ordinary humans. Their bodies were covered in thick fur. Only their faces and palms had relatively sparse hair. The tallest was likely over 5 feet 7 inches. The other 3 were shorter, but their leg muscles stood out clearly, and they landed almost without a sound. Each carried a sharpened wooden stake. They were not branches snapped off at random. They had been carved. Their tips were smoothly cut at an angle with blackened edges. They had been hardened over fire. The leader stopped at the forest edge. His heavy brows were drawn low. His yellow eyes swept over the clearing. His nostrils flared twice as he sniffed the air. They did not notice the 3 creatures hiding in the mud. Dongfang Hao was coiled atop a dead trunk overhead. The water mist had not dispersed, concealing him completely. He looked down and studied the figures from head to toe. The clubs had 30-degree angle tips, their cut surfaces blackened by fire. This cut took less effort than whittling a random point, and made for more efficient thrusting. To know that, they would have needed repeated trials and comparisons before settling on it. This was not a habit discovered by random guesswork. His claw tips pressed lightly into the dead bark. He made no sound. Even the way their animal hides were tied was deliberate. The pelts wrapped around their waists and bellies were not wound on at random, but deliberately kept clear of the joints, leaving room for movement. The leader turned his head and uttered a few low guttural sounds to his companions. The other three followed him deeper into the forest. They stepped lightly and deliberately kept their distance apart. They were on guard, not foraging. They had come out to scout. Dongfang Hao reached that conclusion and remained still. Wang Pangzi crouched at the edge of the sludge. His eye stalks tracked the fur figures closely. His pincer gripped a clump of mud tightly, until its joints turned pale. He watched the leader. His back, his shoulders, the rhythm of his stride, and the way his weight settled over the arches of his feet as he walked upright. Then something struck him. For sets of tracks, each with a different stride. Yet among these four, one clearly had smaller feet than the other three. He lowered his gaze and examined the footprints in the sludge again. He found the smallest one. Its arch was especially clear, and its toe marks were neat. It was shallower than the prints beside it, showing that person was light. The string in Wang Pangzi's heart tightened until it nearly snapped. He forced himself to swallow those words. The turtle beside him did not move, its foreclaws pressed into the wet sand. Its beady eyes shifted slightly toward him. There was something in them, but it could not be expressed by its face. The four figures entered the forest. Their footsteps gradually faded beyond the bushes. Silence returned to the surroundings. The footprints remained where they were. Sludge slowly seeped inward, blurring their edges. Wang Pangzi loosened his pincer. The clump of mud slapped onto the ground. He said nothing, only stared down at the smallest footprint. He stood there for a long time without moving. Then he turned to look at the turtle. The turtle had already set its fur eclat on the wet sand. Faster than him, it scratched out 3 words. Not apes, from the dead trunk. Dongfang Hao never took his eyes off the forest. The scouting party had vanished toward the heart of the swamp. Chapter 7-4. A wild rabbit on the ground. No one dared touch it. Dongfang Hao lay atop a dead pine, steadying his breath. He waited until the fur ape men's footsteps had completely faded into the brush, then turned his head through a gap in the thin branches. He glanced down. The turtle sat neatly beside Wang Pangzi, head slightly raised. Waiting, Jiang crouched on the turtle's other side. She did not even dare breathe too loudly, her eyes half-lidded. Like a bamboo strip stretched taut, Dongfang Hao refocused. He reviewed the distribution of moisture in the air around them. The swamp lay in the dampest direction, and the wind was blowing westward. The ape men's scent would drift downwind. Tracking those adult ape men scouting outside would not be difficult. The hard part was observing them up close without alerting them. Every step closer brought a greater risk of being noticed. He gently pressed the surrounding moisture downward, gathering it into a thin layer of dampness along the ground. It wrapped up the scents near the earth. He moved so slowly, it was no different from mist drifting in from the horizon and settling naturally. There was not the slightest trace of deliberate action. Then he curled his right claw slightly. His index claw pointed ahead, forming a faint directional mark on the edge of the turtle's shell. The turtle moved, lowering its head. Its fur legs stepped steadily as it headed straight toward where the ape men had vanished. It did not pause once. Jiang froze for a moment, then hurried after it. She lowered her voice by Wang Pangzi's ear. Why did it suddenly leave? Wang Pangzi moved forward a step without looking back. The turtle boss has decided. Just follow. Jiang opened her mouth, but in the end, did not ask. She obediently followed the group, though a thought raced through her mind. This turtle always acted half a beat ahead of her own calculations. It was as if it did not need to calculate at all, as if it had already calculated the move after the next. The feeling sent a faint chill down her spine. She could not tell whether it was respect or fear. In the end, the two feelings merged, becoming quiet, unquestioning obedience. Dongfang Hao descended from the canopy. Soundlessly, he moved forward along the branches, remaining more than 30 feet diagonally above the group. The brush was denser than expected. Low branches crisscrossed the way. Wang Pangzi's new shell was too wide. He forcibly flattened a patch of grass as he pushed through. The snapping sound rang especially clear in the silent forest. Dongfang Hao frowned and listened for a moment, only after confirming the ape men's footsteps had moved far ahead. Did he refrain from stopping him? After they passed through the thickest stretch of brush, their view suddenly opened up. A steep cliff rose before them. At its base lay a broad expanse of murky standing water. The deeper it went, the darker the water became. Rotting plants floated on the surface. Farther in, it became harder to tell land from water. Partway up the cliff was a recessed hollow, forming a large, half-open cave. The entrance was about 6.5 feet high and 16 to 20 feet wide at its broadest. Faded moss spread across the cave walls. The ground had been worn smooth, as if countless feet had trampled it for years. Jiang glanced toward the cave entrance and whispered, "Someone has lived here for a long time." Her gaze paused at the edge of the standing water, then swept over the cliff again. The terrain is not bad. With a cliff behind them and water before them, choosing this place shows their leader has a good head on his shoulders. Before Wang Pangzi could reply, the turtle had quietly slipped into a nearby pile of rocks. It flattened itself among the stones, leaving only half its shell exposed. Seeing the turtle move, Jiang swallowed the rest of her words. She shrank into the shadows of the grass beside it. Dongfang Hao climbed a few steps up the trunk. He found a sufficiently thick horizontal branch and stretched his entire body across it. From above, he took in the entire camp. Around 28 men were scattered near the cave entrance. He studied every one of them from head to toe. He did so slowly, slower than he had ever observed anything before. His gaze lingered on each face longer than usual. He compared their heights, builds, and fur colors one by one. None of them. Dongfang Hao's gaze moved away from the last face. His claw tips quietly tightened on the branch, then loosened again, the movement almost imperceptible. He had known the odds were low. There were only around 20 of them. His sister might not be here. He still had a long road ahead. It would not end here. He ran that thought through his mind, suppressed it, composed himself, and refocused on the camp. For now, he would first get a clear look at this tribe. He examined the camp from beginning to end once more. It was nothing like the 8-man tribe he had imagined. There were indeed around 20 of them, but more than half huddled in the shadows at the foot of the cliff. Their frames were painfully thin, their bellies deeply sunken. Their fur was sparse and tangled, so unkempt it had lost all its natural shine. Several lay on their sides. Their chests rose and fell only faintly, as though even breathing cost them too much strength. A few noticeably sturdier adult 8 men still stood near the cave entrance. Their eyes were wary, but their footing lacked strength. It was the weakness of living half-fed for too long. Even the strength to stand had been saved up. A ring of shallow footprints marked the edge of the standing water. They varied in size and depth. Dongfang Hao studied the tracks. Silently, he calculated the numbers. Given this tribe's numbers and condition, the wild fruit throughout this area must have been picked clean long ago. There could not be much left. Wang Pangzi lay beside the rock pile and leaned closer. Jiang murmured in Wang Pangzi's ear, "These 8 men. They're in far worse shape than I imagined." Dongfang Hao said nothing and continued watching the camp. He ran the numbers in his head. Around 20 members. That was barely enough to sustain a basic tribe. But these 8 men were in no condition to mount an effective hunt. So emaciated, their speed and endurance would both be severely reduced. Under these circumstances, gathering food likely depended entirely on the few stronger-looking 8 men. If this went on, they were already this bad while food was still plentiful. Who knew what might happen in a few months? Before long, the 8 men who had gone hunting trudged back through the mud. Several 8 men at the cave entrance immediately rose. A flicker of expectation crossed their faces. Their gazes all fell on the returning hunter's hands. One gray-furred wild rabbit, and one pitifully thin grass carp. A few 8 men lying inside the cave stirred their necks. They tried to lift their heads, but could not. They merely sank back down heavily. They were too weary even to show disappointment. Perhaps they had been disappointed too many times, until their faces could hold no more. Dongfang Hao remained still, looking down at the camp. In one corner was a young ape. It curled up between the rocks, its head resting on its knees. Its eyes were open, but unfocused, as though it did not know what it was looking at. Its ribs protruded one by one beneath its fur, shifting faintly with each breath. Every rise seemed to count how many breaths it had left. Its fur lay flat against its head, dry as a tuft of dead grass. It had none of a child's usual softness. Its lips moved faintly, but no sound emerged. At the sight of the young ape, Dongfang Hao's thoughts stalled. His sister had chosen an 8-man start with a random spawn point. He did not know what state she had been in when she arrived. He vaguely recalled what the system had said. 8 men were more vulnerable in their early stage than ordinary creatures. Their resistance to hunger was not exceptional. No, it would be different. He quickly suppressed that thought. His sister was quick-witted, not foolish. She would not end up like this. Yet his claws still tightened unconsciously around the branch. His knuckles clenched hard for a moment, before slowly loosening. Then, at that moment, steady footsteps came from deep inside the cave. An ape-man emerged. Unlike the others in camp, he stood nearly a head taller than every ape-man beside him. His shoulders and back were broad, his fur glossy black. Every step he took landed firmly. His balance was steady, without the slightest wavering, common to the hungry and exhausted. His eyes swept over the returning ape-men, then lingered on the rabbit and grass carp for 2 beats. His expression did not change. There was neither pleasure nor disappointment, as if he had expected this outcome all along. He was the tribe's leader. There was no need to guess. The ape-men guarding the entrance automatically stepped aside. They cleared a path for him. He stopped in the center of camp. He looked around at the tribesmen huddled beneath the cliff. His gaze passed over each rib-bared body. His expression did not waver. Before everyone, he took the grass carp. He handed it to an ape-man beside him. The distribution began. But only the grass carp was distributed. The wild rabbit, however, he set on the ground. Untouched. Chapter 75. Meat every day. They did not even get a bite of fish. The leader did not distribute the rabbit. Dongfang Hao held that detail in his mind for a moment. He did not rush to draw conclusions. He turned his attention back to the camp, one step at a time. Around 20 ape-men. He went over their heights, builds, and fur colors one by one. He was not looking for traits. He was looking for their condition. Those lying beneath the cliff were mostly ruled out. They made no unnecessary movements beyond waiting for orders. The standing ones followed the leader's hands with their eyes. There was only hunger in their gaze, nothing else. He ruled them out one by one. One group remained. He patiently continued. His gaze moved from left to right across the remaining figures. When he reached the low rock to the left of the cave entrance, his claws paused slightly. There was a tiny figure there, curled in the shadows between the stones. It was almost completely hidden behind an adult ape-man's back. Without looking closely, no one would find her. She was abnormally thin. Her fur was pressed flat against her scalp. She clutched the stones, one braced against the ground. With the other, she slowly ground against it. Her movements were so slow that Dongfang Hao first thought her hands were trembling. He watched for 2 beats and confirmed it. It was deliberate, controlled movement. Stroke after stroke, every strike landed exactly where it should. She worked the same spot, where the rough shape of an edge had formed. A shallow notch had already appeared in the stone. She was making a stone tool. Dongfang Hao remained motionless on the branch. He turned that detail over in his mind. The tribe was in such dire condition. No adult ape-man had the spare strength to teach a child how to make tools. Yet this child was doing exactly that, even while starving to the brink of collapse. In a corner, where no one taught or cared for her, she spent her pitiful scraps of strength onto stones, trying to grind out an edge that had yet to take shape. Anyone who, even in such circumstances, still tried to break the deadlock by doing one more thing could not be an ordinary ape-man child. He did not rush to a conclusion. He kept watching those hands. Then his gaze rose from the stones and settled on her face. His claws dug into the bark, his knuckles tightening. Found her. Dongfang Hao repeated those words in his heart. There was no great rush of emotion, no sigh of relief, no overwhelming release. Only one uncertainty had finally settled. The taut string within him, quietly loosened by the slightest degree. Just that little was enough. Among the 20-odd ape-men at the cave entrance, not one pair of eyes looked toward that corner. Even the leader's gaze passed over it without pausing. Dongfang Hao looked down at her hands. He estimated how far along her work on the stone was. A short section of edge had ground out, but it had not taken shape yet. She would need at least 2 more days. There was no strength in her hands. She could not work quickly. And to work for 2 days, she first had to eat. His eyes swept over the dismantled grass carp. He calculated the portions. The answer was obvious. As he thought that, the leader spoke. His voice was low, carrying the weight of someone accustomed to giving orders. A string of guttural sounds rolled from his throat. The ape-men standing in camp immediately straightened. They listened closely. Behind the rock pile, Wang Pangzi huddled low. He quietly tugged at the turtle's shell. "Can you understand them?" The turtle did not respond, its beady eyes fixed straight ahead. Its neck stretched forward slightly, but its head did not move. Wang Pangzi could not understand either, so he shut his mouth. His eye stalks remained locked on the movement in camp. The logic of the distribution needed no translation. First came the prime adult males who had joined the hunt. Each received 1 portion, neither more nor less. It was the basic ration needed to preserve their ability to hunt. The leader took his share last, taking no extra. His portion was the same as the other adults. He had no intention of taking even half a bite more. The grass carp had been thin to begin with. There was barely any meat on it. Once divided among them, each share was only a thin sliver. The old and weak beneath the cliff watched helplessly. No one stepped forward. No one spoke. Jiang crouched in the grass shadows, watching the entire scene from beginning to end. She pressed her lower back closer to the ground and spoke very softly. They prioritize combat strength. The vulnerable are not their primary concern. Her voice was level, without emotion. These 8 men, Wang Pangzi clenched his pincers. His voice leaked through a gap in his shell, dividing so little food. The old and the young do not get a scrap. Dongfang Hao remained silent in the tree. The young ape working the stones stopped. She gathered both stones against her chest, then slipped them into a shallow crack in the rocks beside her. She hid them swiftly and neatly. Her movements carried practiced caution. This was not her first time doing it. She had developed the habit of hiding them. She raised her head, stretching out a neck so thin its bones showed. Her gaze passed between the legs of the adult 8 men before her, and fixed on the butchered grass carp. She did not blink. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Her throat bobbed as she swallowed. There was no resentment or protest in her eyes. Only the pure longing of hunger sunk deep into her bones, hoping the hand giving out food would turn an inch her way. Even an inch. It did not. The leader stuffed the last portion into his mouth. He turned away, and that small hope slowly faded from the child's face. It faded calmly, as if she had always known this would be the outcome. Dongfang Hao stared at her face. Something seemed to clog his chest. It left him stifled, with feelings he could not name. Back on Blue Star, when she had bragged to him on settlement day, she had been brimming with confidence. I hit the jackpot with this start, an 8-man tribe. Meet every day. 2 days ago, I even led them in taking down a wild boar. It was incredible. A crowd had gathered around her, cheering her on. Her face had been full of pride. Her laughter had carried through the entire hall. Taking down a wild boar. Dongfang Hao turned those words over and over in his mind. Then he looked at the child before him, who could not even get a sliver of fish. The contrast was staggering. Beneath the cliff, several children about Dongfang Yan's age had received nothing either. One by one, they silently turned away. They shuffled toward the dead grass at the edge of camp. Their steps were so weak that a gust might scatter them. Dongfang Yan rose and followed them. Her steps were uneven. Her legs lacked strength. Her feet made no sound against the ground. She reached the dead grass and crouched beside it. Then she began rummaging through the blades. She found several shriveled wild fruits. She sniffed them, then shoved them straight into her mouth. Her cheeks worked twice, and her face instantly scrunched up. They were so sour that her whole body shuddered. Her shoulders drew inward, and tears welled at her eyes. But she did not spit them out. She forced them down. After half a breath, she reached for the next one. She swallowed another, and grimaced again. No one spoke. Beside her, a child gnawed on a shriveled grass root. Foam filled its mouth as it chewed. After 2 bites, it had to stop and catch its breath. Once its breathing steadied, it resumed chewing. Only little mouths chewing grass and fruit could be heard in the clearing. The dull rhythm sounded like someone counting. Up in the tree, Dongfang Hao slowly dug his knuckles into the bark. He carved shallow marks into it and paid them no mind. Only when a faint sting touched the back of his hand did he pull back his claws and look down. Then he turned his gaze back to camp. Behind the rock pile, Wang Pangzi stared wide-eyed as well. His claws clenched tight, and for a long while he said nothing. After a long while, he finally forced out a low sentence. It slipped through a gap in his shell, carrying an emotion he could not explain. Big brother, this is nothing like what she said. It is weighted different. The turtle lowered its head toward the ground and did not reply. Dongfang Hao pulled his claws from the bark. He brought the camp back into view. The leader crouched beside the wild rabbit without moving. He had been still for some time. He neither ordered it cut up nor distributed it. His hands simply rested on the rabbit. He seemed to be waiting for something, or considering something. His expression gave nothing away. The adult males beside him had not dispersed either. They stood there with their backs tense. It was nothing like their earlier ease as they waited for fish. This was the tension of something unresolved. The tension of a task still hanging over them, unfinished. Dongfang Hao noted every detail, but did not rush to a conclusion. The wild rabbit remained untouched. What was the leader waiting for? Chapter 76, The 4-Meter Crocodile King and the Rabbit Offering. The leader stood, picked up the wild rabbit and said nothing. He turned and walked out of camp. 2 adult males followed, their steps extremely light. They were not headed for the forest, but the swamp. The 8 men lying in camp raised their heads. They watched the rabbit vanish behind the grass and trees. Then their heads slowly sank again. Not one followed. Not one spoke. Every face bore the same expression. It was hard to describe. It was the look of people who had endured it too many times until nothing remained. They could not even summon disappointment anymore, as if this happened all the time. Wang Pangzi raised his eye stalks and looked toward the turtle. The turtle was already creeping away quietly. Its 4 legs moved so lightly they seemed to float over the mud. It was headed for the swamp, just like the leader. Up in the canopy, Dongfang Hao moved forward across to branches before anyone else. The air over the swamp was already heavy with moisture. Not the heaviness of weather. It was a deep, crushing heaviness rising from beneath the water. Something massive seemed to be pressing down on the entire swamp. The scent seeping outward carried a rank, fishy stench. So thick, it seemed to squeeze out the reek of rotten water and mud, with the stench of blood mixed in. It was nothing like the usual smell of rotting weeds. It was the scent of a living creature, one so enormous that it had never lacked food or drink. Dongfang Hao swept his gaze over the water. Still, unnaturally still. The swamp's edge was thick with aquatic grass. At this temperature, fish should have been breaking the surface. There should have been frogs calling and water birds splashing down in the shallows. But now, there was no movement at all. Even ripples were unnaturally scarce. The whole swamp lay there, heavy and lifeless. It was so quiet, as if every living thing nearby had silently held its breath. Something large lurked beneath the water. The leader stopped at the swamp's edge. The 2 adult males behind him stopped as well. They set each foot down with extreme care. Their steps on the mud were nearly soundless. It was not skill, but instinct. Their bodies knew before their minds that this place allowed no recklessness. The leader lowered his head and raised the wild rabbit before him. He held it in both hands. No other description would do. It was not a display. It was not a handover. It was reverence. This was a formidable leader who had never bowed his head to anyone in the tribe. Yet here, at the swamp's edge, he took a posture he would likely use only for this one thing in his life. He bent to the waist, holding the dead rabbit in both hands. He raised it forward. Then he knelt. With a splash, all 3 adult 8 men dropped to their knees at the swamp's edge. Their backs curved, and their heads lowered almost to the ground. The wild rabbit rested in the leader's hands, held up toward the water. Muddy water soaked the fur around their knees. Still, none of them moved. Wang Pangzi lay behind the grass, his eye stalks stretched wide. His mouth opened, closed, then opened again. In the end, not a word came out. He simply stared straight ahead. Without thinking, he pressed his 2 claws together. He squeezed so hard that his joints turned white. Then the water moved. Not ripples, but a swell pushing up from the depths. Once, twice. Slow and powerful. Each surge shook bubbles loose from the roots of the surrounding water grass. The rotten leaves and debris floating on the surface scattered in every direction, leaving a round patch of open water. It was as if the thing below had not even emerged yet, but its mere presence was already clearing a path for itself. Jiang made no sound in the grass. She pressed herself even lower. Even her digging stopped. Her mind raced through distances and cover. It was useless. Calculating was pointless if something of that level came ashore. The little cover she had would be utterly useless. A black back broke the surface first. It was broad and thick, its surface covered in armor plates. The plates lay tightly packed, their color nearly black. Every plate was edged with a faint ridge. They glimmered faintly in the swamp's dim light. It was not the cold, hard gleam of metal, but something heavier, something older, after untold years submerged in water. A gleam worn smooth by time itself. Then came its head, wide and flat, with a protruding snout and upward-facing nostrils. Its eyes sat toward the rear of its head, each with a vertical pupil. Half-lidded, they radiated an ancient indifference. It looked at everything with that same expression, indifferent to all. It had no need to care about anything. It had lived in the swamp long enough to have cared about everything here worth caring about. Nothing left deserved a second glance. Its enormous body slowly rose from the water. Section by section, its back surfaced. It kept rising, longer and longer, its scales caked with silt, trailing lines of murky water. Its length stretched before their eyes, inch by inch, passed for meters. Nearing 5, it lay heavy on the surface. With each breath, the water along its sides shuddered. Its snout was still half submerged, yet its mouth was already opening. Its upper and lower jaws slowly parted, so slowly as if giving them all the time they needed to deliver prey. The row of teeth inside was long and thick. Each one was deeply embedded in its jawbone. Time had stained them a deep yellow. Each tooth seemed to have a history of its own. A sound rose in Wang Pengzi's throat. He immediately swallowed it back. The leader raised his arm and tossed the wild rabbit forward. The rabbit traced an arc through the air and fell into that open maw. Crack! A clean, muffled snap, quick and final without even an echo. Its jaws closed. It did not even chew before swallowing, as if it were not food at all, but some insignificant speck it had casually caught and swallowed. The crocodile remained on the surface for 2 breaths. Its vertical pupil swept over the 3 ape men kneeling on shore. It was neither scrutiny nor confirmation. It merely glanced over them from habit, as if counting its possessions. It confirmed that none were missing, then looked away. Slowly, it sank into the water. Its back was the last to disappear beneath the surface, and calm returned. Only a few rings of ripples spread outward. They widened and faded, until nothing remained. The 8 men remained kneeling on the shore, not rising at once. They waited until every ripple had vanished. Only then did they slowly rise and walk silently back to camp. Their steps were as steady and heavy as when they had arrived. Wang Pengzi stood stunned for a long while. Then he forced out the words, his voice nearly an octave lower than usual. So that rabbit was for the crocodile? Dongfang Hao watched the water's newly calm surface from the canopy. He replayed the entire scene in his mind. The throat call, the kneeling, the raised offering, the throw. For actions, one practiced ritual, as if it had been repeated at the swamp's edge countless times. Repeated until no discussion or command was needed. The 3 ape men's knees had struck the ground at almost the same instant. This was not their first time. This tribe was desperately short on food. Yet every hunt, they could still reliably set aside an offering. They brought it to the swamp's edge. And what did they get in return? Their camp backed onto the swamp. Yet the swamp's beast had never attacked them. Other predators in this territory did not dare approach easily. The leader kept his tribe huddled beneath this cliff face, even when the weaker tribe's people were starving until their bones pressed against their skin. They had never moved away. They traded food for protection. On the day of the Blue Star settlement, his younger sister had looked down at him and said, "You do not know this, but our tribe eats meat every day. Before today's settlement, we even brought down a wild boar together. You should have seen it." Dongfang Hao remembered that proud, flamboyant face. Bring down a wild boar. He turned those words over in his mind. Then he looked at the swamp before him. Those few rings of ripples had long since vanished. The water was smooth as a mirror. The sound of that rabbit entering the crocodile's mouth still rang in his ears. Crack, clean and decisive. Not even bones remained. Dongfang Hao did not move on the horizontal branch for a long time. Perhaps bringing down that wild boar really had been good luck. But how much meat had actually reached her hands? That was highly questionable. She had packaged it as her own achievement. She told it vividly and bragged in public, shameless as ever. She never even blushed. Dongfang Hao let that conclusion sit in his mind for a while. There was no anger, no reproach. Only something difficult to define. A muted amusement buried deep down, the kind that could not become laughter. Nor did he intend to laugh aloud. Still, that stifled amusement was there, mixed with a faint sigh. Of course she was still like this. Together, it became an emotion he could not name. Same old bad habit. Just to outdo him. She made every situation sound better than it was. Now it seemed she had not changed one bit. She had only taken it further. Dongfang Hao quietly let out a breath from his perch. His knuckles tapped the bark once without a sound. The water had gone completely still. Dongfang Hao withdrew his claws and shifted his weight on the branch. He leveled his back and looked toward the camp again. That cub in the cave, grinding stones. Needed food in her stomach tonight, first. He looked down at the bluish-black armor plate hanging at his waist. Then he glanced again at the swamp's surface. In his mind, he sorted through the matters before him one by one. Deal with what needed dealing with. Set aside what could wait. A 4-meter crocodile lived permanently in the swamp. The tribe had used it as a shield for who knew how long. He wondered whether this arrangement Was one the crocodile considered worthwhile, too? Chapter 77, Stone Spear and Fish. Dongfang Hao crouched inside a shallow crack between the rocks. She gripped the strips of bark fiber. She gripped them so hard her fingertips were raw, blood and mud packed beneath her nails. Loop by loop, she cinched the grass cord into the groove along the stone's edge. Tighten, then wrap again. She pulled with all her strength, cheeks taut and body hunched. Her breathing was kept extremely shallow. Those adult males were still crouched at the cave entrance. On the seventh loop, the grass cord snapped. She froze for a moment. She did not curse or panic. She tossed the broken piece aside. She pulled out another strand and kept tying. This time, she pulled even harder with every loop. The skin over her knuckles peeled back a little more. Veins stood out across the back of her hand. Using her nails, she forced the grass cord into the stone's crevices. Once she finished, she raised it and inspected it. It did not wobble. Good enough. She hid the stone spear against her chest, pressing it tight to her body. She lowered her head and glanced toward the cave entrance. Those adult males were still crouched there. They were not looking her way, and the leader had not moved either. She waited to breaths, then slipped out when one adult turned toward the camp. Hunched over, she squeezed out through the rock crevice. Keeping to the shadows of the rock pile, she edged toward the swamp one step at a time. At the swamp's edge, the wet mud clung to her feet. Dongfang Hao crouched by the water, her knees pressed into the mud. Her stone spear lay across her front. Both hands gripped it until her knuckles turned white. She watched neither sky nor shore. She only watched the water. Something moved beneath it, small and slow. A fish. She held her breath, frozen in the mud. Wait another inch. 2 inches, a little closer. She raised the stone spear and drove it down hard. With a splash, mud and water flew everywhere as the spearhead plunged into the bottom. It pinned a flopping crucian carp. The fish's tail lashed the surface wildly, spattering her face. She did not stop to wipe it away. She lifted the spear and seized the fish by its gills with both hands. Her nails dug in as she pinned it down tight. The fish still struggled. She lowered her head, opened her mouth, and bit into the flesh behind its head. Her teeth tore open a gash. She bit through its spine. The fish stopped moving, up in the canopy. Dongfang Hao watched the small, thin figure by the swamp. Below, Wang Pangzi muttered, "Damn. That little cub is something else." Jiang said nothing. She lowered herself deeper into the grass. The turtle did not move either, its head tucked inside its shell, with only its 2 eyes exposed. Dongfang Hao watched the fish being carried back to camp. He watched the old and weak crowd around it. He pulled his claws from the bark. Little sister. So this was that tribe where they ate meat every day. At the camp's edge, the old and weak lying beneath the cliff raised their heads. Dongfang Hao did not hide. She walked straight to the dead grass, then crouched down. She set the fish down and smashed open its head with a rock. She tore off a piece of raw flesh still oozing blood. Then she offered it to a frail ape-man beside her, nearly dead from hunger. The ape-man froze for 2 full breaths. Only when Dongfang Hao shoved the meat into his hand did he lunge for it, clutching it in both hands. He stuffed it into his mouth without even chewing. He swallowed it whole, his throat bobbing once. His eyes reddened, tears rolling down his sunken cheeks. Swallowed down with the bloody taste of fish. Dongfang Hao tore off another piece. She offered it to another old ape-man. The old ape-man accepted it, his hands shaking badly as his lips trembled for a long while. In the end, he only lowered his head and put the meat into his mouth. He closed his eyes. There were no cheers. No words of thanks. Only the sound of eating. The old and weak who had lain beneath the cliff slowly shifted their bodies. Little by little, they gathered around Dongfang Hao. No one spoke. They simply moved. They moved beside her, forming a rough, uneven circle. They crouched there, waiting for the next piece of meat in her hands. Dongfang Hao tore the fish apart piece by piece and shared it out. She kept the smallest piece for herself. She bit into it and swallowed after only a few chews. Her throat ached with dryness, but she did not stop. The leader stood at the cave entrance. He held a wild fruit in his hand. Its skin had long been crushed, juice running through his fingers. It dripped onto the ground, but he did not move. He simply stood there, his gaze resting on the old and weak gathered beneath the cliff. Then it fell upon that cub, so thin she was little more than bones. He stopped chewing. He stared at her small, thin back, at the way she shared out the fish, at the old and weak gathering around her. He watched for a long time, until the fruit in his hand was crushed to pulp. Juice ran down his wrist and onto the ground. Only then did he slowly unclench his hand. He turned and walked into the cave. His footsteps were heavy. The next day, Dongfang Hao went to the swamp again. This time, she chose a different spot. She walked several steps farther into the shallows. Water covered her ankles as she crouched. Her stone spear lay across her front. She waited. Another fish. This one was larger, around 10 inches long. Bluish scales covered its back. It swam faster than yesterday's fish. She watched longer before thrusting down. This time, the spearhead missed its mark. It only pierced the fish's tail. The fish thrashed wildly, nearly dragging the spear underwater. She did not let go. Gripping the shaft, she yanked the spear upward. Her other hand grabbed the fish's body. Her nails hooked beneath its scales. She forcibly dragged it from the water. She pinned it in the mud and smashed it with a rock. The fish stopped moving. After taking 2 breaths, she picked it up. She walked back to camp. This time, when she reached the foot of the cliff, the old and weak were already waiting there. There were also 2 adult ape men. Their eye sockets were sunken from hunger. Adult ape men too weak to stand steadily. They crouched beside the old and weak. Their eyes were fixed on the fish in her hands. Dongfang Hao glanced at them. Without a word, she crouched, set down the fish, and began tearing it apart. The 2 adult ape men received a piece each. They did not eat it right away. Instead, they stared at Dongfang Hao's stone spear. After watching for a long time, one ape man swallowed. His gaze moved from the spearhead to the shaft, then to the stone bound on with grass rope. Then he stood and headed for the rock pile. On the 3rd day, as Dongfang Hao reached the swamp, she saw an adult ape man crouched beside the rock pile. He held a stone in one hand, using another to grind it. His movements were clumsy. After a long time, he had only ground out a shallow notch. He looked up at Dongfang Hao. Dongfang Hao looked back at him. Neither spoke. She walked around him toward more distant shallows. That day, she brought back another fish. The ape man grinding stone worked until nightfall. Early the next morning, he took his sharpened stone spear and went to the swamp as well. On the 4th day, another adult ape man began grinding stone. At camp, the leader crouched at the cave entrance. He watched an adult ape man return from the swamp with a stone spear, a grass carp dangling from his hand. He neither stopped him nor spoke. He only lowered the half-chewed grass root in his hand. Slowly, on the 5th day, beside the dead grass at the foot of the cliff, 3 more ape men stood holding stone spears. They did not follow the leader into the forest. They went to the swamp. Up in the canopy, Dongfang Hao saw every bit of it clearly. After holding it in for a long time, Wang Pangzi squeezed out a word from inside his shell. Brother. These ape men are starting to learn. Dongfang Hao did not respond. He only watched the direction where those figures vanished at the swamp's edge. He remained silent for a long time. Chapter 78. A spear struck where it should not have. In the shallows, the mud churned cloudy. 3 adult ape men stood in a line, following the familiar route Dongfang Hao had made. Their stone spears held across their waist, edging into the water one step at a time. The leader walked at the front. He had ground his stone half the night before. Its spearhead was sharper than the other 2, and he could not contain his pride. His eyes kept darting toward the water. In a gap within the rock pile behind the grass, Jiang Xia's tongue suddenly froze. The tongue that had been constantly tasting the air hung motionless in midair. Her whole body tensed. Her slit pupils narrowed to thin lines. Something was wrong. She had come here with them at least 5 times these past days. The mist had always been cool, the stink of fish mingling with rotting mud. Nothing unusual. But today was different. The damp air carried warmth, and the fishy stench was unnaturally strong. It seemed to rise from the deepest water, carrying the reek of decay. She turned and lightly tapped Wang Pangzi's shell with the tip of her tail. Without a sound, she forced out a string of short, urgent hisses. Wang Pangzi had been watching intently, his eye stalk stretched out. The tap made him flinch. What is it? Before he could finish, Jiang Jia lashed him again with her tail, harder than before. Her meaning was clear. Retreat. Wang Pangzi frowned, about to ask why. But the turtle had already moved. Its short legs scurried backward. Its shell pressed low to the ground, silently retreating into a deeper crevice, without making a single sound. Seeing the turtle's reaction, the fleshy ring at the back of Wang Pangzi's neck went rigid at once. His 8 legs backed away too, but he kept his claws raised loosely before him. It was a habit he had developed these past days. Retreat if you must, but never without your guard up. Higher in the canopy, Dongfang Hao's back had silently gone taut. He did not move or make a sound. Only the usual laziness in his eyes gradually vanished. His slit pupils narrowed to fine lines. Something about these waters today had felt wrong to him several minutes ago. The recent warmth had left the mud in the shallows pleasantly warm. In such conditions, cold-blooded creatures like crocodiles love to bask there and ambush smaller prey. Yet that stretch of water, which should have been lively, was eerily quiet amid this noisy swamp. That was deeply abnormal. Those three fools, armed with freshly sharpened spears, dared to venture deeper. Step by step, they moved into that patch of unnatural stillness. In the shallows, the lead ape man spotted a fish. It was large, its body gleaming with dark golden scales. One flick of its tail sent spray far across the water. His throat bobbed as he swallowed. He gripped his spear tightly, his knuckles turning white. The two companions beside him saw it too. Their breathing quickened. He did not wait. He lowered his stance and bent his legs, shifting his weight forward. He drove the stone spear down hard. Crack, a dull impact. He missed the fish and struck the swamp mud behind it. But it did not feel soft like mud. It was not the sensation of piercing a fish. It was a hard jolt like striking stone. The impact numbed his arm. The bloody cut between his thumb and forefinger split open further. Warm blood ran down his palm. He froze. Bubbles had been slowly rising from below, but they suddenly stopped. The entire surface went unnaturally still. Even the wind died. No fish leaped. No water birds appeared. Even the rustling shrubs in the distance fell silent. Only his own harsh breathing remained. The other two ape men sensed something was wrong too. Their spearheads hovered in midair. Neither dared probe deeper. In the grass, Jiang stared fixedly at the water. Her body was taut as a drawn bowstring. She already knew. Too late, the water exploded. Muddy water shot skyward. A huge black shape burst from the water. Its armor plates grim, its scales darkly gleaming. Its body, over 4 meters long, crashed back into the shallows amid flying spray. The splashing mud covered the ape-man's face. The broken tip of the stone spear was still wedged between two armored scales. Blood seeped from the gap, not much, but enough to enrage this ancient beast that had lurked underwater for countless years. It was the guardian of the swamp, the living ancestor the ape-man tribe offered tribute to every year. Yet these past days, it had watched trespassers appear on its territory, green fools wielding sharpened sticks and stabbing at anything they pleased. Now, it had finally caught one. The giant crocodile lashed its tail. The flying mud struck nearby shrubs like a whip, snapping branches and leaves. Its eyes, those slit pupils, had been half-lidded with indifferent disregard. But now they locked onto a target. They fixed on the ape-man who had speared it. The lead ape-man's legs gave way. He nearly dropped to his knees in the mud. His mouth hung open, but he could not even scream. His fur stood on end, every hair at his nape bristling. He still clutched the broken spear. He could not even remember to throw it away. The giant crocodile opened its jaws. Thick yellow teeth emerged one by one, water dripping from them. "Run!" One of the ape men finally screamed. His voice cracked. The leader seemed jolted awake by the cry. His hand loosened, and the broken spear plopped into the mud. He spun and lunged for shore, scrambling on all fours. Mud covered him, but he moved terrifyingly fast. The giant crocodile's massive body twisted sharply in the shallows. Its limbs drove forward, claws flinging mud in every direction. Its body looked cumbersome, but its charge was impossibly fast. Mud flew apart beneath its charge, like a heavily armored vehicle crushing through brush. Branches and leaves snapped in a rapid crackle. It was not the least bit slower than the ape-man. In the grass, Jiang had fully withdrawn her tongue. She shrank backward, watching the massive creature draw closer to her hiding place. Her back tightened inch by inch. Her thoughts raced. Over 4 meters long, an adult crocodile weighing more than 350 kilograms. This area's apex predator had such explosive power. Even as an adult, if she picked a fight with something this powerful, it would not end well for her. All she could do was hide near the rock pile as the giant crocodile turned in pursuit. Its tail swung with terrifying force, slamming into the pile of rocks beside it. With a boom, the pile collapsed and fragments scattered everywhere. Wang Pangzi was backing away. From the corner of his eye, he saw the giant tail sweeping toward him. There was nowhere left to retreat. He cursed under his breath, planting all 8 legs firmly in the mud. He threw up his 2 enormous claws and braced himself for the blow. The instant a thunderous bang erupted, his dragonized shell held firm, but the force surged from his claws through his entire body. That immense weight bore down, leaving him no chance to resist. His whole body was sent spinning through the air like a top. Chapter 79. Even at full growth, it would only be an even match. Wang Pangzi spun twice in midair, the world whirling before his eyes. He could not tell sky from ground. With a bang, he crashed into mud more than 10 meters away. Mud sprayed high into the air. Half his body sank into it. He struggled to pull all 8 legs from the mud. After a long struggle, he barely managed to stand upright. His mind was still dazed. The swamp's edge wavered twice before his eyes. Then slowly steadied, he lowered his gaze to his claws. The moment he flexed them, dull, numbing pain pulsed through his joints. He took 2 heavy breaths. He raised his right claw, then lowered it. When he raised it again, the same numbness remained. He stood there without moving. He replayed what had just happened in his mind. The thoughts came slowly, but he understood it all. He had not dodged that blow. He had met it head-on. He had thought he could withstand it, or at least deflect part of the force. After his dragonization, his shell was hard and his strength immense. Small creatures had been easy prey. But when that thing swept its tail at him, he braced against it. And it was like pushing against a moving cliff face. He could not even tell whether it had noticed or cared. Wang Pangzi had grown more confident these past few days. But before that creature, none of it counted for anything. The gap was enormous, not even close. By the rock pile, the box turtle reacted faster than anyone. The instant the giant crocodile's tail swept over, it had already pulled its head and for stubby legs deep into its shell. Its entire shell flattened against the mud, utterly still. It looked like a stone caked in mud. Even its breathing was too faint to hear. The giant crocodile raced after the ape-man, skimming past the edge of the rock pile. Its huge armored body nearly thundered right past that stone. The gust it raised flattened clumps of dead grass nearby. Yet it never spared that stone a second glance. All it saw was the one who had speared it, that prey still reeking of blood. Deeper in the grass, Jiang coiled herself tightly. She pressed against a fallen dead tree, her belly scales pinned to rotting leaves, not daring to move an inch. She could feel the gust the giant crocodile stirred as it passed. Its rank stench struck her face. It was close enough to raise goosebumps along her neck. She forcibly suppressed the hiss in her throat. She did not even dare flick out her tongue. Her slit pupils watched the massive black shape rush past. For to 5 meters long, weighing more than 350 kilograms. With explosive strength on that level, even once she reached adulthood, she could at best fight this powerful swamp lord to a draw. Fighting it head-on now would be suicide. She could only wait. By then, the lead ape-man had already sprinted out of the shallows. His limbs churned frantically through the mud. Mud coated his face and body. He could barely open his eyes. But he did not dare stop. Stopping meant death. The giant crocodile stayed on his heels. Its limbs clawed at the ground with urgent, heavy thuds. Its harsh breaths came in wave after wave. Its stench weighed over the entire forest edge. As the chase reached the forest edge, the trees grew denser. Branches tangled across the path. The smaller ape-man could squeeze through the forest. He hugged the trunks and plunged in, heedless of roots that might trip him. But the giant crocodile's massive body was caught between trunks several times. Its armor plate struck wood with dull impacts. It slowed down. With its jaws open, it chased a few more steps. A deep roar rolled from its throat. Its claws raked the ground, carving deep grooves in the mud. In the end, it stopped. It would not stray too far from the water. Its slit pupils watched the direction the ape-man vanished for a few moments. The emotion in those eyes slowly withdrew. They returned to that ancient, cold, sluggish look. It was not calmness. It meant there was no need to hurry. Only then did its huge body slowly turn. Step by step, it retreated into the swamp. Muddy waves parted the surface, then it closed again. Before long, even the ripples faded. The lead ape-man scrambled all the way back to camp. The moment he entered the cave, he collapsed flat onto the ground. His fur was soaked through and plastered with mud. His chest heaved violently. He could not force out a single word. The others gathered around him. No one asked what had happened. Seeing his condition, they already knew the answer. High in the canopy, Dongfang Hao watched the swamp return to calm. His claw tip pressed lightly against the bark, then remained there instead of pulling away. That crocodile had been stabbed. It would never let that insult go. It had lurked in the swamp for who knew how many years. Those fools had sharpened their spears and charged into the depths. They had only stabbed it once. But being forced to reveal its location alone was something it would not forgive. His gaze remained on the water. He said nothing. Wang Pangzi trudged toward him through the mud. He was caked in mud and still had not fully recovered from the impact. He approached beneath the tree and spoke quietly. "Big brother, that thing." He paused and swallowed the rest of his words. Then he changed it to, "We really can't handle that thing yet." Dongfang Hao did not reply, his brow deeply furrowed. His gaze remained fixed on the water. The surface was still. Even the occasional bubbles had vanished. He stared at that deathly stillness. A thought turned over in his mind. It was not how to fight it, but how to avoid it, or how to give it no reason to keep watching this area. But before the thought fully formed, he forced it down. The time was not right yet. They lacked the means. Early the next morning, the ape-man who had been scared out of his wits the day before refused to take even one more step toward the swamp. He huddled at the foot of the cliff, still covered in unwashed mud. The mud had dried into hard clumps in his fur. Whenever an ape-man headed toward the swamp, he let out a low warning cry. An anxious rumble rolled in his throat, and his hands shook nonstop. Even as he tried to stop them, he himself took a step back first. Yet that afternoon, two unaware ape-men grew desperate from thirst. They steeled themselves and crept to the swamp's edge for a drink. Up in the canopy, Dongfang Hao was watching the water. His brow twitched. Something was wrong. The two ape-men had just crouched by the water. They had not even reached their hands in yet. Without warning, the water's surface sank. No sound, no splash, no warning. There was only a deeply muffled thump, as though something beneath the water had suddenly struck. The two figures simply vanished beneath the murky water. Neither had time to scream. The water closed again. Ripples spread, widened, then slowly stilled. Only a few bubbles rose to the surface, gurgling softly. One appeared, then another, with longer and longer gaps until even they faded. Nothing remained. Dongfang Hao's claw tips dug deep into the bark. The crocodile had begun its retaliation. It no longer lurked in deep water. Day and night, it prowled silently beneath the shallows and along the bog's edge. Any movement near the water would bring a sudden kill. Across the surrounding waters, whether fish or birds, every living thing that stirred had been driven away. Not even a bird call could be heard. Even the faint ripples raised by the wind looked like warnings of danger. Every camp activity near the swamp was forced to stop. In the dead grass at the foot of the cliff, the starving elderly and weak collapsed back into their old places, one by one. They did not even have the strength to move. Dongfang Yan huddled in the shadows. She clutched several half-ground fragments of stone spears. Her grip was so tight that her knuckles had turned white. She stared at the fragments for a long time, then looked toward the swamp. Those adult ape-men had been greedy. They had refused to be satisfied with the few small fish in the shallows, yet had not bothered to survey their surroundings. Now they had ruined every chance of survival in the entire swamp region. The leader stood at the cave entrance. He looked over the camp, sunk once more into deathly silence, then turned toward the swamp. His brows were tightly knotted, and he did not move for a long while. He opened his mouth, but said nothing in the end. He only clenched the short grass root in his hand tighter. His knuckles pressed a pale mark into its thin stalk. Then he slowly loosened his grip, only to clench it again. Chapter 80. Sacrifice. The camp remained silent for an entire day. The two ape-men who had vanished beneath the water had not left behind even a sound. The survivors kept the matter caught in their throats. No one spoke, but everyone understood the swamp could never be approached again, but they still had to quench their thirst. The scant moisture gathered from plants beside the swamp could not sustain the tribe. In the dead grass at the foot of the cliff, the elderly and weak, already half-starved, could not even get water this time. One after another, they could no longer hold on. The first to collapse was the old ape-man who had received fish 2 days earlier. He lay prone on the ground, his chest still rising and falling. His half-open eyes were unfocused. An ape-man beside him glanced over. He did not help him up. He had no strength to. Dongfang Yang crouched in the shadows at the cliff's foot. She turned and gripped the half-ground stone spear fragment over and over. It was not that she did not want to fetch water. She could not. The crocodile had cut off access to the shallow stream in the forest. Someone had tried yesterday. The moment they drew close, they could hear the giant crocodile swimming beneath the water. It had claimed every nearby place they could drink. Its territory had expanded. It was no longer confined to its old waters. It was much larger now. She clenched the stone fragment until her palm hurt. The scrape on the back of her hand began to seep blood again. It mingled with the scab that had already formed there. It hardened, aching until her hand went numb. The leader stood at the cave entrance. He stood there for a long time. His gaze swept over the dying elderly and weak at the foot of the cliff. Then over several strong ape men crouched silently beside the rock pile. The ones who had once been so lively when they hunted in the mountains now could not even be bothered to lift their eyelids. Finally, his gaze fell on Dongfang Hao. It lingered there for a moment. Dongfang Hao did not notice. Her head was lowered as she stared at the stone fragment in her hand. After nightfall, the camp was even quieter than it had been during the day. Even the occasional insect chirps were gone. The swamp's fishy stench drifted in on the night wind, blanketing the entire foot of the cliff. Dongfang Hao leaned against the rock wall. She kept thinking of ways around that crocodile. Could they look for water farther away, deep in the forest? Another 4 hours walk east. Might there be another water source? Or had the crocodile already sealed off this entire region? She was still awake when the disturbance came suddenly. Dongfang Hao raised her head. The leader stood in the middle. The adult 8 men in the cave who still had strength lined up on either side of him. 7 or 8 stood in a row. Every one of them was staring at her. She understood at once. They had not come to discuss this with her. The leader spoke in a low voice. It rolled along the cliff wall, carrying a dull echo. The swamp god is enraged. Someone disturbed its territory. The water has been cut off because of what that cub made. She provoked the swamp god, one she never should have provoked. Now, the one who brought this disaster must be used to soothe its anger. With that, he lifted his chin. Dongfang Hao did not move, only swept her eyes over the 7 or 8 ape men. 2 of them had taken fish from her hand just 2 days ago. They had swallowed it without even chewing. Now both their gazes wandered elsewhere. They stared at the rock wall, the ground, and the leader. Anywhere but at her. Who was it that first led everyone to spear into the deep water? She spoke, not loudly, but every word was clear. You were the greedy ones who went after the big fish without checking the situation. That spear thrust of yours. And now you are blaming me for it. The leader said nothing. He planted his other foot firmly. He shifted his weight, his expression unchanged. At last, the 2 ape men turned their eyes back. But they were not looking at her. They were looking at the leader. Dongfang Hao noted that detail and said nothing. The leader extended a hand and gestured forward. The 2 strongest ape men came straight at her. Without waiting, she spun and charged toward the side of the cliff wall. But the cliff base was a dead end. 8 men blocked the left side, and a pile of rocks stood to the right. A hand clamped around her arm, yanking her into a stagger. Another arm locked around her shoulders from behind. She twisted back and bit down, her teeth sinking into the ape man's palm. She left a deep mark. The ape man grunted, but did not let go. He wrenched her wrist behind her back. The force sent a dull ache through her wrist bone. No one paid her any heed. Her stone spear fragment was shaken loose and fell to the ground. 2 adult ape men hoisted her up until her feet left the ground. Her smaller build left her helpless. Her legs kicked wildly, striking only their knees and shins. It was futile. Behind the rock pile, Wang poked his head out. All 8 of his legs pressed downward. He flattened himself into the mud, extending his eye stalks farther. What are they doing? Is the ape tribe carrying out some major operation again? Jiang did not answer. She had already pushed aside some grass above her head. She watched the camp. Wang looked around but did not see Dongfang Hao. He knew that at this time, every day, Dongfang Hao would head deep into the forest to look for food. He had gone today too, and had not returned yet. Wang paced back and forth twice through the mud on 8 legs. Then he stopped and turned to Jiang, who had no idea what was happening. Big brother isn't here right now. It looks like something huge has happened to the ape tribe. What are you so anxious about? Jiang's voice was lazy. The turtle boss hasn't made a move. Why are you worrying for nothing? If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. As long as they do not provoke that crocodile. This area is not all that dangerous. Wang looked toward the swamp and held back for 2 seconds. He scratched a few marks into the mud with his large claw. 2 vertical lines and an arrow pointing toward the camp, with a shapeless circle beside them. It barely conveyed, something happened here. Come quickly. Back at camp, the leader looked down at Dongfang Hao, pinned to the ground. A bundle of thick, dried vines was brought out from the cave. Several tight knots were tied. Her wrists were bound together. Then the vines were looped around her waist and pulled tight. In the cave corner, The young ape men who had received fish from Dongfang Yun turned their faces aside. Their half-lifted eyelids watched from the corners of their eyes. They watched for a long time, mouths opening and closing. At last, they buried their heads between their arms and looked away. Dongfang Yun sat against the cliff wall. The vines around her wrist were painfully tight, making them numb. A jutting ridge of stone dug into her back, and her knees still trembled. She gritted her teeth and forced the trembling down. The leader stood at the cave entrance. This time, he spoke very slowly. At dawn tomorrow, she will be sacrificed to the swamp god. Then he turned and walked into the cave. Those figures dispersed, and darkness swallowed the camp once more. Leaning against the cliff wall, countless thoughts ran through Dongfang Yun's mind. They went round and round until only one thought remained. Dawn would come in just a few hours. If she really was fed to that crocodile, she would have to start over. All the skills she had worked so hard to practice would probably be gone. But what she found even harder to swallow was the thought of her brother's face. During the last settlement, she had mocked that awful brother of hers, Dongfang Hao, without mercy. Though Dongfang Hao had earned quite a few achievement points, she was still confident she could surpass her brother, who had only lucked into choosing the cowardly turtle. But this time, she would die and restart for such a ridiculous reason. Once she got back, who knew how her brother would mock her? She leaned her head back against the rock wall. That was even worse than being eaten. The night wind carried over the swamp stench. The marsh was utterly still. There were 2 hours until dawn. Chapter 81. Clouds churn, he arrives. Dawn had not fully broken. Low, drab gray clouds pressed overhead. Sunlight came much later than it had yesterday. The wind was lighter, no longer as hot and dry as yesterday. It carried a faint chill against the skin. The elderly and weak huddled together in the camp. The sound of chattering teeth rose one after another. The leader stood at the cave entrance. He looked up at the dark mass of clouds. He had clenched a grass root in his hand all night. Now, with a snap, it broke in two. He did not even notice, casually tossing it away. Without a word, he raised his hand and waved. 2 strong ape men stepped forward and approached the base of the cliff. They dragged the still curled up Dongfang Yun to her feet. After crouching all night, her legs were completely numb. When Dongfang Yun was yanked up, her knee struck the stone with a dull thud. Unable to find her footing, she pitched forward. Those 2 arms held her firmly, keeping her from collapsing. But the pain was real. Dull waves of pain pulsed through the bone in her knee, shooting up her leg. She used their upward pull to steady herself. Then she raised her head and shot the leader a cold look. The leader ignored her gaze and turned toward the swamp. The 2 ape men carried her after him. Their steps were steady, without the slightest hesitation, as if they had discussed this countless times already. Dongfang Yun remembered. These 2 were veteran hunters of the tribe. They always obeyed the leader without question. The leader had sent men who had no ties to her. Thinking about that was useless. She had to think about surviving. They walked all the way to the swamp's edge. The daylight remained a gloomy gray-white, and the water was unnaturally still. There was not even a breath of wind. At this hour normally, mist should have been rising off the water. But today, not even a bubble appeared. The leader stopped more than 10 steps from the water. The muddy prints beneath his feet shifted slightly. He cautiously edged half a step forward. The instant his toes touched the wet mud, he pulled back. He refused to go any farther. He gestured to the 2 ape men beside him, tipping his chin toward the water. The meaning was clear: you go. I will not. The 2 ape men held her between them, then trudged unevenly into the mud. She felt the mud beneath her feet slowly swallow her ankles. Coldness crept straight up her skin. At the edge of the shallows, the 2 exchanged a glance. Then they heaved and flung her out. Half dragged, half thrown, she landed in icy water that surged over her waist. The cold made her shudder violently. Muddy vapor and the stink of rotting silt choked her nose. The sludge beneath her feet was soft and sticky. It trapped her ankles at once. She tried to steady herself, but her wrists were still tied with vines. Her balance shifted, and she fell straight into the water. She swallowed a huge mouthful of foul, fishy mud water. It brought tears to her eyes and left her coughing violently. Struggling, she lifted her head above the surface. After the gasping breaths, the 2 ape men on shore had already turned away. They walked much faster than before and stopped beside the leader. They never looked back. A whole group of 8 men lay hidden behind the distant grass. None of them dared breathe too loudly. A few youngsters poked their heads out for a look, only to be pressed back down by the adults beside them. No one cared about her. Dongfang Yun steadied herself. The water waist deep. The cold numbed her to the marrow. She gasped, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. She looked down at the vines around her wrist. They were bound tight enough to cut into her flesh when she strained her fingers. She struggled twice, but they did not loosen. She had to find a way herself. She remembered plenty of loose stones along these shallows. She could not make out the bottom, but there should be stones beneath her feet. She bent down and slowly felt along the bottom, fingers searching through the sludge. She touched several smooth, round stones. None would work, so she reached deeper. At last, her fingertips found an angular stone. Its rough edge seemed suitable for grinding. Relief washed through her as she gripped it tightly. She began rubbing the vines against it. Her movements were slow, her wrist awkwardly suspended underwater. After only a few rubs, she had to stop and catch her breath. Behind a pile of rocks, Jiang coiled beneath a fallen dead tree. Her slit pupils locked onto the water, and she did not move. The instant she saw Dongfang Hao thrown into the water, something along her spine silently tensed. In this weather, with water this cold, a dark shape beneath the water was already beginning to rise, very slowly. Jiang's tail tip unconsciously pressed an inch deeper into the mud. That thing could actually still move. Yesterday's spear had struck it hard. Its thirst for revenge had overcome its instincts. Now, nothing on shore could restrain it. And the ape-man leader across from it had clearly decided not to take one step closer. For 1 second, she tore her gaze from the water. She swept her eyes over the cowering ape-men on shore. No one was preparing to save her. She could only watch. Up in the canopy, Wang was too far away, and could not make out what was happening on the water. In panic, his 8 legs scrambled over the bark. His eye stalks stretched as far as they could. Still, he could see nothing. "Where is Big Brother?" he muttered. His voice was very low. "If he does not come now, when will he?" Dongfang Hao had left early today, searching deep in the forest for food. He had not returned yet. Wang Pang's anxiety kept mounting. His pincers gouged several marks into the bark. Unable to help himself, he glanced toward the camp again. Bubbles began rising from the distant water in long strings. The surface was already thick with bubbles. Dongfang Hao was still in the water. The stone had worn only a shallow groove into the vines around her wrist. They had not snapped. She lowered her head. She focused on what she was doing underwater. Suddenly, she sensed something wrong with the current around her feet. A force surged in from the side. It was not a wave, but water pushed by something. Her heart clenched, and she whirled around. Just beneath the surface, a row of ghostly pale shapes glided slowly past. Cold light gleamed along their edges. It was the crocodile's armored back. Her grip suddenly gave out. The stone splashed into the water. Her heart leaped into her throat. She recalled what the adult ape-men had described these past few days. Over for meters long with fearsome armor plates. When it charged, there was no escaping it. Her legs went weak in the water, but she clenched her teeth. She forced herself to stand firm. She could not fall. Falling meant death. Water burst apart as half the giant crocodile's head rose from the depths. Droplets clung to its armored plates and streamed down. It had not basked properly in the sun these past few days. Today's low temperature made it move half a beat slower than usual. But the moment its slit pupils broke the surface, they fixed directly on Dongfang Hao, the only living thing still moving in the water. Dongfang Hao's fingers clutched the vines around her wrists. Her knuckles whitened, but she could not think of anything else now. She could only stare at the jaws slowly opening before her. Its lower jaw shifted slowly, and yellowed, menacing teeth emerged from the water one by one. Her legs shook violently. Even she noticed it. Yet she could not make a single extra move. With her current body, in this swamp's mud, even running away was an impossible dream. She stared fixedly at those jaws. One thought turned over and over in her mind. This was really the end. High above, moisture in the clouds suddenly began to churn unnaturally. The edges of the drab gray clouds curled and rolled, as if something were stirring them. Dongfang Hao had arrived. Today's low, moisture-laden clouds gave him the perfect cover. His body vanished into the gray-white mist. His 6-foot-long body glided along the clouds. Dragon claws extended silently. Cloud follows dragon. He had become increasingly adept at using it these past few days. In damp, cloudy weather, he could almost merge with the surrounding moisture. The giant crocodile was too large. A direct clash would end badly. But there was no time to think it through. The giant crocodile violently churned its tail beneath the water. Its massive body lunged forward on that force. Its open jaws shot straight toward Dongfang Hao. Waves surged up on either side of her, almost swallowing her whole. At that instant, something indistinct dove from the clouds. Its target was the giant crocodile. Chapter 82, Against impossible odds, just to hold back the tyrant. As the dark shadow plunged down wrapped in mist, it moved too fast to make out its shape. Only a dull boom sounded overhead, as if something had concentrated all its strength within a split second. Before Dongfang Hao could react, the water before her exploded. Waves surged up on both sides of her. Foul, muddy water crashed over her head. She choked and instinctively leaned back. Her footing slipped, and she sank halfway down again. Water reached her neck as she clenched her teeth. Only then did she keep herself from sinking completely. Her ears rang with the crocodile's thunderous blows against the water, and there was a roar she had never heard before. It rolled across the water, low and heavy, making her ears ache. She wanted to look up and see what had entered the fight, but water dripped from her hair over her eyelids. Even opening them a slit was difficult. The instant Dongfang Hao's dragon claws struck from above, he used nearly every ounce of strength his young body could muster. He attacked the armored plates of the crocodile's nape. His claw tips scraped across its armor. They left only several glaring white marks. Not even a trace of blood appeared. A body weighing nearly 800 pounds. Its armor, grown over years, was hard and thick. Even when the dragon claws landed, they could not pierce its defenses or inflict real damage. Dongfang Hao's faint hope vanished after that attack. He truly understood now. The tyrant that had ruled this swamp for years was on an entirely different level from his 6-foot-long body. A direct fight meant death, but he could not retreat. His sister was nearby. At the very least, he had to hold the beast off a while, so his sister could get ashore quickly. The wounded crocodile's roar suddenly rose in pitch. Its half-open jaws, aimed at Dongfang Hao, abruptly turned. Its massive body twisted in the water, raising a 6-foot wall of water. It rushed straight at Dongfang Hao in midair. Its jaws snapped open and shut, revealing a mouthful of yellowed fangs. Mist blasted toward him, its speed impossible for such a huge body. Dongfang Hao did not dare meet it head-on. He twisted away. His dragon tail swept past the crocodile's eye, leaving another white mark. The giant crocodile roared more fiercely. Its tail swung down into the water. Spray erupted across the whole shallows. The two giant creatures tangled on the surface. Layer upon layer of waves rolled outward. Murky water and mud flooded over the formerly dry shore. The ape-man leader had planned to stand ashore and watch. But at this sight, his face went pale. Mud and spray flew everywhere. He stood more than 40 meters from the heart of the battle, yet mud still splattered across his face. He wiped his face, saw the tangled shapes of the water's center, and lost his nerve. "Retreat, retreat," he shouted hoarsely. He turned and ran deep into the jungle. His feet slipped, and he fell. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled up and kept running. The two hunters beside him exchanged a glance. They dropped what they were carrying and fled after him for their lives. No one looked back at the two bodies fighting in the water. No one remembered the young one in the water, her wrist bound. Behind the rocks, Jiang coiled beneath the dead tree. Every scale on her body stood on end. Her entire body was drawn taut. She watched the dark shadow plunge down from the clouds. Her mind raced through every creature she had seen near the swamp. Birds, beasts, aquatic creatures, land creatures, none matched. She could not see the creature's outline at all. She caught only glimpses through breaks in the rolling mist. A slender body, sharp claws, and terrifying speed. Its oppressive presence defied description. Yet her scales had already reacted before she could. "What is that thing?" she asked in a very low voice. The words squeezed through clenched teeth. Her tail tip dug into the mud as she did not dare move. Up in the canopy, Wang Pangzi finally heard the commotion. His 8 legs nearly slipped from the bark. He stretched his eye stalks far out, staring hard at the water. The mist was too thick, and spray flew everywhere. Big Brother was fighting that crocodile. But the flying mist obscured how the battle was going. "What is going on?" he muttered. His pincers clenched with loud cracks. The giant crocodile's lunge missed, but its tail still carried momentum. It swept sideways again. Waves surged in sheets toward the shallows. Dongfang Hao was shoved by the wave. She staggered backward as the mud beneath her feet gave way. She fell back into the water, choking on muddy water. Coughing, she struggled back up. Her vision was filled with blurry spray. She could not tell who had the upper hand. She only knew that if this continued, The waves would drag her in sooner or later. As wave after wave surged toward her, Dongfang Hao had no time to look up and see what was fighting above. The turmoil in the water was too violent. Two dull impacts collided. They made her eardrums ache and her head buzz. She could not tell which way was which. She assumed the giant beasts that ruled the swamp were fighting over territory. She had heard old hunters talk about such things often these past few days. One creature invaded another's territory, and the other refused to yield. Once they fought, they did not care what living thing stood nearby, no matter who was fighting whom. The only thing she could do now was use the chaos to untie the vines around her wrist and run. The sharp-edged stone underwater had slipped from her hand. She could only bend down again. Her fingers searched inch by inch through the murky water. Her fingertips had long since gone numb from the cold. Even when she touched stones, she could not tell their shapes. She could only feel along them to find an edge. She found it and gripped the stone in her palm again. She rubbed it back and forth against the vine binding. The chafed mark on her wrist began bleeding again. Blood and muddy water smeared together. She could not see it, nor did she feel pain. Her whole arm was already numb with cold. The vine fibers gradually loosened, but not enough for her to break free. Gritting her teeth, she did not stop. Above, the giant crocodile snapping lunge missed again. Its teeth nearly grazed Dongfang Hao's tail tip. After missing again, it could no longer contain its rage. Its massive body twisted violently in the water. This was its deadliest move. When it faced prey it could not bite through. It used this to drag them underwater and tear them apart. Its body spun rapidly in the water. The wall of water it raised was higher than ever. Its tail whipped out on the force of its spin. It swept across the entire shallows. That attack was not aimed at Dongfang Hao in the air. It swept low across the water's surface. Within several yards, the waves and mud were all churned up by that strike. At the shallow's edge, Dongfang Hao was staring down at the vines on her wrist. She never expected the crocodile's tail to sweep toward her. The instant the tail struck her, a crushing force hurled her off the ground. It flung her about 1.5 feet away. She crashed onto the muddy shore, back first. A mouthful of blood immediately spurted out. Mixed with mud, it spread into a murky red pool beneath her. When Dongfang Hao glimpsed that patch of red from the corner of his eye, he froze for an instant. At the shallow's edge, his sister lay limp in the mud. The red stain was still spreading. An uncontrollable growl rumbled from his throat. The moisture around him stirred at that roar. It shuddered as tiny droplets battered against his scales. The rage suppressed inside his chest could no longer be held back. Something in his bloodline seemed to be fully unleashed by that growl. Behind the rocks, Jiang stared fixedly at the water. Within the black clouds over the water, a pale blue light began flickering. Chapter 83. Shattered the darkness with thunder. The blue glow in the clouds grew brighter. Jiang stared at the churning black clouds. Her body stiffened, and she recoiled uncontrollably. The scales along her back rose all at once. She did not even notice. She had never seen anything like this in her life. Pitch black clouds churned over the swamp. Blue light flashed bright, then dim. Something was wrong, very wrong. Her mind raced through every creature she had seen around the swamp. Every creature she had heard of, eliminating them one by one. None. Not a single one. No creature would dare approach a catastrophe this dangerous, ready to erupt at any moment. She gave it no more thought. Even if she was curious about the creature attacking the Crocodile King, she would not dare move another step closer. She turned and swam away. Her tail lashed urgently through the water, sending the water weeds rustling. As she swam, she cursed under her breath. Her life was not worth gambling on some unknown thing. Up in the canopy, Wang stretched his eye stalks far out. His 8 legs clung tightly to the bark. His claws clenched with loud cracks. What? What is that? Before he could finish, fear was not the first thing that came to mind. Instead, he thought of one thing. Where was Big Brother? Big Brother was still over there. He had no time to think further. He extended his eye stalks farther toward the water. His voice trembled, though he did not notice it. Big Brother is Big Brother all right. The instant he spoke, a faint hum suddenly filled the air. It sounded neither like thunder nor wind through treetops. It was a tremor that seemed to seep from between the bones. Even from far away, he could feel his bones resonating. On the water, the giant crocodile had lost sight of Dongfang Hao. Its massive body rolled through the water, churning up layer after layer of murky waves. The rage in its eyes had not faded at all. Its tail lashed violently underwater. With vicious force, its whole body lunged at the figure lying in the mud by the shore. The stench from its gaping jaws rushed forward. Dongfang Hao still lay in the mud. The brutal blows had knocked her unconscious. The sky suddenly lit up. Blinding white light tore through the clouds and struck straight down. It crashed into the center of the water. Boom! A tremendous thunderclap followed. It shook the trees beside the swamp violently. Leaves rained down in a flurry. The bolt struck the giant crocodile with perfect precision. Its massive body froze instantly. Its armored scales were scorched black by the heat. Bluish smoke rose in thin wisps, along with the stink of burnt flesh. The giant crocodile could not even scream. Its huge body crashed stiffly into the water. The splash carried mud with it. It came crashing down over everything. The water boiled as countless blue arcs spread wildly through the current. They darted back and forth beneath the surface. There were too many to count. Like living things racing madly underwater. Schools of fish floated at belly up, along with shrimp, frogs, and leeches. Anything submerged in the water went still in an instant, blackened and burned. The outer swamp had become a dead zone. Dongfang Hao had not awakened. A violent current had already traveled through the wet mud. Every muscle in her body suddenly tensed. Numbness shot from her feet to the top of her head. Her whole body convulsed in the mud. She had no strength left even to groan. In the air, Dongfang Hao hid within the mist. He stared at the lifeless water below. Every scale on him trembled. He could not control the shaking. Just then, he had thought of nothing. His ears were ringing. Only the pounding of his heart remained. It was louder than the thunderclap. The instant he saw his sister spit blood, every other thought vanished from his mind. Only one sentence pounded through him. Kill it. Then the rage in his chest exploded. He desperately drew in the moisture around him. The clouds thickened, and the charge kept building. For the first time, he truly grasped the terror of his clouds follow the dragon gift. That heaven-sent attack turned the swamp within 100 meters into a dead zone. When he sent the lightning down, he had no time to judge his aim. He hurled it out on rage. Only afterward did he suddenly remember. His sister was still by the water. The instant that thought surfaced, his blood ran cold. Thank goodness, that tail strike had knocked her out of the water. It had moved her out of the highly conductive area. Otherwise, he did not dare think further. His throat tightened. He fought down his trembling again and again, barely bringing it under control. Using the mist for cover, he swiftly glided deeper into the jungle. Up in the canopy, all 8 of Wang Pangxi's legs went limp. His eye stalk still shook uncontrollably. He watched helplessly as the lightning struck. It turned the entire swamp into a silent grave. His mind stayed blank for a long while before thoughts returned. Big Brother can actually do something like that. Can any living creature truly do that? This is a natural disaster. His claws loosened, then clenched again. He nearly slipped from the branch before barely steadying himself. Once the lingering fear passed, all that remained was relief. Relief that Big Brother was safe. And relief that Big Brother had not been forced to face it alone. Behind the rocks, Jianguo lay coiled on a dry stone, speechless for a long while. She stared at the scorched corpses floating on the water, and the giant crocodile's body slowly sinking beneath it. Her mind raced, but she could make no sense of it. Something like this exists in the world. She had seen lightning and thunderstorms before, but this strike was swift, brutal, and precise to the point of cruelty. There had been no warning of this heavenly punishment. Even a ruler that had dominated the swamp for countless years had been reduced to a charred corpse by one blow. Now that the swamp's ruler was gone, who knew what creature would claim this swamp next? At the swamp's edge, Dongfang Hao painfully coughed up blood in the mud. A weak electric current had jolted her, barely restoring a sliver of consciousness. She opened her eyes, though her vision was still blurred. She saw only countless blackened bodies on the water, and the giant crocodile half sunken in the distance. She stared for a long while, her thoughts sluggish. Little by little, she pieced together the scene before her. Then a thought surfaced. Lightning killed it. She looked up. Most of the clouds had dispersed. A bleak, pale daylight showed through. It made her squint. It really was struck dead by lightning. She suddenly wanted to laugh. This luck was absurd. How had lightning struck at exactly that moment? Not before, not after. But right as she was about to be bitten, the laugh had barely reached her throat, when the dull ache in her chest forced it back down. It became a dry cough instead. At least I did not restart. She sighed in relief, then remembered. If the giant crocodile had bitten her to death and made her restart, who knew how her obnoxious brother would mock her with smug sarcasm when she returned? That thought frightened her more than the crocodile's attack had. What incredible luck! She had truly survived this time. Chapter 84. The leader fled first, leaving the weak to die. Muddy water filled her mouth, bitter and foul. Dongfang Hao spat. She spat the mud from her mouth. Only then did she realize she had been lying there for who knew how long. She did not rush to stand. She stayed down and caught her breath. The mud beneath her hands was cold enough to seep into her bones. The chill burrowed through her skin, freezing her to the marrow. After a long while, she braced herself with her left hand. As she slowly sat up, pain tore through her right forearm the instant she exerted herself. She gasped in pain, and her vision went black. She collapsed back down, gritted her teeth and looked. Her forearm bent at an impossible angle. A purple bruise bulged beneath the skin. The slightest touch sent piercing pain through her. It is broken. She stared at the angle for 2 seconds. Her throat tightened, but she said nothing. The fingers of her left hand slowly relaxed, then clenched again. Surviving was already a miracle. One arm was nothing. She rested there a while longer. Then she pushed herself up again. A blackened layer still floated on the distant water. Most of the giant crocodile's corpse had sunk. Only a few scorched plates along its back remained visible. She stared at the water until her jaw ached from clenching. Without another thought, she turned and limped toward camp. The sky was already darkening when the wind blew. Cold, damp mist crept down her neck and into her collar. If she could not get back before nightfall, there was no telling whether she would keep her life. After only a few steps, she stopped. She found a dead branch lying on the ground, then tore off a strip of bark with her teeth. She measured the branch against her broken arm, then wrapped it in bark, layer after layer. It was tight and agonizing. Halfway through, her hand shook, and her arm jolted hard. She hissed as tears welled from the pain. She paused to breathe before continuing. Once she finished, she tried moving her fingers. It still hurt, but at least her arm would not swing wildly anymore. She limped onward. The rotten mud swallowed her feet with every step. She had not gone far when her foot slipped. Her broken arm suddenly dropped. She sucked in a sharp breath. She caught herself against a nearby tree with her left hand, barely avoiding a fall. Her wound split open again. Blood mixed with mud and seeped down the bark. The last gray-white light at the horizon was fading. The surrounding tree shadows gradually merged into a wall of darkness. The wind carried the stench of rotting leaves and mud. She fixed her eyes on the last fading glimmer of daylight. Some strength seemed to return to her legs. She staggered onward through the uneven ground. Before night fully fell, she finally saw the outline of the cave. No voices came from the entrance. The silence felt wrong. She stopped short, unconsciously clutching her bark-bound arm. The movement pulled at her wound, but she ignored the pain. She hurried forward. Only when she drew close did she see clearly. The spot outside the cave where tools and dry rations had been piled was bare. Nothing remained. Only a few messy footprints lay crooked in the mud. They looked as though their owners had left in a hurry. "Anyone here?" she called softly. No one answered. Supporting herself against the cave wall, she made her way inside. Her eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness. Then she made out several figures huddled in the corner. 2 children, so thin their ribs could be counted, were curled up together. When they saw her enter, they pressed farther inward, not daring to speak. Farther inside, 3 elderly people sat against the stone wall. All bore old injuries. None seemed steady on their feet. Yet their eyes lit up first. "It's you," an elder said, recognizing her. His voice was rough as sandpaper. "Where is the leader? Where are the others?" Dongfang Hao braced herself against the wall. She asked each question slowly. The elder opened his mouth but did not answer at once. His clouded eyes first glanced toward the entrance. "They left." "Where did they go?" "They said this place," the elder coughed twice. "They said the ruler of this land has changed." The elder did not respond, lowering his eyes. His fingers scraped at the dirt. After a long while, he spoke again. "They said it wasn't safe. Everyone who could walk left." The elder said no more. It was as if something had lodged in his throat. Dongfang Hao stood there, unable to respond for a moment. She looked over the cave. The 2 children were too young to walk properly. None of the 3 elders could even stand. And one of her own arms was useless. There was not a spot on her body that did not ache. This was all that remained of the entire tribe. No tools, no food. They could not even find one person able to search for food. The leader had fled. The tribe had fled. She slowly sank down against the stone wall. Closing her eyes, she took a breath. One more day was one more day. But the people before her probably would not last even one more day. She opened her eyes as an idea suddenly came to her. There was a whole stretch of fish and shrimp electrocuted on the water. Anything killed by lightning could still be gathered and eaten. But no one knew what else lurked in those waters now. She looked down at her bark-wrapped arm, then at the pairs of eyes in the corner. If she did not go, these people would not survive. In her current condition, she would not last many days either. If she went, she might not return alive. She watched the two children cowering by the wall for a long while. Her fingers curled against her knee. Then she gritted her teeth and hesitated no longer. Up in the treetop, Wang Pangzi could not wait any longer. He slid down the trunk. His 8 legs scurried as he raced for the shallows. Hey, how is it over there? He tapped the turtle's shell with a claw. He kept his voice low. The box turtle could not speak. It drew in its neck. Seeing it was him, it was much less hostile than usual. Crooked words soon appeared in the sand. That crocodile was struck dead, completely dead. Wang Pangzi's eye stalk shot upright. His 8 legs shuffled to steps on the bark. He nearly lost his footing, completely dead. Wang Pangzi froze for 2 seconds, his mind racing. Big Brother took out the ruler of this swamp. So, who does this territory belong to now? All right, I understand. He clapped his claws together. Come on, let us find Jiangjia. Behind the rocks, Jiangjia had not yet recovered. Her scales had not fully settled, and her tail twitched now and then. When Wang Pangzi approached, her tail immediately recoiled. What are you doing? The crocodile is gone. This swamp is no master now. We should claim it before anyone else does. Jiangjia narrowed her eyes. We still do not know what that thing in the sky is. And you want to go near it. Her tail flicked, and she shrank farther into the crevice. I intend to keep this life of mine. I will not gamble it on something of unknown origin. The box turtle added another line in the sand. The former ruler is dead. Now is the time to claim the land. It might not even want the swamp. If they waited too long, some other creature might claim it. Then taking it would be difficult. Jiangjia said nothing, calculating rapidly. The worst-case scenario was that creature claiming the swamp. To secure its territory, it might not have time to deal with them. Thinking that, she relaxed slightly. True, she said slowly. If it truly wanted this place, we would not need to go near it. If it has left, or if it was never truly dead, this territory is indeed vacant for now. Fine, I will take a look with you. If anything feels wrong, I am leaving at once. You can do whatever you want. The box turtle led the way, its short legs pumping fast. Wang Pangzi followed in the middle, flexing his claws now and then. Jiangjia brought up the rear, tail pressed to the ground, ready to turn and flee at any moment. At the edge of the swamp, the moisture was thicker than before. A hazy fog blanketed the area. The scales on Jiangxia's nape sprang up again. Deep in the mist, a long, slender shadow seemed coiled there. Its outline flickered through the damp air. That was it. Yet the shadow did not move or lunge at them. Nor did it make a sound. It was so still, as if it did not consider these intruders worth noticing. Jiangjia stared at the shadow for a long time. The scales on her nape never dared settle. If that thing turned to look at her now, she would have to turn and run. Chapter 85, Lord of the Swamp. The mist had not dispersed. It only grew denser. Jiangjia coiled in the mud, barely daring to breathe. The shadow swayed in the fog, its outline stretching longer. Its slender body glided through the moisture. It was not a snake, nor a crocodile, nor any creature she had seen in documentaries. The air suddenly grew damper. The already humid air began to fill with a fine drizzle. Droplets pattered against the scales along her back. The mist churned twice, then split open. A dragon's head slowly emerged from the cloud-like fog. Jiangxia's pupils contracted sharply. Dragon horns rose from its brow. Rain streamed down the tips of its magnificent twin horns. The drops vanished into the fog before their landing could be seen. Its dark gold scales gleamed wetly. Each scale was perfectly aligned. Its body was nearly 6 feet long. It slowly unfurled in midair. Yet the pressure it exuded surpassed that of the 13-foot crocodile. It had no wings. Jiangjia saw that clearly. There was not a single wing on its body to flap. Yet it simply hovered there, utterly motionless. She considered herself well informed about Earth Online. She had heard countless rumors too, but she had never seen anything that so completely defied the basic rules. She flattened her entire body against the muck, as low as she could possibly get. She did not dare twitch even the tip of her tail. She tried to think, but she could not think of anywhere to run. That thing hovered in the air. Its eyes were not looking her way, but the oppressive sensation it gave off felt 10 times more dangerous than the giant crocodile's charge. She even regretted following Wang Pangzi and the box turtle here to see what was happening. The thought had barely formed when she caught sight of the other two from the corner of her eye. Wang Pangzi's 8 legs were firmly planted in the mud. His claws were slightly open. He did not look ready to fight. Instead, he looked as though he was waiting for someone to hand him something. Jiangxia's eyelid twitched as she watched him, facing something capable of killing the giant crocodile. He had not even taken half a step back. Then she looked at the box turtle. Its short legs did not move, yet half its head was poking from its shell. Its beady green eyes darted around. It watched the dragon form in the air without seeming particularly alarmed. These two really did have some nerve. The dragon's shape in the air did not move. Its eyes calmly swept over the 3 creatures crouched in the mud below. Unhurriedly, it counted them one by one. The rain continued to fall. It struck the swamp surface, sending out fine ripples. Other than that, there was no sound. Jiangxia felt every scale on her nape go numb. This silence was more terrifying than a roar. It did not need to speak. One sweep of its gaze filled her with terror. She even suspected that if she moved in the slightest, its enormous, bloody maw would crash down on her the next second. But Wang Pangzi still did not move. He even raised one claw. He gestured toward the sky. It was not exactly respectful, more like a greeting. Jiangxia's heart clenched. What kind of nerve was that? As she thought that, the dragon form gave a slight tremor. 3 scales with a faint golden sheen drifted free. They hung in midair without falling. As though something supported them, they slowly, very slowly, floated toward the ground. Jiangxia watched the 3 scales drift toward them. Her mind raced. What did this mean? Was it giving them gifts? Or was there some other custom behind it? The scales stopped before the 3 of them, suspended in the air. They hovered barely 6 inches above the ground, rain dripping from their edges. It splashed into the mud in tiny droplets. The eyes overhead swept over them again. This time, their gaze lingered longer. It fell on the 3 scales, then returned to them. Jiangxia's heart skipped a beat. It was waiting for them to take the scales. She did not dare act rashly, not even daring to make the faintest hiss. She cautiously edged forward half an inch. Stretching her neck far out, she carefully approached a scale. She stopped only when her snout nearly touched it. The scales still held cool, damp traces of mist. It carried an indescribable scent. It carried a strong, fishy scent, almost like the scent of rain clouds themselves. She carefully opened her mouth and took the scale between her teeth. Beside her, Wang Pangzi was far more decisive. He reached out with a huge claw and firmly gripped his scale. Then he solemnly waved his claw at the dragon form overhead. It was part salute, part tease. "Big brother, I'll take it," he muttered. His voice was very low, but his tone held not the slightest fear. Instead, it carried the ease of familiarity. Jiangxia's heart skipped another beat. That form of address, "Big brother?" Her thoughts raced as several ideas collided. These two actually called such a terrifying being Big Brother. What kind of relationship was that? How close did they have to be for these two to face someone strong enough to crush everything, and still greet it so casually? The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. The more she thought, the more unfathomable these two became. The box turtle was even more outrageous. It bent its short legs, thrust its head forward, and opened its mouth. Then it swallowed the scale whole. Its throat gave a gulp. After swallowing it, it bent its short legs slightly. The gesture was hardly proper, but it had the air of practiced ease, as if it had done this many times before. Jiangxia was utterly stunned. Of the 3 of them, one held a scale in her teeth and dared not move. One waved a claw in greeting, and one swallowed it whole. In this little group, she truly did not measure up to Wang Pangzi, the Crab King, or that turtle who could earn 30,000 achievement points. Whether in courage or strength, she had been thoroughly outclassed. The dragon form in the air did not linger. With a flicker, it merged into the dense rain and fog. The golden light on its scale slowly faded. Then it vanished completely. It happened so quickly that she wondered whether it had all been an illusion. The fog remained, but that crushing pressure, had gone with the dragon form. Only then did Jiang realize. She had not dared breathe the whole time. With a plop, her whole body went limp. She lay in the muck, gasping great lungfuls of air. It felt as though someone had gripped her lungs for ages, and only now let go. Yet she could not bear to release the scale clamped in her mouth. Her jaws were clenched tight. She feared losing it if she let her guard down for even a moment. This stretch of water, her voice shook beyond recognition. The words came out muffled from the corner of her mouth. A ruler like that is letting us stay here. Wang Pangzi turned the scale in his claw over a few times. Then he nodded solemnly. More or less, the box turtle lay beside them. The scale in its stomach probably had not been digested yet. It bent its short legs again, making a gesture to Jiang that said everything was fine. Jiang watched how calm and unruffled the two were. Then she looked down at the mist-damp scale in her mouth. She said nothing more.